Futures back downside here this morning, trying to hold on to positive territory, both the S&P and the NASDAQ. However, just going back into negative territory as we kick off a brand new week. Retail in focus. Not only will we get some of the major retailers coming through with earnings this week, we'll also get retail sales data from last month coming up tomorrow at this time. Make sure you're with us. We'll bring you that. Typically not a huge market moving event, but definitely notable given this current state of the economy. An indication anyways on how strong the overall consumer is going forward. We'll talk a little bit about some of the retailers this morning. You can see the cues right now at session lows, some of the tech names leading back to the downside. Tesla at session lows, relatively weak here in the pre-market, but yeah, maybe a little bit of this coming into play as well. Seasonal lull in play here as we head into the second last week of August. Still lots of opportunities to discuss. A ton of little tiny names moving around this morning. APE, one of those, obviously. AMC going the opposite direction. APE higher, AMC lower. If you missed it after the close on Friday, we were discussing this court decision that came through. They are going to be allowed to go ahead with this conversion on the revised application that they submitted after the first one was denied. So we'll touch on that coming up as well. It's Monday, August 14th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There we are, holding on to essentially some of the lows and support from Friday's session right now for the NASDAQ. The SPY looking very similar. We're back to the downside right now. Just went red, 0.17 for the SPY in negative territory. I mean, everything was looking a little rosy anyways when I sat down this morning, but not the case right now. Back to the downside we go as we kick off what might be an interesting day in the sense that everything that's going to be potentially market moving coming up this week, coming up tomorrow. Sharif here as always. Good morning.
Good morning.
Coming up tomorrow with retail sales, we'll get into some of the retail earnings a little bit later in the week as well, Wednesday, Thursday. Home Depot, Walmart, TJX, just to name a few that are all going to be coming through. So market in an interesting spot here coming off. I mean, Friday was very, very quiet.
Yeah, not just American retail sales data coming out tomorrow, Chinese as well, which is interesting because China has been a bit of a drag on the economy lately. We've seen that last week with them coming out saying we're not growing fast enough. Also, Goldman Sachs coming out over the weekend saying that they see rate cuts coming in next year, but one more rate hike, Brendo, they're predicting for this year. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, here is, speaking of China, here is Tesla at session lows right now, 235 coming into play. I mean, 2 days ago, we were above 250 off of the open, if you remember, for Tesla. They're cutting the Model Y prices once again over in China. Maybe an indication of softening demand once again coming into play for the Chinese market. Maybe an indication of a little more inventory stacking up over in China as well. So all of the Chinese EV makers back to the downside as we get going on a Monday here. Sean back in the building as well after a long weekend away at the baseball diamond. Good morning, guys.
Gonna be a while. We already got one mute out of the way. AMC was, when I sat down, it was 28% down AMC, 28% up on APE. Now it's like 35% down on AMC, 24 on APE. So it's kind of, AMC's falling and APE is falling a little bit with it. So we're going to be monitoring these 100%. You got to trade them when they're moving. That's just the case. It might have felt like a sleepy day on Friday, but if you weren't looking at the chips, then I don't know what to tell you. Like NVIDIA had a pretty big fall on Friday. It was a pretty nasty move for them getting close to the $400 level. SMCI was my flavor. That one was flushing as well. So there's definitely a lot of movement, even if you don't add those earnings to get to. We'll get to Tesla as well, down 3% here. I'm already in Nikola, the news late last week, of course, with the fire with the truck and now the recalls. So they're under a heck of a lot of pressure. Not a lot left to the upside, though. Remember lift from last week. That was relatively strong, and I like that 1150 for a potential breakout. But bigger question, how was the weekend? How was the tourney? Tell everybody.
Fantastic. Tournament was absolutely fantastic. We had a great time. The girls, we were 1 and 2, so we didn't qualify for any of the finals. But as you can hear with my voice, it was a great time had by all, and now we get back to the market and try to make a little bit of cash. So That's the first thing. Try to pay for the weekend. But yeah, no, look, it's going to be a good one here again today. I'm looking at AMC, we're looking at some chip names with AMD and NVIDIA. I think it's going to be a red day, and it could be a pretty bad one as well. So we're ready to go. We're excited for everything here. We got the after show kicking again today. We've got the midday show. We've got guests coming through. We're ready to rock and roll. It's going to be another good one. It's 8:35. Market's starting to head to the downside and near session lows right now. Or actually, I mean, we're at them. So we'll see what happens here with this market. But yeah, it's good to be back. I mean, one day doesn't really feel like that much, but summer's almost like it's middle of August.
It's over.
Like what?
It's over.
Like we have one more major tournament on Labor Day, and then we'll be after that. So yeah, show should start at 8:20 every day. Yeah, it should. I still think we could have something brewing here, possibly. For that. So let's wait to see if that ever goes. Stonks only go up. Yeah, not today. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Welcome everybody to the show. It should be a good one.
I was just going to say, I was down around the CNE, Ontario places, big exhibition here in Toronto on the weekend, and they're already setting up for the CNE. That's a clear indication that summer is over around these parts. I mean, all of the rides are already up. Love it. I was just in shock. But anyway, just notice this. Here's Apple just going red, green to red. Google's already down 0.5%. Amazon down about a little more than that. Tesla, though, going to be a problem here, it looks like. I mean, it seems like the one that's leading the charge to the downside this morning. Again, they're going to cut, or they have cut, prices for the Model Y over in China. That has NIO, Li, Xpeng, all of the Chinese EV makers, even BYD was reading. Overnight session over in Hong Kong was lower on this as well. Maybe indication of some softening demand coming into play once again.
Yeah, Brother Musk cutting more prices in on the Model 3 and 2 versions of the Model Y, the long range and the performance. With respect to Apple, Foxconn reported overnight they were down year over year on earnings, but they beat estimates. They're actually looking to get into the EV industry, which is interesting because they're so electronic devices oriented, Brendo, with 70%, I believe, of their output for Apple. So we'll see what they do the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a mixed report, really. I mean, they did report the numbers weren't that great, but then they came out and said they're expecting demand to increase once again with, remember, the Apple event coming up in a couple of weeks here as we head into September. I was reading about the iPhone SE apparently is going to be a thing once again. So we'll see what happens in September. But yeah, I mean, this is a little more detail on this Tesla move this morning. Again, Model Y getting a price cut over in China as we see a little bit of a dip as far as demand possibly, guys, but an indication of what is to come. Maybe when we get inventory, or not inventory numbers, but sales numbers, remember, coming up the first week, typically the first week of September for all of these.
Yeah, we definitely get those numbers. Speaking of Apple, not to out Sharif, but he was going in on the iWatch there this morning.
What's his problem with it?
He had like a 5-minute rant about how poor the data collection is for heart rate was an issue. Yeah, he's nodding his head, but like I'm not an iWatch person, but I'm just saying there was a lot of angst being thrown out there by Sharif over the watch. But the new X comes out, and we'll see. I'm sure they always tend to improve things, so the little feedback is usually a good thing to get things right. Let's see what happens with Tesla. I mean, you've just broken down again. Tesla had a bad open, but if you really think about what happened on Friday. Yeah, it dumped at the open, but it was pretty much gently trending back to the upside. So there was every chance. I had drawn that line, that 241 in for support the afternoon, and it looked like it was going to be pretty good, holding out. You can kind of see on the daily, kind of hard to see there. There's 241. It was a good level on the daily chart. And we've gapped back underneath, so Tesla looks like it's going to be short underneath that 241. 220 looks like the big level when I was checking out that daily and weekly on Tesla. So it's going to be difficult not to want to be in the fade here. Just keep in mind how strong that bounce was. And if you really just waited, if you missed the short on Friday early and you waited for it to bottom out, it did give it to you at just about 11 o'clock at lunchtime. It gave you the same short at the open range. So there's always a chance we get back in and it's shortable around 39. That would have been the Friday low I still like that 241. I'm just going to have to like it in the other direction. If we get a bounce big enough, I think I'd be fading into the 241, but things are really starting to accelerate to the downside for Tesla. I'm not chasing it down here, down at 235 whenever we see a move like this, usually with Tesla in the mornings or in the pre-market, I'm just accustomed to it making some kind of a bounce. Whether it's going to be a bounce that sustains or a one that just gets faded, I would try the fade. But I'm going to anticipate there is some kind of a bounce at the open here in Tesla. Down 3% already. And as I said, the bid is not very large at all. The other one worth watching in the chip space, well, maybe you can watch them all. Rivian was pretty weak last week. It was kind of nasty as well. It got a bit of a better recovery, a bit of a decent recovery off the bottom if you look at the chart. But this is a much different story than Tesla in terms of where it's coming from. It just broke this consolidation down. You've had 3 red days in a row. I'd like to think maybe support down here when it gets to the $20 level, but it's not there just yet. So the trend is your friend, and Rivian, since breaking down, has been gently gliding. With each chance at the open, there's been pop, fade, pop, fade. There was no real pop until after we opened up on Friday, but it was still a fade on the first pop that you got available to you on Rivian. So if that same pattern holds, got to look back here at the close price of 21.5 for Rivian shorts. Both these names I'm initially looking short.
All right, you guys know I've been starting to buy some Tesla here. Obviously, when we were $10 in the money, we weren't taking it out. And now that we're $5 out of the money, we're not taking it out either. I like it. I think the price target, I mean, that's fine. The cuts happening, I think it needs to happen there. We'll see what happens in Japan, or in China, sorry, with those price cuts. And then, you're going to fall back into the obvious levels here of 220, 210. I mean, these are buying levels here. For me, it's one of the big tech names that I want to buy. You're seeing, I mean, it's because I'm the lightest on all these on this play, but you've seen Microsoft come in, you see Meta trying to break 300, you're going to see AMD break the bottom today as well. The only name that I tweeted out earlier, what's at a key level, is Amazon. They're at 137 for the long. I don't really like anything else long until now we get down to this 210, 220 area for Tesla. I still think there's a lot of levers they can pull. New models, the truck's going to be huge. Smaller form factor, I'd really like to see that come through. We have lots of talk about Starlink, and obviously with X, with former Twitter X. Elon's just got to focus a little bit more, and I feel like he's here and he's going to right this ship very, very soon. It's down a lot, 3% here again today. I really do like the long, but for a day trade, probably going to stay away from it, and it's probably a fade off this 240 anytime you're through key levels, and that's what we're writing right now on our sticky note, which is going to be on a matter of seconds. It's looking for key levels. Right, we had it. I don't know if Amazon is going to be on our board or not today, but this name as well down here at this 137. We've talked about that over and over and over again since we had this earnings play last week. It's been on the sticky note every day down here. So this is like a key level that I'm looking to see if it can hold. For Tesla, unfortunately, I don't really see anything like that until we get into, this is just a daily chart, into this 220. So back and forth, back and forth. There's 240 right there. That's why we bought some on Thursday, I guess, and Friday just kind of hung around. Now today you're breaking lower. So next area of concern, I guess, would be 230, but I figure we'll probably see that today. But yeah, right here, 220. This probably comes tomorrow midweek. I think that's where you can start to buy some again. I like the name, I like the story, I like AI, all that kind of stuff. I think Tesla continues to win. It's just a matter of where does it stop. All these names coming off, right? They're all at least down 10% plus. Most of these names, and Tesla just more than that from its highs. So if you're going to be in tech names, I think this is a good spot. Probably not today though, as I feel like the next spot I'll buy is around 220.
I mean, even Sharif and I were just talking about Tesla, even the directional, like the gear shift now is on the screen. Like it's a slider on the screen. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Anyway, we'll get into Tesla a little bit more. Let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas for a Monday look at some opportunities possibly. And to continue the conversation we were having a little bit last week in the sense that, hey, here we are in the middle of August. It's crazy to even say that. Mr. Noss, good morning.
Morning.
We're in one of those positions in the market where key levels are trying to hold, but the participation level is going to be the key here going forward. If we are going to break out of this, going to need a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's also highlighted again by it being a pre-election year. So we can just hop into the first chart I brought right away. I think I showed this one already on last week, but this basically shows the cycle of this year for you guys who are seasonality type people. I've been warming up to it more and more as time goes on. But the idea here is that the red line is kind of the price action as of today, and the blue line is if you took this year in the presidential cycle, so right after midterms, but before the presidential election, and you averaged out all of those years, this is what the price action would be. And we've been tracking pretty close to that all year long, which is why it got my attention. And you can see that big gray box is basically just showing us that we are most likely, if we're going to continue to follow trend with the presidential cycle, we could chop around not only for the next little bit, not only till the end of the summer, but till the end of the year, which is frustrating for long-term investors. But again, for us as kind of more active traders, I think it's a fine thing to be able to trade on. You just need to make sure that you're able to kind of be quick and get in when things are working and get out when they're not, and kind of pick your level. So that's actually why today, if we take a look here on the SPY, we're pulling back. We're at a pretty significant point. This is like 443 on the SPY. It's the area that we broke out of. You can see the double top that we had there before that we broke out of, and now we're back to it. Talking about this a little bit on Friday on the after close show, which has been super fun. And if I'm going to bet on chop and we're going to be at this key level, then I got to think that it might be time to kind of wade my toe into picking up some pullbacks in stocks that have been trending really, really well recently. So that's the main list that I have for you guys today, is what's been pulling back, hitting a key level, kind of expecting this chop to continue until the market proves to me one way or another that it's not, which would be kind of a breakdown under that key level or a significant push to maybe even all-time highs. Those would be the two things that would invalidate this thesis. But until then, I think we're buying dips. And the first dip that I'm looking at here is in Amazon. So Amazon gapped up on earnings a handful of days ago. It's been pulling back now. The thick blue line is the anchored VWAP from before the gap, which this is quickly becoming my favorite trade, my favorite setup of all time. A break of kind of 140, that area, I like it. If we close too far below that anchored VWAP, I think I just have to negate the trade and move on to the next one. But yeah, if we can get and hold above that kind of 140 area, sorry, on Amazon, that's interesting to me. The next one here is SoFi. And SoFi, this is kind of the bottom so far on SoFi. Didn't mean to do that, but we'll take it. So that bottom that happened in end of May, early June, ever since then, it's been in a great uptrend, gapped up on earnings, pulled back. You can see just to the tick. This is why I think these VWAPs are important to watch, even for day traders, but especially for me in the swing time frame. Came down almost to the tick on Friday and then rallied from that point. So for me, I'm watching that level. If we can get above like $9 around there, I like it. I think I'm wrong under $8. Next one here is Pinterest. Same kind of look, right? A lot of these stocks they bottomed in May or June, and now they're kind of pushing up and they're coming back down to the anchored VWAPs from these major levels. So again, what an anchored VWAP is, it tells us this is the average market participant. So if you've been buying Pinterest kind of every day, you've been dollar cost averaging from this low, this is the area. So there's going to be a lot of people that are invested in this area. There's going to be a lot of hedge fund trickery around this area to try to defend their price to make sure that they're in profit. So again, Pinterest, the same thing. It's come all the way down, found support at that level on Friday. If that continues higher, we're talking $26. Again, wrong under probably about 25. So this is Tesla. So I actually just heard in the green room, I prepared these a little bit before, that Tesla's down 3% today. And Sean was talking it from a day trading point of view, but I am kind of liking this level, call it 235, 230-ish on Tesla. Again, if I'm right and the market is going to kind of bounce a little bit from these levels over the next few days, I like this one. If it holds below that line for too long, which it looks like it's down there now, I'm not going to take it, right? I want to see it above that downtrend line that I drew. You could also draw an anchored VWAP from that gap, and you could say I want to close above that. But I want to see it kind of in the 240 area. Next here is gold. So gold, you guys know how I'm obsessed with gold from the longer term time frame. I think we may have a breakout sometime this year or into the next. So I've been trading around this anchored VWAP for a long time. So this is the kind of the lows in 2022 on gold. You can see now 3 times they've been good trades. Will it happen this time? I don't know. The candlesticks are looking a little bit ugly, but we are hanging around this area in gold. So the last chart I have is kind of a way that I would express that with SSRM. So SSRM is a gold miner. Just has this nice kind of cup and handle look of it. Of course, this is going to move somewhat with gold. So if gold starts moving, then I think you can get a little bit more alpha in some of these, cheaper gold names. They're both gold and silver SSRM. You can trade the ETF, you could trade the future, you could trade the CFDs or whatever. But for me, I just find that if the index or if the commodity is really going to start moving, you get a little bit more alpha going with the individual name. Same with Bitcoin. I like Mara if Bitcoin goes higher as opposed to actually buying Bitcoin itself.
One thing that jumped off the page there on basically all of those charts, it was a common theme, was bottom right corner, the volume. And we started this by saying, it's seasonality coming into play here. A little bit quieter time in the market overall with a lot of people on holidays. How much weight are you putting behind, these trades based on the fact that volume might be at multi-week, multi-month lows in some cases?
Well, I think that's a really good point. I think it does help. If I want to be fading something, I don't want massive volume spikes as it's selling off, right? That's showing me that there's a lot of a kind of aggression towards these. For lack of a better term, it looks like, with SoFi and Pinterest and this, that they're almost floating lower, right? So it's not that people are aggressively selling them. It's just more that there's just a lack of interest, which where you're talking about, Brendan, the time of year and all of that kind of stuff. So that's the kind of sell-off I want, right? Old school technical analysis is you want the breakouts to be on high volume and you want the pullbacks to be on lower volume. And it's kind of what we're seeing, but it's also the environment. If we were in a very high volatility, very, very high environment or very high volume environment, you'll notice that I talk a lot more about breakouts and that type of thing. If we are going to be in a lower volume environment, I think it's more important to wait for pullbacks and to pick your levels and to do that kind of stuff.
And it's the approach, and that's what I was trying to get at there. So well said. You have to understand, what the overall environment is, as you mentioned, for the market and the idea behind the trade setup. So great stuff as always, Mr. Noss. Best of luck this week. We'll speak again shortly.
Talk to you soon.
Totally curious in that shot there. I could see a little bit on his whiteboard there, and it looked like he was discussing time stops. So the next time we have, oh yeah, I don't know if you can still hear me, Michael, because I'm curious what a time stop would be for like a swing trade. Because sometimes, like if you're in a swing trade, you could say, well, I want this to happen. It's a breakout, but if it doesn't go before earnings, let's just say, or before this next conference, or if it doesn't pop after that, then maybe that's going to be like that time stop in there. But just kind of curious what that might have been, and I'm sure the next time we have you on, you'll answer it. Now, a couple of the names you mentioned, well, one of them, I was going to talk about Pinterest, but SoFi is probably a little bit more interesting. There we go, SoFi. I've been looking at $8 on SoFi here, and it's been giving you every indication that we're about to get there. So it's interesting that you were showing, Michael was showing that that anchor VWAP is pretty much already there, and you could set it up. If we were to bounce off that, and this was a local bottom, suddenly that little double top on Friday would set up a bit of a breakout. So I want to look at that this week. If this is going to be 840 and that's as close as it gets to 8, then holding this channel for a day trade breakout looks pretty solid. And the reason I say $8 is just look back at the daily chart, and that's where support is. So if you're going to get an anchor VWAP support line in around that 840, this is a name which has been gliding up, and so many have been trying to find that bounce. We talked about this as one that was, that $10 level was pretty key. If it could have held the top end of the range and broken it back out here, that obviously didn't happen in the stair step down. So still looking for a bit of a bid to get caught in this. While you were gone, I said I was already in Nikola, the recall over the weekend. They had the fire issue on last week. I believe that news came out on Friday, and then the recall over the weekend. So we've been in the consolidation short. It just broke down at 65s and 66s were all the shorts I got. I think I got one little fill at 67, and then starting to get out 61, 62, bids in front of 155 and 150 as well. There's not a lot in terms of big levels until you get down into this 155 to 140 channel where the stock broke out from. So I'd expect if it sees 140, now that you're underneath this $2 level, consolidation short underneath, I think 140 is a reasonable target for Nikola. It is short sell restricted, so at the open, you definitely could see some short covering, it being down more than 10%. So do want to pay yourself out on the short to the downside while it's working.
All right, I just wanted to talk a little bit here. So the sticky notes out, AMD, Amazon, Meta, AMC, Nikola. But then shout out, what's up to Ken? Live by the sticky note, die by the sticky note. But then shout out right here. I mean, I'm checking all the messages as much as I can here. Check out Marvell for a short, right? And so we'll have to check out that. Thanks so much to Carbonox. Thank you so much for bringing that up to my attention right now too, because this is another name that's right at the bottom here looking to break lower one more time. We've bounced off this a couple times here at $56, $57. Marvell looking primed out for a short as well. We should be adding this to our sticky note here for sure. Down 0.23% with the market right now, even a little more aggressive than the market. Looks like Marvell, the next shoe to drop here in the semis. We looked at AMD, and that's on the sticky note because, quite frankly, this has been probably one of the top stocks for me here. So we're looking at the same kind of, whoopsies, I just closed the chart. We're looking at the same kind of a breakdown on AMD as well. We'll go over the imbalance locator in a minute. But there goes AMD. Actually, let's call that up right now while it loads up. Right here, not much on here. We do have AMC as a sell. We have WeWork as a buy, NEO as a sell, and then there's the APE and AMC. Of course, they're going to be stuck together. We talked about, Sharif put out a great video about U.S. Steel. They're getting an unsolicited bid, so we'll check out that today as well. Up 27%. Ford, CCL, all of that. But I want to look quickly at AMD because it's the same kind of a trade, and I want to thank Carbonox there for bringing up Marvell because just something else to look at. But this looks very, very similar with some consolidation here as well. This is a problem for me on the breakdown of 106.50 because we've sort of tried that before, and the most we got to, 104 would be great. If we break 106.50 and go to 104, then that would be one of these. But we'll wait to see if that happens. It's just AMD is running into a little bit more support than possibly Marvell is. So that could be a good look here on the breakdown. Hopefully I don't choose the wrong one. I think we'll choose AMD, but this is a huge gap fill. So once you get this 56, 57 break all the way to the downside, I like this down here, maybe back down to 50. So we'll watch out. I remember we had this break on earnings. It was a fantastic trade. I think we got $6 or $7 on it this day. It was great, but now it looks like you're trying to fade back out here on Marvell. So this is a great call. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Sticky Note Nation, guys. You guys remain strong. So, thank you for the ideas as we continue to share them here. This name could go back to June lows, Marvell.
All right, I was just having a look at Urban Outfitters this morning, downside, but not a lot of volume, to say the least. Here are a few analyst moves this morning. There is URBN, downside by Citigroup, Marriott, Mosaic, CF on here, Parsons, OKTA, Monster Energy, and Coterra to the upside.
Yeah, it was a
not
late board.
on that board, not a heck of a lot to dig yourself into. I mean, with the notable.
I stayed at a Marriott. It was pretty nice.
It's been a while since I've stayed at a Marriott, but
it's pretty nice.
They are. It is
Well, there's
nice.
so many different kinds they have. We stayed at Town Suites.
Ooh.
But
They got the Marriott Courtyard. That's the one here.
Now
Now I'm trying to force talk about something on that upgrade, downgrade. Usually there's something in there that I want to sink my teeth into. But all I will say about Urban Outfitters is if you look at the stair step up, maybe this is, I've been seeing this on stocks that are not that liquid, where sometimes it's just maybe the most obvious stair step that you could find. Like it breaks the level, and then that's support, and then it breaks, and then that's support, and then it breaks, and then that's support, and then it breaks, and then if you were to follow that pattern, then today it would be at support at 35.50, but who knows if it's even liquid. It's on 13,000 shares, and if it were to bounce, this is where you would expect it looking at that daily chart. But again, no trade action here in the pre-market, so it's maybe more of a little bit of a swing idea that I think you want to dig yourself into. While we were just talking about the chips, I actually wanted to remember Supermicro, because on Friday, things were not good for Supermicro computers. Now, if you remember, these bad boys has been as strong as NVIDIA from the AI bounce. And if you look at last week, this was a rather precipitous fall, and highlighted on Friday, which wasn't even the biggest red day for the stock, but it was a pretty good drop off that 280 level, then lower high off to 265. All in all, it was a huge move. The latter part of the move was a good $11 bounce to the downside, and if you had it from the open, it was even more than that. So I was late to the party with that kind of 63 down to 52 play, but that open price of 280, if it were to start filling in the gap, gets anywhere near that again, I think that's got to be a short. I like the 265 area for a short on a pop. I just feel like these are short. I mean, this NVIDIA, these are shorts until they're not, given where they're coming from and the trend into the downside. At some point, they're going to catch a bid. I just believe the trend is always your friend in a case like this, because a reversal, if it ran that strong to the upside, are we not getting to a level like a 215 down here? It just seems like we should be getting down to that kind of a bottom 15 to 20 on SMCI, which leaves you another $20, $30 to go. So follow the trend until it gets to the promised land.
All right, shout out to Chef Joe here. He's talking about the Marriott Marquis in Times Square. He's got us when we go down there, so I'll be hitting you up, Chef Joe, as well. So thank you for that. Cheers, anybody. Here it is right here. Cheers. Hey, what's up, Chef Joe here, as we do roll call. Again, something else we'll be doing on the 4 o'clock show, taking a lot of questions from everybody in the chat. Maybe we'll do that today. Join me as we do that. But look at the Marriott stock, man. I mean, talk about a name that's been a fuego right now, really on fire, up through 184. As soon as you broke that, I'm going to guess that was earnings. It'd be really cool if we had an earnings marker here. But 185 right there, blasting through that. Now just some nice upside, probably on a little bit of valuation coming back in here for Marriott, but a good one. Marriott International continues to work, as we say. The travel space has been real hot, man, and there it goes. I feel like it's a little bit too hot. It's going to cool down at some point, but yeah, strong dollar still relative. Makes traveling tough, but hey, if business travel is going to get back in kicking again, people traveling around, they have huge international exposure. I like Marriott here above that 200. Any pullbacks to the 50 period, I like that. 190 right there, looking pretty sweet, man. If you get a pullback into 190, 195, you can use 180 as the top and then possibly blow that through as a bottom. So hey, I like this play. I like Marriott coming in here. You get any more downside movements off of a downgrade, I think this can probably be bought. And shout out to you, Chef Joe. What's your favorite dish? What are you going to be cooking up if we come visit?
All right, let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the market.
Continuing our August downtrend here on the ES. Let's have a look. The ES September contract. This is the 50-minute chart on the ES, and we really have not broken this downtrend line. But let's talk about levels. Friday close, 44.80. Third day in a row, we closed below 4,500. But there is a key support level here. 44.64. We touched there on Friday. We bounced off there this morning. If we can get above 4,500 and hold above 4,500, this may be an interesting long, but if the trend continues, I think it's going to be an interesting short day, Brendo.
Just checking on PayPal. Yeah, it is moving around a little bit. About 275, 280,000. Shares up 3% now. CNBC just talking about Dan Schulman, the CEO, going to remain until May of 2024. So I guess he announced that he will depart, but going to extend that period. So nice pop here for PayPal to the upside right now. Here we go. Let's jump into everything else you need to know that's moving around here this morning if you haven't done so. Grab that. Very easy. Watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there. Or you can scan that QR code, enter your email address, and then it comes right to your inbox for free. I mean, there's not a lot of volume behind that move, but notable anyways for PayPal coming off significant levels. Notable, to say the least, for AMC down huge. You can see after the close on Friday is when this kicked off. We're down way more now. But Delaware Court coming out saying their revised submission to go ahead with this conversion is going to be approved.
Yeah, they said it's going to help them raise capital, which is not such a bad thing considering they had the best month in their history, July. Obviously, it was helped by the Barbenheimer. Now, we know there's going to be a headwind coming up. There's a writer's strike. There is an actor's strike coming out in Hollywood. So we're going to have to wait and see if the pipeline is going to be as good as it was this year going forward, Brendo.
Yeah. PayPal right back down here, guys, through 63, but notable on that move as well.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was that big news to get that kind of a spike on PayPal. But look, AMC It's already done 15 million plus volume this morning. It's going to do over 100 million today. There's almost no question about it. It's been stair-stepping to the downside. It's going to be short sell restricted, obviously, down that 36%. So what can be going forward here is that conversion and then a 1 for 12 stock split. Those are two things that are online here. That's dilution, and that likely is not, it's not usually good for the stock price. It can be good for them in terms of raising capital and then trying to continue as a going concern. So that can be seen as a little bit of a positive. There aren't any, look, I'm showing you guys the daily chart because you've already broken down any support in the last 2 years just now on this news. So you're pretty much underneath anything significant. $3 is a good psychological level. Maybe it's going to bounce off there. Didn't quite get there this morning. As I said, it is stair-stepping to the downside, but there was just a good bounce that took it back into this 340 area. I was looking at that $4 to be the no-fly zone above and then just accept the fact that it's trying to squeeze on this news. But I feel as if that's now gone too far away. And there was a nice rejection up here at about 350, 360, which was also Friday's pre-market bottom. So that's going to be that first line. 360, if it cannot get past that, I think you're just stair-stepping to the downside. Be very, very careful of a squeeze and SSR bounce on this if you're looking for the short trade. So always have yourself an out. Like Nicola, if that breaks 170, I get out, and then I short again in front of 180. If this breaks 360, I would get out of any short, and then I would look to the $4 level on AMC. Conversely, APE has not really been doing, like in the afternoon on a Friday, you did have the obvious APE goes up, AMC goes down, but since then, APE has been slowly gliding to the downside. So I don't think there's as much of a trade here if you want to try to put like some kind of a hedge on. I'm just going to be ignoring that side of it. If I see them move way too far out of range from each other, then maybe there's some kind of arbitrage to be played, especially if there's a halt and APE is still open. I think that might present some opportunities as well. So I'd keep this one open just for that alone.
I was going to say, you just want to play the volume. They both have a lot of volume today, so whether or not you're trading APE or AMC, you might want to trade APE. Maybe you don't have to pay for the shorts over there because you might be just looking for the long. But again, it's just a back and forth. Wait for halts, wait to see if there's any levels going to develop there. I wrote down on this sticky note, just looking for a $4 level there for AMC, and then maybe, I don't know, the $2 level holding for APE. I was looking actually at Palantir here, down more than the market today, and trying to bounce off 15 again right now. So this is going to be another wild level for Palantir, as we've already broke, like there's the 16 break that happened, I guess last week, mid last week on the 9th. And then since then, it hasn't been anywhere back near it. And it was a pretty good level there at 16. So right now, you're back down to another good level at 15, with that being into play possibly. Can you see it on the screen? Yes, you can. Back down there to the beginning of June, where you had 1475, 1480. So I just want to, we may take this 15 break short here on Palantir, or, what is the market doing? I feel like the market's going to be a pretty decent red day today. So if you do take that, I think your first spots are 1480, right around here to get something out for Palantir. And then honestly, you could get a little bit lower than that if you continue to make that march down. And then there's that, ominous, basically 14 level that you'd rather not see. So, that's going to be something that breaks. And if that does break, then I feel like 11 or 12. So there's just been some people talking about Palantir there on the chat. We always say this, man, the best days seem to be, the earnings day. We saw, Upstart getting crushed after that day. Some of these high-flying names just that went up, they're kind of priced to perfection, and now Palantir's dropping back down. So again, another name that I like for the future, making money finally, but I still think you slip down. It's just like we started buying some Tesla. I feel like we want to start to buy some Palantir here if we can start to nibble between 14 and 1450. Somewhere in here would be a kind of a buy zone for me anyways on Palantir, understanding that if this market does get nasty, 11 or 12 is probably right back into play here for this big data giant. So I would watch out here for Palantir possibly slipping into that 15 area. Then if you like the long, you got to hold it against 1480. And then if you'd like the short, I'd say you cover some at 1480 and hope that the market continues to go down and we break and eventually stop at 14. Palantir's had dollar moves straight off the open. So, this name could get to 1425 or so real quick. So here on the imbalance locator, it's not on here, which it normally is. So, you know, maybe there's not too much interest in this name. 700,000 shares today. Now WeWork has jumped up here again, blasting through. I guess it's up. Yeah, I was going to say, because when I looked at it before, it was 20 cents. Now you're at 22 cents, starting to take out some levels here on WeWork as well. Watch out for 30 cents. On WE coming through again here today, as this could be the next name to kind of try to moon. Whether or not it does, I don't know, but you know, down here with all the stories, all the hype there on Netflix and all that, I could see WeWork making some moves. So watch out for a $30 cent spike for WeWork, which would be, you know, up 50% or so from 20 cents, right? So watch out to see if WeWork can get going here today.
I didn't finish that. Just noting Apple there back to the upside as well. There was a couple of things. I mean, we were talking about this Foxconn earnings report a little bit, or Sharif, you mentioned Foxconn earnings a little bit early on. They come out overnight with their latest report, a little bit better than expected. That's obviously AMC, but a little bit better than expected. Numbers kind of in line with expectations, but they did point to the fact that demand, overall iPhone demand, they're expecting it to increase as we head into September. Obviously, the Apple event coming up. I don't know if they've actually finalized that. I'll look that up. But last week they were talking about the 12th or the 13th for the Apple event next month.
Yeah, they cited many different factors for the decline this year. But as Brendo alluded to, they are looking for a better next year. Perhaps Q3 for them is not as good as they anticipated. They did beat analyst estimates this time around. We're talking about Foxconn. They also want to get into the EV business. So they're looking to make batteries for that. They're also expanding into GPUs more than they were. They're also looking to get into India. Why does this matter for Apple? Because 70% of Foxconn's output for electronics is as a result of Apple. So they are directly correlated, and they did really echo one another, Brendo.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Apple, one of the first here, as far as big tech is concerned, to go red on the morning, but we are kind of hanging out right at Friday's close here. For Apple, going to be one of those days where we have to keep an eye on all of big tech, especially Apple.
Just one of those days that a stock goes through. And Apple, on Friday, it actually broke 177. That's been that line-ish in the sand for the entire week. It was the line in the sand all last week, and then right at the open, you wicked underneath 77, held 176.5, and then right back up top. So I still think you're looking at the same bottom here on Apple. It's not like, look, 137 on Amazon never broke, and Amazon is holding a gap to the upside at that price, whereas Apple, this is right back in around. It's hard to tell on this daily chart. It's kind of annoying, but there's this little dip after it broke out from the August highs. There was one little dip before you ran to that test of 200, and 177 was it. So this is your line in the sand. It got underneath for a great recovery. That is almost textbook wicks down below. I was just telling Sean on Friday, look, shorts were printing at the open on Fridays, you guys know, so you're looking at chip names and all that good stuff. You were sort of happy with the way the shorts were going, but there were some very good wick bottoms at 9:30, or at least right off the open. Palantir was one of them at 15. Apple was another one underneath 177. I feel like if it gets down into this range again and takes out the bottom, it gets under 77, takes out that low or holds that channel, resolves underneath, that is kind of an easy short underneath that price, but you need to see it break because it showed you support. 79 to me is going to be the high. You can sort of see that on Friday. I just want to respect that level, bit of a wick there on that chart. But that 179 top, we didn't quite even get there on Friday. Now you have that as a pre-market high as well. But that 177 is the level to watch after the recovery we saw early Friday morning.
All right, so we've been, talking about the short here. I want to be short the NASDAQ until I see that NVIDIA report. I've been saying that for a month now, so we've been really, really favoring the short side of things. I feel like there's been so much pullback here in some of these tech names that there's even more to go. I don't love Apple down here. The report was fine, not great. We talked about their new watch, or no new watch, sorry, their phone coming out, the 15. I don't know. I have the 12 Pro. I don't see any need to change it by any stretch of the imagination. But again, great products, probably the best in the business, but it doesn't matter. They were so highly valued, and it's just such a great run that there is going to be some smoke coming out, right? And then as that comes through, you do have China worries coming here. But I love the fact that they're back into India, starting to be in India, producing a hell of a lot of equipment out of there. So that takes away some of the political risk of China. But again, I'd rather just wait to buy Apple on their next report. I don't want to buy ahead of their what do they call the Apple Day again? I can't remember what it's called. But Worldwide Developer Conference, I believe, actually. I'm not going to wait for that day. You are coming up. I just keep hovering over here back to August, of course, last August, where we had the top when we made the all-time high at that point up at 176, 178. I think that was, oh no, maybe we were higher than that before. I think we got to 183, didn't we? But anyways, right back into there. That's kind of the area that we're at right now, where we got to decide where we're going. Forget about that. We don't do this split adjusted. But I still like Apple. I feel like this is a name that every time you sell it, it just gets bought up by other ETFs. So I don't want to sell any names, but also I'm not excited to buy them. I really feel like unless there's a catalyst, which is kind of why I like Tesla, and I can just talk about that as the show goes on, but I don't really see that there is a catalyst now for Apple. They stopped talking about the cars, which I think is probably a good idea. They still have the watch, the iPad, the Mac, these earbuds, all that kind of stuff flowing through. I like the name. And the catalyst, of course, would be the VR set. I mean, I haven't forgot about that, but that's really died down a little bit. I'd like to see sort of an agreement with Disney or something like that they've already talked about, getting the content through. And then when we hear more about the VR, which could happen at Worldwide Development Conference, if that happens, then maybe that can get going. But still, the price tag of over $2,000, $3,000 for this thing seems to be way outpriced right now for the average person. So I'm not considering that as being something to look at. I like Apple for a short. Long story short, if you're going to look at a 20-minute chart, I still think 181, 180 is great. If we do short 180, we have to hold it to 181. So make sure you take enough shares that you're not going to get stopped out. That's still $2.50 away. And I don't think this market's bouncing anytime today. So for me, Apple's continued to be a short. And you're getting ready to break some levels here, 176. I just like AMD for a bigger short. And it's right at 106.50 right now. This is the level that we're trying to break down through. So I still like AMD better for a short, but I do want to be on Apple just in case.
Computer issues. It'll be fine. It's a Monday. Sharif's computer's a little slow. Let's talk about Alibaba. 2 days in a row here, downside. Even as we get a few positive notes from analysts. If you remember back on Friday, we had a big flush in the pre-market, and then there was really no bid. We come all the way back into 95 or 94, I guess that was, at the bottom there. It ends up holding, but we're below that clearly this morning. Baird comes out with a positive note this morning, maintaining outperform on Alibaba. There was 2 or 3 others I saw with price target increases talking positively. I mean, call it a pullback, I guess, here for Baba.
Yeah, it was good, better than expected report last week for Baba, no question about that. Really, the only division here that kind of lagged was the cloud, only growing by 2.2% year over year. But yeah, Chinese retail in focus tomorrow. Alibaba obviously has a big e-commerce exposure, so definitely going to want to see what the data comes in, especially in light of this new stimulus that we're supposed to get from the Chinese government.
Downside across the board, though, guys, for Chinese ADRs in a big way today.
About Baba. It was they were running on that report. You had that $100 break, and then the double top. It almost formed a double top at 102.5 there, but it just didn't quite get there. So it would have been nice if after earnings you could have broken that channel to the upside here in the 15-minute. Instead, we're headed right back into what was a pretty big zone. I'm pulling this chart back to the 21st and 24th so that you can see this breakout at 93.5, and then last week. You had that bottom going into the earnings at 93, 93.5 zone. To me, that's where the dip buy. If there's going to be one, it's there or it's at 91. So we test that today on Alibaba. It would be nice sometimes to get that breakout that you want, but you have to trade the market in front of you instead of what you want to happen. We know what can happen when these stocks break back out, but it looks like the dip buy is the only play if you like this one. And I like that 93.5. It needs to fail a break in that zone, 93 to 93.50. Do not want to just sit on the bid and start buying that stock on the dips right at 9:30. That's usually a bad plan. Like a lot of times when this stock comes into the downside, what you want is test, 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 and then try to find a way to get it coming out. I'd rather miss the trade than instead of having it long, like you kind of want to have longs as it's bouncing or off higher lows. If I get that around that 93, 93 and a half, that would be the plan in Alibaba. But it's not an automatic, I'm sitting on the bid down there. Not the way this thing usually trades at that open.
All right, quick little roll call here. What's up to Havana Woody, crypto blogger? What's up to Frank Jones? What's up to Vasil? What's up to Bears vs. Bulls, my guy? Hope you're doing well. Sean Hazel, good name. Chill Vibes, you've always been here for a while. Alex Enzo and Vin Diesel's in the building right now. So congratulations to you for all your success in the Fast and Furious. Just please stop making them. I don't know if they're any good anymore, but I haven't seen them in a long time. What's up to Andrew, Noah, everybody? Dan Emmons, what's up, Dan? Stay fluid. I believe that that's the right way to deal with this. And then possibly too, Chef Joe, what are we eating? Let me know. I missed that there. I want to know what dish you're going to be cooking up there in lovely NYC. PayPal, of course, with the new CEO, they tag Intuit's former CEO coming on board now to join PayPal. And again, PayPal has been an absolute disgrace of a stock. Everyone knows that. And a lot of the blame's been put on management. So with new management here on PayPal, I actually think this is a great opportunity to get some long right now on PayPal. Look, the new CEO is not going to come in and fix all their problems. I think their problems are going to be systemic with the fact that no one's really, look, people are using PayPal. It's just they've lost some of their oomph with respect to how easy it is to use. Everything's becoming pretty easy to use. I still know that there's a lot of people using PayPal, Venmo, and things like that. I like the story moving forward, especially at this valuation. I just wonder if it gets back up here to 75, 76 if you sell it again. Changing of a CEO, always a big story, especially when they've sort of been wondering why it hasn't happened earlier. So I could see some activists maybe now stepping into PayPal with the new CEO on board. And I know that's been the talk anyways. So there's a little bit of a bump up. I'd say you watch out for the 64 break here on PayPal, but even higher, 65 maybe coming through on PayPal. Is Baba along? The answer is a screaming no. I don't think any of these Chinese names are longs pretty much ever anymore. I'm nervous about the politics there. Like I said, if this was a U.S. company, this name would be probably $300 to $400, giving what they're producing, but they're not. They've had great numbers since IPO. It's been a dog. This is basically the IPO price, somewhere around $90. So it's been here now for 5 years and done nothing. It's gone up and fallen all the way back down, and really on nothing that they've done. So I don't like the Chinese marketplace right now. I fear that. I mean, I even talked about this with Sharif. You might like Li Auto and things like that. That's great. But honestly, it's like, I don't know, can these stocks get out of their own way at some point, right? There's too much, I guess, political headwinds, I feel like, in this name. And, the U.S., and I said this to Sharif, right? And again, mark it if it's wrong, but it's kind of like all these investors that are in all these Chinese names. I wonder if the Chinese government doesn't want these things to sort of really ramp up until they do. People get long at the bottom, sell at the top. I just wonder if it's just a continuous game like this where the rich just keep getting richer, let this thing pop down, buy it up, let it go up, pop down, back and forth over and over and over again without really any sort of justification on these price moves. Li Auto's doing great, yet we've just dropped down here. I guess it's not that bad, 20% from 48 down to 40. So, if you want to buy some of these names, maybe this. I like Alibaba, but I don't like the headwinds that are involved in China right now. I don't know if the government wants their people to get rich or not, but this is just a problem here. Li Auto, Baba, JD, Baidu, all these names. I feel like they're just too manipulated, so I can never put a large sum of money into any of these names.
All right, let's go on to Tesla here. There's a little tiny spike in Ford there. There was a note on them bringing on an Apple or former Apple veteran to lead a new era of customer experience. So, 10 cents, I guess it was, at the top there to the upside, but right back down there for Ford. We'll keep an eye on that. Here's a note on Tesla over in China, as we mentioned, cutting Model Y prices once again, some inventory possibly stacking up once again over in China for Tesla.
Yeah, interesting look here for Tesla. 2 price cuts on the Model Y and on the Model 3. The Model 3 coming in via an insurance subsidy, not a direct price cut on the model, which is interesting. But what's also more interesting is apparently there was some sort of truce amongst these Chinese EV players, including Tesla, to avoid abnormal pricing. So it looked like the price war was supposed to be over. That was last month. Now we get more price cuts. And now analyst Chris McNeely, Brendo, from Evercore ISI, saying that he expects similar price cuts in the U.S. and Europe. and positing that 100 basis point pressure on the margins of Tesla. So we'll have to continue to see how they do the rest of the month.
Something that he referred to multiple times, going back to that last earnings report. So it's Peter Stern, former Apple executive, going over to Ford on that note, guys.
Yeah, note on Ford. We saw it get to that $12 level last week. $11 that's the level that it's been bouncing like, I don't know, 6 times. I want to say if you look at the daily trend, it might be 5 or 6, but it doesn't matter. $11 on Ford, that's the buy zone. For Tesla, up to the 40 to 41. This is where I want it to have that short, and it broke down there on Friday, but it did recover. Now you're just gapping underneath. I don't know if we get to 220. I jokingly said last week and then did do it. I have a stink bid at 220, 222 because I like 22. It's a good number, and if I think we're going to 220, then that's a good price, I think, to start looking about where to get in. And that's just technically speaking, it's where it kind of broke out from. If you look at this high back in Feb and then kind of double top breakout on Tesla. So I want to short the pops. If we get into 240, 241, that's where it is. And then the other one was Rivian. Maybe a bit of a, I don't know if it's an easier setup. That's easy is not the right word, but might be cleaner, more clean, I think. If it gets into a previous close, which is 21.5, that's also the pre-market high. So I think on first pop, this could be a little bit easier to structure a trade on Rivian here. Down 3%. It broke down from that great run that it was on. Once it took out 23, it's been a short ever since till it gets to the 50 and 200 period. So that 21.5 on Rivian seems a little bit more clean if we get to that price.
All right, those of you asking, thanks JB and thanks everybody here. There's so many pictures. My wife posted way more, and then High Park's going to be posting some more here. But this is when I was talking about how to properly grip a bat and things like that. So all the girls had their helmets on right now. And the only thing that this tournament made me realize is that I wish I had long hair or some hair at all, as these girls were amazing there this weekend. So big shout out to High Park. And we're called the Diamonds. So and actually Oakville Little League, who were just in, just put out a very nice email to everybody giving the girls team a lot of credit. We tied the Stony Creek team at the end, which was kind of cool on that one. We had a big rain out there. Tesla Model Y. Okay, so all right, just real quickly here before we go. I've already talked about Tesla. I really think it's great. I think there's great opportunities here in Tesla. You know, high quality name in the EV space, producing tons of vehicles. It's just, this is a highly day traded name. As the market goes down, like we've been saying for the last month and a half, you know, not bought anything, but I did step in and bought some Tesla at 240. I still like this name. I'm still waiting for that smaller form factor vehicle to come through on Tesla. I feel like that's the next thing. The truck is a huge truck, so that's kind of the opposite of what we're talking about. But I still think that there's going to be something here for Tesla. Let it fall down a little bit more. I really like the name. But for today, I think you got to continue to look short, man. Down 3% here. Price target cuts, you know, again on the street, plus lowering the prices of some of their models. Not great, but also puts pressure back on Rivian and all these other names that can't get their costs under control. So Tesla can sell as many vehicles as they can produce. That's true. Now it just comes down to pricing and margin. Obviously more price cuts here, hitting their margin, but it's at least nice to have a positive margin. So I like Tesla. We'll have to see if it does come in a bit more. Like I said, I'm not buying anything now until at least maybe even 220, maybe even lower than that. We're just legging into this one. TSLA on the watch here again today, as we only have 2 minutes before we open up. So let's go over and talk about Nikola quickly.
All right, let's talk Nikola here. Huge gap to the downside. We had negative movement on Friday as well. They come up this morning after this fire, saying they're going to voluntarily recall 209 Class 8 battery electric trucks, which is basically all that they have sold. So notable here, down 15% or so.
Yeah, big test for new CEO Steven Gursky. He took over from Michael Locklear earlier this month. Definitely going to be a test. Basically what they're saying is this is not going to affect the current production trucks. They have a completely different system. Earlier, they had actually suspected foul play. Now they know it's actually a leak in coolant leak in one of the batteries. Brendo, if I can get that out right. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings for this one.
Yeah, a lot of attention, obviously, on this stock over the past weeks and months here, but getting down to some significant levels here, guys, for NKLA.
Yeah, you never want to hear a coolant leak because then you can get a chain reaction. And Warp core meltdown at that point, which the good news for Nikola is when you do a recall, if you haven't sold a lot of vehicles, it's really not going to be that big of a recall.
You're not really costing yourself any money.
I don't know how much money it's going to cost
Very
them, but
smart by them.
yeah, it's smart. You have the problems now when there's actually none out there. But if it breaks 170, look, I'm short the consolidation, whatever went over. If it breaks 170, I'll get out, look for a short 180. And if it decides to go squeezing, $2 could be a potential breakout price as far as Nikola goes. Very, very quickly, just want to acknowledge Meta bounced off 300 just now. And if you remember on Friday, this bounced off 300 several times. Not exactly 300, but that is a pretty big level on Meta. I don't know if I'm going to get the breakdown right away at 9:30, but if we hold the open underneath that price, I think you do want to be short. So Nikola watching AMC 360 if that one wants to pop. I see Randy's going to be on the bell. So Randy locked and loaded. He's got the jorts. So we are going to have a good day. I feel as if it's a good thing for trading. I don't know about for the markets.
Jorts and a haircut. This
They're
guy's
headed
sharp,
down.
boy.
You are looking sharp.
And the
there,
Superman
Randy.
happening here. 5, 4, 3, 2,
2,
1. We are now open. But the thing is, it was a little bit early. Now the bell's open. Okay, now we get going
The
here.
timing was a bit off there, Randy.
As we go here. That's okay. Randy's all over it. Right now, Apple, Amazon, just trying to watch out what's happening. AMD is heading to the downside as well, starting to go, breaking now through that 106.50 spot for AMD. And here we go. Nice downside push. Keep going. We'll start the short now, but again, it's just hit that move down. So, we'll take a little bit of trade here on AMD and then just give it back to a little bit of VWAP here. We know we want to be short this name. We talked about it. I'd feel horrible not being in it, but there it is. It's a little breakdown of 30 cents. 30 cents in the money now on AMD. Let's see if it wants to continue to go, man. We didn't break this for no reason. Hopefully, anyways. We're now bidding 84, which is the bottom of the day, and there it is right now. We'll start the day off with a quick 50-cent winner on Advanced Micro Devices. If you're part of Sticky No Nation, then just sit back, relax, and enjoy the damn ride.
Here comes that 300 level. We just got a 156 print, so Nikola just gave us about 7%. If it comes back up, I'll look for the reload off that 170, but here comes 300 on Meta. It initially bounced at the open, got to 301. If it retakes and makes the breakdown, I didn't want it right away, but it looks like it's going to give it to us pretty darn close after this bounce. So you didn't get it on, oh my goodness, there they get the fill, 80s. 299.80 is the fill that I just got, so a little bit of slippage, which I guess can happen on something like this. Let's get a bid out in front of 299 even. Let's see what happens with this Meta trade to the downside. AMC hasn't popped enough, but it's starting to round off about 345. I still want a short on AMC. I just want it closer to that 360 level.
All right, we're short at 299.90 right now on Meta, so we're 50 cents in the money. We've already taken something out there. We're waiting for a little bit lower as we're short Meta and AMD. AMD cracked a lot right there, man. We got a 50 fill, so it's almost a Dollar Club member. Let's see if it can go to the downside again right now. Hopefully there's a couple Dollar Clubs there on Friday. We're going to try to put some more right now. There goes Meta. Nice move on Meta. This is going to be $1 early, and there goes AMD as well. This is the thing, man. We're back here. We're back in the saddle, and down goes the market. We told you that we're favoring the shorts huge today, and there it is, man. Two big names short right here to go. Oh, yeah, there it is. Right now, we're back in the, like I said, probably some nice trades there on Friday, but we're back with the Dollar Club right there on Meta, so it's a nice move down, and we'll capture that move as well, down to 299. So good trade there for us on Meta. AMD, we've already gotten some out, looking to get a little bit more, but where's this market bouncing? Oh, yeah, 15,000 possibly on the NASDAQ, so watch out for that. I'd say we didn't call this, but we did. The NASDAQ to the way down now. We've been trying to go short this, or been short this name since 15.8 or so, so let's see if we can continue to hold some of those levels. We're out of 40% of Meta already, so it's been a really good trade to the downside, but right now you're starting to bounce off a little bit, so, let's just hold our positions a little bit and see if anything else is filling. The only long that we wanted was Amazon. That didn't come into 137, not even close, as here goes AMD trying to make a march back up to the upside here.
Yeah, here comes Meta back to that 300. Got to take some profit on the way down. That was a clean-ish break, but if it holds underneath, I think it can be a short for the rest of the day. AMC starting to get to the upside. Do not want to forget, this is the conversion, but it's still a squeeze name. Obviously, it's not good news, but if we got close, we just wicked to 355. I like that 360 as a first level. So wick to 355 there, maybe 56. That's underneath. I wanted to make sure we're opened up. Now I'm looking for that curl. I'll give it to 360. It is a squeeze name. Can't say that enough. You do want to get stubborn if this starts heading to the upside. So tight risk, 10 to 15 cents each time, hopefully even less than that. But I do like that initial short. Just back over to Tesla for a second. It is actually catching a bit of a bid. I thought we'd get a pop maybe into that 39 for a short. Obviously, that has not happened. I just got into AMC, as I mentioned there. Still in Nikola, that did not actually break to the upside. Thought we'd get a 170 break and we'd have to get out. I got half of the position out once we tagged that 155, but it just curled at that 170. So I will go for a small reload in here on Nikola. Again, another squeeze name, so you want to be careful adding to it. But for now, the shorts are certainly working. Meta back underneath. AMC starting to head to the downside. WeWork is pumping, but if you remember last week, it was 32 cents that was the massive level. 32 was that top for the short. If it breaks that, I'm all for the breakout on WeWork, but up 15%, it's still a ways away from that thing dumped, from where it dumped last week.
All right, yeah, there hasn't been a much easier morning in a while here. So let's just, continue that, some of the ideas are actually moving around the right way here. So let's just figure this out. We did reload there again on AMD, so up there at 106.70 or so. Still only giving us a price of 106.40. So we're still right here right now. We did take some out when it fell back in. We'll wait to see. We tried to reload Meta up there at 300, and unfortunately we were literally at 300. So we've changed our price now to 299.90 right there. We just got missed on that bump up right there. So we're going to hold on to everything. It's been a big day. We're already cruising, so no problems here. Watching out for AMD. Let me just check out PayPal real quick here before we go over to Brendan. There's the fade back down. So, no CEO, new CEO, same problem. So here it comes back down. Watch out for the 61.50 break on what should have been down. Like PayPal should be down, right? They don't make this announcement. They'd be down a lot today. So with the market heading to the south side, I'd watch out for PayPal breaking 61.60. And by the way, we're damn huge right now as we're back into AMD. Reloaded AMD into another 70 cent. This is not just one 70-cent winner. You know what I mean? It is
another one.
Because we took it the first time.
Another one.
And the second time.
Another one.
And we're reloaded, Brendan.
Now, guys, to the upside to the tune of 10% now. I saw this one moving around in the pre-market, or it was active anyways, around $2 in the pre-market, but not seeing anything significant as far as a headline, but 10% here for SoundHound.
It's making a bit of a move here on Capri. Capri's blocked. I am going to be shorting that CPRI, and that is that deal from last week, just so you guys know. It was a 53.5 top. Every single time it got there on Friday was complete dump zone. So I'm going to be in that one as well. Just to quickly show you there, it's a buyout. There's also ZYNE, which is being bought for cash in a CVR. I'll talk about that a little bit later when things calm down. There's 298.70. Just got another leg out on that Meta. So that 300 breakdown that never happened on Friday, it does come in there for us here today. So you take advantage of it when you get that chance. AMC just popped. Like I said, 350, just got some 340. We'll pop a bid at 330 as well. Make sure you take profit. I'll show you why. Nikola, the first half, it's a NASDAQ stock. The first half of it, we're able to get down to 155. Reloaded at 68, but then it breaks out that 70. So always have yourself a stop in there. Nikola trying to squeeze to the upside. If it gets to 2, I think that's another level where it could short. And Anureg, you're absolutely right. AMRS, which was essentially free money, that's being deleted from the market. I'm waiting for a 20 short on this penny stock. It doesn't look like it even wants to get anywhere near that. Maybe off the pre-market highs, it's worth it as well. But it is an arrows down type of morning. So do play them. As I said, if I'm in a long in ZYNE, just understand they're being bought for $1.10 cash plus a contingent value right. It's trading much above the price, but tons of volume on that particular name. So to me, it's worth it for that trade. But if you don't have direct market access, you might not be into it. Watch out for NVIDIA as this is coming to the upside. 420 was a monster level on this name in the afternoon, well, in the morning, but the afternoon level was 412 on NVIDIA. This gets to 412 and starts to roll over. I do like the shorts there, similar to the 265 level on an SMCI. Always take profit because here comes a bit of a market bounce. And if you're wondering where the levels are in the future, we just wicked underneath the same support level, and this is OB's support level that he gave on Friday. Oh, I'm dead on. I put the line in the chart. It wicked to the same bottom underneath that support line. They're right under here, this 15 036, I think, is the actual level. And we've just hit that same bottom from Friday and starting to bounce. So this is where you can catch a bit of a bid. If you like the shorts, could find a nice little reload off these early morning highs. 412 for me on NVIDIA, if we even get it. We're about $3 away now, so be patient.
All right, nice little movement here, back upside for Meta. Let's see if we can't capture some more shares. Actually, we're just right here right now. I'm literally waiting at 9. Oh, there we go, we'll take it. Just punched in a little bit more. We're gonna wait now because now the market has boiled back up a little bit. That's why it is important, obviously, to always take some profits. $30 and maybe 50 cents. We can be $300.50 maybe is where we'd like to be wrong on Meta if we can be wrong on it. Not if we can be. We can be wrong, but if we are wrong, and there it is, there's another reloaded back down to the downside right now. So there it is again, man. Once, twice, boom. We'll take that reload again. The name that's bothering me a little bit, sorry, is right here as I sort of screwed up my thing there, is AMD. So AMD just came back up to 107. I'm trying to find some levels here on advanced micro devices that could get us going back upside here. I mean, you have 107, 107.50. I mean, this is going to be a problem because the semis lead us down and up both ways. So if this starts to go, we are now above the 50 period here on the NASDAQ and are trying to approach a little bit of VWAP action right now as we speak. So, we got to watch out for this. We're at 15,000 now. The market could start to scream up. We're out of a decent spot here for AMD, looking to reload it. The level that we really put down here was 109. So if we're going to be sort of, interested in this name, we've already captured some profit. Let's kind of let this thing float up a little bit here. Those highs right there, 108.25. Maybe that's where we can start to load back in a little bit here for AMD, but you are coming up into those pre-market levels of, again, 108. We were about 108, 107.50 before we dumped out. So we're at the 200 period right now, trying to get some more short up into here. So maybe this is about time to do it. But as the NASDAQ is going now, that bottom of 15,000 almost hits perfectly. So, watch out for that, and we'll see what happens now with AMD. Probably short here as we approach 108. It's just another key level.
Oh, Palantir. This is exactly what happened on Friday. I mean, to a T, this is the exact same move where, like, the shorts print early, so that's where your focus is, and then Palantir wicks 15. It's just unbelievable. That's the same, but you have to be sitting on the stock when it gets underneath 15 and then reclaims. It goes to 95. On Friday, it went down to like 91. This time it goes to 95 and right back up. I don't know if we get a shot at this again off that 15 level, but it's got to be a long off the 15, no question about it. But I don't want to chase 15.25 here. I got to look for a spot, maybe 15.10 if we get any kind of a dip back in on Palantir. We'll try to catch this train to the upside. Brendo.
One from Friday, TSAT, big mover after earnings were better than expected on Friday, just taking out 14.50 again, which was a bit of a sticking point on Friday in the pre-market. So heads up. Telesat making a big move here.
Yes, sir. I was just sort of the same thing on Palantir.
It's frustrating because sometimes, that is what happens, right? The same thing happens again, and you're on the opposite stock. We were talking about AMC, and I flipped right over to everybody for Palantir, talked about that level, and then boom, it's like, it is disappointing when we hear about that, but okay, we're back into the short. We talked about that for AMD. So let's see if it can finally start to print off that 108 level. We took some shares there. We talked about sitting there at 107.75 or so. So that's what we have right now on this short. We put on a decent amount of shares. So we did take a little bit of an L. Here it comes right now. I was going to use, I was just talking about taking an L if we have to. This 108.20 area or so for an out here if Palantir really, if AMD really gets spicy, but the market's ripping right now. So we do have to try to respect some of this right now as here it goes. Like we said, man, this market gets led by the semis, and I feel like right now, here we go again, right up through 108. Giving back, obviously, what we had made here on AMD earlier. Here it goes. Once it starts, it's very, very hard to get stopped. So we'll get out of 75% of this in just a couple seconds here as we're going to the upside. And there it is. So, again, we still have 109 on here. So as Palantir, now I got that on my mind. As AMD continues to move higher here, we do have a 109 area that's really what we like. But then you can go up to 110. Like, there's so many levels. If you're going to be wrong on the market, you don't want to be wrong on chip names. So, you know, that's going to be a spot right there. That's 108.60 up to 109. So we saw 109 was the dropout spot. So that's what we're most comfortable with against 109.30 or so. So if it continues to rip up, which now, of course, as we get stopped out on the top there, it starts to fade back. This is why we hold on to a little bit. But here comes AMD coming back in.
Yeah, I got wicked out of Meta there on the way back upside. I've tried to get, if it holds underneath 300, I'll probably just jump back into it. But 412 just touched on NVIDIA. We said that was the thing I was looking for next. So afternoon double top of 412, and it just wicked the same thing. I just got something at 411, and if we double tap the top here, I will add to it on any kind of a false break. But these are absolutely screaming to the upside. When I say these, I mean the chip names. They're screaming to the upside. I hate even dollar stops. I want to give it past that quarter mark, and I do not want to add unless there is a wick. There's a wick underneath. Am I going to get it? Sometimes you look for that break, the false break of that 412, and try to catch it on the way back in. I'll give it to the local high or just above it, and then see if we're going to make a turn to the downside. That TSHA, for anyone following it, halted at 162. I have the tap at 163. So that TSHA that's halted, it's indicating it's going to open pretty much flat there. We'll get to that in just a bit of a second. But into NVIDIA now, my price is $411.40. Giving it just roughly about $1. If we get down to 410, I want to take some profit in there. And where are you, U.S. Steel? Yeah, we forgot. I think we did mention U.S. Steel. I know what at least Sharif was talking about it in the pre-market as well on that deal. This made a bit of a wick underneath 28 and bounced off of that. So good opening range. If it can hold 28, this could be a good base for U.S. Steel. There is no actual deal in place. It was just an offer that they rejected. But still, it can give it a bit of a bid on something like X. I want to see it hold at 28. Then we can try digging back into it. AMC just bounced off of the pre-market lows here a little bit, but it's still all red after that initial pop. So holding on to the short there. The concern for me is going to be NVIDIA. Yep, just tried the 412 short. They took out the local high, so I'm in. Yeah. I'm out looking for that curl. We'll slap a fail on it. Did think we could get a VWAP bounce down, but after 412, not much till you get to 420. I don't know if we go $8 to the upside. I am still not that bullish here on the overall name. Now I can kind of go over that TSHA for you guys. So Taisha halted, still indicating a flat open. This is interesting because it's a halt pretty much at a pre-market high, which does set it up for a breakout off that pre-market high. It's not a bad setup. I've done that one before. Just look for it to open the next 30 or 40 seconds. And if it breaks out the top, like a breakout trade with a stop just underneath the halt price, it's only about 5 or 6 cents worth of risk. It's a trade I do like. 38 million in volume too.
Oh, man. All right. Just watching out for some of these trades here as we go through. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this. Neil just mentioned it as well. We're dug in a little bit here, obviously, into some of these chip names. As we're still waiting, AMD still, it's going to be an L because we've been waiting for it. But we're still waiting for this one to come up into 109 again to give us that short. Unfortunately, these charts are not playing nicely because we have these on here. So I'm going to go into a 5-minute chart here on E-Signal and just talk about this right there. There's 109. There's 109.13 or 14. So we want to be into that area, where we want to get out if we're going to be wrong and add a little bit more to that. So on any possible move. But we do have a new siren alert right now. And again, let's just continue to talk about what we're doing here. Apple, we like this short, right? So Apple, we're in this name now, again on the short. I'll have to zoom in to give you guys a little look. 178.40 there for a short on Apple. So it's starting to print out a little bit for us. So let's put a bid right now at 16 and take it and go bang on the Apple short. That's 20 cents. And then, by the way, you know that your boy's on Meta. So right there, there's Meta. Huge trade alert for me on META Meta right now. More short coming in right there. We're going to hold this about 40 cents against us. So now that we're 80 cents in the money, that's how we barbecue up these trades. So it's a nice little move right there for Meta as that's coming back in. Now 70 cents in the money on it. I did not get scared by this little bump up in the market. I believe the market's heading to the south side, and that's exactly what it's doing right now. There it is. There's another dollar club, Sharif. for us right there with Meta. So hopefully that can come back in. And here comes AMD. Man, this is going to be a good day if this market crashes in now. Look at Apple. There we go, guys. Apple with the nice one as well. Let's put up the hot dog cannon there. Apple, nice move down. 178.50 down to 178.80 again. Nice move down there for Apple. So 50 cents for Apple, $1 for Meta right now. Flat right now for AMD, hoping for a bigger move. Now it's not flat. Now we're 20 cents out. But if we could take down 108, we were just in a flat. Actually, we were just nicely in the money down there. We missed that. 107.70. Should have put a bid down there. Silly me.
That Taisha pretty much did exactly what you'd want on the breakout. I'm kind of long the top here on the halt. It just broke that 165. If you got the breakout and put it to the stop level, that was pretty much easy money. I'll give you the daily chart because I didn't give you a chance to look at this. I am in it, and it's tapping 185 here. You got 250, obvious level on Taisha. It is Taisha, TSHA. If it's not Taisha, then my bad. But that's what I think the company is. So TSHA, 250 is the big level on the daily. You got to get through $2 before you get there. I'm going to have a trail on this right underneath that previous halt price. So regardless of where it opens up, if it's underneath that 165, I'm getting out of that bad boy. So this is where it halted. If it's back underneath that price, it's an easy out once you do get there. TTO is making a big move, but I got to watch out for US Steel. We like the 28 dip on it, and it's about to get down to that 28 level again. If it holds, I like the long on US Steel. That's always a big if. AMC still cruising to the downside. Just hit 320. This is the pre-market low, so going to get on the bid there. Make sure we don't look that gift horse in the mouth as we go back to the desk with Brendan.
VCIG, another one that popped up on Friday, starting to get going here as well. It halted initially, resumed higher, but fading that out now. Huge volume, though, on this one, VCIG.
Yeah, there's another one.
That's the worst.
Lots of runners. PayPal is moving, but I want to get to this. I'll acknowledge TTOO. We talked about this last week. 45 cents, still a big level. It just tried to go through the pre-market highs. Failing back in here, up 6% is good, but not great for this stock. The big levels from last week, there's one that's about 39 cents, and then 45 is the obvious level. I've been waiting for it to break that 45. I think that's just a little bit more key up there. So it is on my radar, maybe not top of the list. And that AMRS for any short the pops, I don't know why I'm not just sitting in this one again. Pretty silly not to be. Forget about 20s, I'm not going to get them. I think the 15s probably where I'll have to wait for this one to get to the upside.
Yeah, okay. I hear my guy beside me here talking about Amazon. We're not in Amazon yet. It did have that 137 bottom, but it was only 137.80. So I was actually waiting, and you guys know I was waiting at 137.05. Like I was just thinking, if we did get a nice little dip down there, that would be something that we'd want to look at for Amazon as one of the only bids there. And then we did, yeah, I hear Neil talking about Palantir. That was another one that we talked about. I mean, just rewind it to literally 9:20 when we mentioned this 15 area there for Palantir. But again, easy to mention something, harder to take it. So it's not, you know, like I don't want to be like, oh my God, because I could have sat there. I had bids sitting on Amazon. I had offers on Apple. I mean, you guys could see sort of what we're doing, but you pick your poison, right? As I sit here and trade, we just cashed out twice down here at 299 on Meta. Is it going to blast again? There are obvious areas where we got to get out, right? If this takes 301, we're taking $1 every time. Well, not every time, but we started by taking 40, 50 cents. Then we're just taking some dollars right now. So if we can blast above like this 301 area, then yeah, we're probably going to have to get out of Meta, as the market, I guess, doesn't want to go down. Are there any economic numbers today? I didn't see any coming through, so I'm not too worried about a 10 o'clock bump here or anything, but we have bounced off of 15 again, right? And that, as we said, Neil mentioned, Obi mentioned that level, but yeah, 15,000 down here. I mean, it's pretty clear as day. We'll see if it can hold that 15,050 area if it does come back in. So right now, here comes Meta back up. We did not get any more short around this 50 area, so let's try to do that now. We'll put in a little bit right here, hoping that we get a little bit more. How come I just didn't get that short? Okay, there it is. Hoping that we can get a little bit more as we approach sort of this 301.50 area, which was the pre-market high. I don't want to give this up to 302.50. That seems to be way too generous there. So 301.50, if we're wrong, and it will be a problem if we're wrong here. So let's wait to see what does happen now with this trade. It's not looking great here on Meta, but we'll take an average short again as AMD's holding right now lower. Let's see if that can sort of spike a little bit of a lower take there, but make sure that we're watching out for Meta here as it just came back up to some of these reload levels. I'm going to use 301.50 as my out.
Yeah, there goes Taisha. It opened back up. It got up to like 181, but not much more. I had my stop at the whole price to make sure we got out pretty much right away. So in, out, looking for that move into 2. Ends up about a 12-cent hit there. Worth the risk to reward, but the better trade was to take the breakout. If you could get the breakout, I didn't get it. I actually had the whole price when it halted to the upside. But if you could get the breakout, that was obviously a heck of a lot better to grab that 165 trade if you could get it. AMC's catching a bid here, unfortunately. You just mentioned Meta. I'm in the same thing, looking for it to hold the trend if it can with the strong market. But AMC just caught buyers at 320. Remember, this is still, it's AMC. It's got a short float, and it can squeeze. So you always want to take profit, be very careful on reloads. VWAP does look like a little bit of something here. But I'm not going to add to this unless I see a curl. Like, I want to see it make a high and then get back in underneath that high, not just short in front of a big level. I think that's a little bit of a disaster if you try to do it. One other name that you mentioned it, but I wasn't on it. Amazon didn't get to 137, but that's pretty darn close for a double bottom and now ramping to the upside. If you look at where this thing has been turning, this is 140.5. Once you hit 140, this has essentially been a short all of last week. It just didn't get there on Friday. But if we see that number, I'm going to be short that name. And yeah, you're welcome, Brooks, about AMRS. I just wish I was in it because that's silly. The stock is silly when it starts to roll over. It just fell down. It's already given 25%. The first pop, forget about 15. I'm going to be sitting at VWAP if I can get that.
All right. Just waiting. Nothing. Everything's fine right now. I'm still sitting in the same trade. So is there anything anybody wants to look at that maybe we haven't yet? What about PayPal? I'm just watching this market. I mean, we have our outs. They're going to be a little bit higher. If the long is right here, then we'll just have to pivot. It's only 9:54, so we're going to have to wait to see that. Yeah, what's up? Thank you,
oh,
sir.
Oh, Randy, thank you.
Oh, you got almond milk now. But how could you put almond milk in a cappuccino? Oh, it's a secret. Okay, cheers.
Why is it a secret?
I don't know. I says like, yo, hit me up with a cappuccino. And he says, what about almond milk? I said, I gave the finger to the almond milk.
So what's the
I don't
secret?
know.
I mean,
that's
Randy,
what I said. I mean, I just asked what the secret
Randy
was.
just makes things up sometimes. There's no secret.
Oh,
It's
got a good
just
secret. Oh, it's pretty good, actually.
Well, I'm sure it's delicious. Neo, we just want to get to, a lot of people have been talking about the Chinese
Let's
ADRs.
go,
We mentioned
AMD.
Alibaba.
Yeah.
NIO here is at
Yaka.
$12 even. There's about, it's not that much. It's like 200,000 shares on the bid, so there's no $1 million level. But anytime Neo gets to an even dollar level, it is pretty solid. Was just able to catch a refill. I got to get a bid out on Meta down
We are
here. As that's coming back into the downside. But
murking
here is a
this.
$12 break on Neo. I just want to see a false break. There was no size on the bid. If there was size in the bid, I'd be long at 01s. But if it can hold down here and do a Palantir 15, I would try to get into the long off of the whatever that low happens to be. Right now, it's a 98 low. I'm not seeing buyers above 12 just yet. They just stepped in there again. Let me try and grab something now. So I'm into Neo. I'll give it to the local bottom. This is a false breakdown style trade. Instead of getting in front of a level, just take it after it tries to reclaim that 12 even and give it to whatever the low happens to be. In this case, it ends up being 5 cents worth of risk. Maybe it does a Palantir, maybe it doesn't.
All right. Yeah, all right. Let's look at something else, you guys. I mean, we're just absolutely, like I said, man, this is what happens when you have faith in your trades and, you know, you actually putting some shares on here against something. We were willing to get stopped out on this trade, obviously, to the upside. But we just reloaded this at 30.50. So right now, this is, again, another dollar here. I'm going to put something else on the bid right now of Meta because we're going to take $1. We're at $1.30 now in the money on this one. And this is the lowest we've ever gotten it out at right here, $2.99. So hopefully we can dip down. That last spot is $298.50. So let's put something down there at $298.50 and see if we can go on this name one more time right here today. It's been a good day for us here, obviously, as we continue to cash out. I just want to check on my guy here. Yeah, Max trading here today. So is Obi. So of course Obi's on Amazon right now. So if you guess that, you win absolutely nothing because that's a stock that. And again, I want to talk to Obi. I don't know if Obi talked at all about sort of our conversation that he and I had on Friday. Did you guys talk about that, Neil?
Yeah, it came up. He mentioned
good.
you mentioned the conversation.
Okay,
we had a
good.
good talk in the afternoon show. Maybe not the morning show as
All
much,
right,
but we definitely talked in the afternoon show
Shout out
a
to
little bit
Obi
better
there.
because everyone was asking. He did a great job on it. He was all over Amazon, as you guys
Sick.
know,
Good.
in the short pretty much all day long.
So that's sort of what I was getting at, and sort of part of the talk that I had there with Obi was make sure that you stay focused on the stuff that you love to trade, and he loves Amazon, puts in the work, and I was like, because he was telling me, you know, it really sucks when you get shut down and you look over and some of your ideas actually worked, right? And so part of that was sticking with, I mean, that was the whole point of the sticky note too, is sticking with things that you like. Sometimes they're not going to work out for you, but when they do, hopefully you're able to ring the register on them, and then you're taking more aggressive shares because you do believe that it is going to work out, right? And so that's all part of it. There's, you know, trading obviously is probably, you know, 50% mental, 50% execution, and the other 0% you leave to the stock market gods because they're just going to do whatever they want to do with your position, right? And so all you can do is be strong in your beliefs and make sure that you put in the work, trade what you know, and make sure that you actually know something, and that would be either technical analysis or if you're playing off fundamentals or something like that. Let your trades breathe a little bit. That's something that I've learned a hell of a lot over the last little while. And again, a big shout out to some of the guys around here like Arun and even like a Max that has helped hold some of these shares, as well as, of course, Neil and I sit here and talk about our strategies every day. So shouting out some other ones as well. Maybe 80% mental, Paul. Yeah, you might be right, man. A lot of this is what it is. And then there it is, Trader Joe. You've obviously been following Trader TV Live for a very long time and talks about hard stops. And I think that that's very important, as every trade that I've been in has had a hard stop. And I think you have to have those right now. There's $1.70 right now. So you want to do a slap around there. As the rollie flips hands there. There it is, a nice move downside on Meta as we continue to cash it out. And what we talk about in trusting yourself, the sticky note right here has Meta on it, as well as AMD, which is going against me. But Meta so far today has been an absolute monster. Well, we're coming up to 10 o'clock here right now. It's been a great first half hour, although the market's kind of hovering near the top. Let's go over to Brendan and hear from Surge Trader.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Oddly timely graphic there as we head towards 10 o'clock. It was, in fact, a bullish open, but we are fading out a little bit here. Thank you, Randy, for the coffee refill in the midst of this. Let's have a look at the cues first, trying to hold on to, as we were talking about, Friday's lows coming into play right out of the gate this morning. A nice bounce back above 366. But yeah, maybe a little seasonality coming into play for the overall market here. We talked about it a little bit on Friday, talked about it again with Mr. Noss this morning. Yeah, the volume side of things, volatility side of things, definitely lower than we've been used to. AMC, meanwhile, Alibaba and Tesla among those names discussed. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, make sure you join us every day at 8:30. We get you set for the open every single day. Crazy mover here, SMMT. Yeah, it's 13%. A little $2 stock, but barely a red candle here. I haven't found anything yet on this one, but there was earnings reported. Didn't seem like that was a hugely successful event for them, but SMMT on the move here. 2.6 for Tesla, kind of chopping around, did bounce off 250 or 235, I should say, back to the upside. But with that China note this morning, was expecting a little more action today, guys, for Tesla.
There's been some action. Oh, whoops. Oh, there we go. There's been some action on Tesla. I wouldn't say there's no action. I'm back into another EV name, and that's Nikola. We had the short pretty much all pre-market, and then it dipped to 155 at the open, reloaded right in front of 70 before that broke. Now it wicked at 180. I said, If it's underneath 180, those are the levels I like, pre-market, and then the 180, so it just wicked it. I'm short 73s. I would like to be getting 75s and 76s if I can. Get out if it breaks to 180. Just be able to walk away from that bad boy if it gets there. Meta, it is now holding higher lows at 99. If you think about how big a break that was at 300, it was a double bottom, almost a triple bottom there at 300 last week. So you want to give it a chance. Just note the 50 period. If we're going to the 50 period, which we have not seen the 50 period on the daily since, I don't know, like last year, late last year on Meta. If you get to that, that's 295. That is a lot of room for Meta to fall. So if this market goes red, which by the way, Meta's down 0.7%, the NASDAQ is green, up 0.1. So if we get back and break these lows, Meta 295 seems like it makes a heck of a lot of sense to me here. But the market is still trying to head to the upside. Look for those curls and try to grab them if you can. Just over on that NEO, I did mention I was going to go for that long off of the 12 level. I gave it to the low. It broke the low and then came back another time. Right back underneath, and the second time through it made the bounce. I had it the first time. My stop was right at the low of the day. Said we risk about 5 cents, lost 4, and it's right back into the upside. That's how it is sometimes with that play. You go for that quick little false break, and it breaks one more time running the stops, relieve the pressure, and head to the upside. That's the move you're trying to capture. But if you do it without an out, and it continues to go down, you can get absolutely burned. But that's kind of like that Palantir trade right off the open, essentially. You had to have Palantir. I can cancel my 15.10 now. I'm not going to get that. Yeah, you had to have that right at like 9:30. Otherwise, that first 5 minutes is your only chance to grab it. I do think it can trend to the upside. This is a name after that low. I would like to only be long. I'd be thinking VWAP at this point. It's about the only level to try to stand in front of. There is the breakout of Friday's high, maybe that 15.60, but if we get to that price, I'd much rather have a little something buying some dips on Palantir before we get there.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that Palantir trade could be a definite good one. Another earnings play that has faded out a little bit here is going to be Disney. Oh, by the way, I have put another bid here on Meta at 298.50. I mean, it just keeps on making that bottom. I mean, we were short. We're $1.50, and now we're $1.50 in the money. We've been more than that, obviously, as it's come down. We were $2 in the money, but then it bounced again. So I'm gonna have to just try to respect this play on Meta, man. On the daily chart, it's bouncing around here off $300. We're short here. It's not going to be a loser. It's all good. It's just, you know, it's not. We've already cashed it out, just hoping that it would fall back in. But look what this market's doing. If you said absolutely nothing, you win right now. Because, well, now it's starting to go back up to the upside, but it was just bouncing off VWAP again over and over and over again here at 15.1. So, you know, maybe we could be wrong. It's fine. It's just, you know, let's make sure that we're wrong first before we just start to punch out. So, you know, we got to get back up to here. We have some key levels happening on Meta. We've already cashed out of the majority of these shares. So we, like I said, even if we float back to the upside, I will be looking to get more around $300.50. So let's just put an offer there just in case it does come back up. That's fine. It's a monster winner for me today, Meta. I can't explain that enough. AMD has been a flat trade for me today, but we're negative on it only because, again, we had that one out right there. Now we're waiting for something to happen. I still want to play the short side of it. Actually, this is at a decent reload spot for AMD. We just reloaded it right here at 65 and then got it out at 09s. So, like, there's these little trades that are happening in and out of my account that, you know, we throw to Brendan, we throw to Neil, but, you know, we are still offering some of this to get back in. We do have a stop order triggered and ready to go at 109.30 with some higher offers. Well, there we go. Now AMD's starting to go, so now we get that fill. I'm waiting to see. I just want to see it take down that 109, and if you know, if it does that, great. There we go. I have an offer at 108.90 now. So if it continues to go up, that's something that we want to be on top of, right? So there's another short in AMD right now at 40s. Let's go over something else. TTOO. There's a lot of people talking about T2 Biosystems, another move today, upside. But now it's fading out a little bit. I thought it was up. Yeah, it was up to 37 cents. So we were up about 10% at one point, and then we go take down our chart again. Every time I close it, I have to reopen it, of course. But we've already hit these levels back and forth here. So if you're still holding on to this from 10 cents, 11 cents, what you're really waiting for here is a 45-cent break, which you didn't even really get close to that today. I think the highest was 37 or so. That's Tesla, of course. Yeah, 37 cents on this name here today. So I would say still watch out for Take Two. could be good, man. We sort of bottomed out there. We talked about names that are coiling up, then taking off. So look for another coil up, maybe down here near 34, 34.5 on T2. I keep saying take two, but of course it's not take two. And then Apple, you know, been a good trade. We were able to get out down here when we first cracked lower, but just sitting in a short that again looks like it's coiling up, and I like the short on Apple better than I like the long. So here we come right now. We're bidding 02s. Hopefully that'll fly in again for a 40-cent win, and then we'll take another piece out on Apple. If the market cranks lower, man, we've got Meta, we've got Apple, and we've got AMD. So I think we're pretty good here covering some of these names. Checks notes. I know Neil was on and still on Nikola, so that's good. AMC, Nikola, Amazon was the only other level that we hadn't looked at yet today. So again, yeah, inflation could rebound later this year. Yeah, could happen.
It's almost certainly that
we'll
inflation.
I mean, it kind of is rebounding back to the upside. Yeah, maybe.
I think
there's been talk of deflation because of how fast it's coming down. But
nothing goes one direction forever. Like even if it's coming down, there's going to be bounces, right? Like
Yeah.
you don't show me a chart of anything that's just a straight line. You know what I mean? Like commodities, inflation, it doesn't matter. You're going to get some kind of a pushback. I want to get to a name that we didn't mention. I mentioned Rivian, and just to give an idea of what's happening in Lucid. Lucid broke Friday's double bottom. This might be a good, like 660, 665. Those are good levels. That's where we kind of rejected on Friday. Those are probably decent shorts. I want to acknowledge the weakness there. Rivian, I might not get. Again, sometimes you want to short, it never even pops enough to get there. I'm going to cancel my 2150. Lucid just seems like it's at a price that I might actually have a shot at, whereas Rivian is not going to happen. So I'm still looking for the curls here. You're underneath resistance overnight and Friday afternoon on the NASDAQ, and you're getting to that 15.15 level. So into this level on the NASDAQ, if everyone can see, let me just zoom it out a little bit. Into this level, this is where I'd be looking to reload shorts, like Meta here at that 300, which we just grabbed. Pretty much anything that's sitting at a resistance level. That's why I like Lucid a little bit closer to one on the futures. And if you break out that top, then you can worry about getting out. So the trend is your friend and was a trend to the downside. But at a resistance level, I'm looking for the short. As you just mentioned, Sean, I'm back into Nikola off of that 180 top. So we have the reload there. I did not reload AMC. That was probably a missed opportunity there on VWAP at AMC. I didn't catch it. I was looking for it to come back down. I was a little bit distracted looking at another name at that moment, but 335 should have been that reload on AMC. If it gets to double bottom, I'll probably take more out at the lows. And Amazon is getting strong. It's almost at 140. 140 is where I said the short should be on up here, but it just doesn't seem to, it doesn't quite want to get there. We're through Friday's highs, so the next stop would be that Thursday top that it had no business or it could not get through, and it was a huge flush when it got up to the 140. So one more push, and then Amazon's in the short zone. Brendo?
A few people mentioning this. Hawaiian Electric getting crushed right now. HE straight downside through 20 bucks right now. Wells Fargo going to underweight on this one today from 35 down to 25. So big move down here for HE.
Yuck.
okay, HE. Don't know much about that story, but we will.
I'm assuming it's related to the, obviously to the wildfires, but that's an ugly chart.
Yeah, that's crazy there in Maui and all that stuff coming through here. Okay, so just a quick look. We did take some more Meta, but again, like this market is just so funny right now because it is going upside, but like a lot of these names aren't really going. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like this AMD is going to get cracked, man. Like I'm thinking to myself right now, we could just get out and sort of forget about it because the market's not doing what we thought. You know, I thought the market would almost flip this upside down right now and we would sort of just be like scaling into shorts here. And instead, it's like you'd be wanting to scale into some longs. As we've come in, we've respected the 50 period, we've respected VWAP right now. And look, like, you know, it comes back in, wicks bottoms, hits tops again, and it's still doing the wick topping as well, but then it's not following through. Like it is still bouncing higher and higher and higher, and we have the opportunity right now to get out of all of these shorts. Like we're flat right. I mean, look, like I said, man, Meta's been a monster, and we're really happy with it. But we're flat on it right now on this position. We're actually in the money now, 30 cents Obviously, you're not taking 30 cents if you're shorting Amazon or shorting Meta, but if you think that the tide's about to turn, then there's nothing wrong with taking a little bit of profit right now. So maybe we'll bid something around 299.75 or so just to make sure that we're right. But yeah, Meta like starting to go back up to the upside as the market is taking some names. And then there we go as well right now with AMD. Look, this is what we said. I mean, I was just at 108. What was it? Just at, 108.80 or something, or 108.50. And I was like, this is looking like maybe we don't want to push these highs now. And there it goes, breaking through 109. So market's doing the other way. You don't have to be married to anything now. It's 10-12. So maybe the market just wants to go upside here. But I don't know. Here it is again, up to these levels, 15.1. I think if you're going to look at a little bit of a broader aspect here for the chart,
oh, there goes my Meta.
yeah, you saw 15.2, 15.250.
Nvidia's at 420.
Yeah, they're all starting to go, man. The market, Neil, just didn't, held those bottoms beautifully at 15,000. I mean, that was a pretty obvious level. And I guess if you were a little smarter than me, you probably would still be long. So I don't have any longs today, and we're just going to have to wait out for Meta and for AMD now.
We're at the overnight highs. I got out of Meta on that last reload, so took my stop out, but we're at the 420 area, right as we're getting to that 15.15, the overnight resistance, and then Friday morning, it was about, I want to say about 20 handles higher than this level is where the NASDAQ got to. So you're into that resistance zone pretty much as we're getting to that NVIDIA top. And by say top, I mean Friday's high, and then Thursday's close was right in here. So if we reject here, I think this is the only place that's worthy of a short after those little bottoms. Like, I mean, if you don't have a stop and you just keep getting into something like this, you get absolutely run over. So I'm looking for this 420 into this Thursday close into NVIDIA short, but I'm not going to get in on the front side. I'm looking for that weakness. Show it to me. The future's coming back under consolidation, lower high, all that good. And 140 on Amazon, its market is screaming, and Amazon went 20 cents there. I really thought we'd be at 140 already. So I guess we're not going to have it. We'll see. I want to be patient with an Amazon 140 because 140 and a half is where the out was last week. So if you get short here, you're risking $1. And similarly with NVIDIA, if I think that top is at 424 in this range, I wanted at least getting past 23 before I jump into it. Nikola's not doing much. That's about flat. AMC not doing much. I do want to get into that AMRS, that penny stock, but I can't. It just does not want to pop. So when we had that good short the other day, there was a pop at lunchtime. I'm not going to chase that one to the downside. Be patient. Futures are at the key level, but I don't want to jump too early on this short.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA, we're just looking at that chart. Like, I mean, this is why we can't win, obviously, on AMD if all these semis are just going to keep doing this. I mean, NVIDIA right now is up $20 from the bottom. So, I mean, that, you want to join a dollar club. I mean, how about a $20 club right there? Very, very impressive move upside right here for NVIDIA. And we're very, very close, obviously, to getting stopped out, here we go, of AMD as there it goes, continuing to that upside for AMD as 109 just got taken down. So, I guess now, we wrote down 109 short, so we had it, didn't work. Our average price was 108.76 there or something. So there it is, a 50 cent or so hit on on AMD as it just continues to climb today. Not a successful trade. They're shorting this market today. Thought it was a short, was not. You know, when you put it out there and you take that L, that is what winds up happening. All right, 179 now on Apple. Uh-oh, here we go. I mean, I just said it. I was looking down and my net was fine, wasn't in any trouble, and I was like, you know what? It's probably able to bail out of all of these, but unfortunately, we still go back up to the upside, and the bail happened a little bit too late. Look at AMD continuing to go. Maybe we just wait for that 110. But the market wants to go up, so 110 is right there. You can give it to like 110.50. We're still in a small piece to see if we want to do something about that 110. Often there will be a stopping spot, but if you're going to short AMD, then you do have to watch out for NVIDIA, which is really starting to climb now. Take away everything from Friday. Now you're give it all back, I guess, if you're on the short side. And then 426. maybe looking for a spot to stop here on NVIDIA. Like, you're up 3.5% today. Like I said, I didn't see any catalyst in this market, but NVIDIA clearly sees one. And it is a huge upside move right now for NVDA. So again, congratulations anybody that's been able to hit that one. It's been a good, successful name for you today. $20 range on NVIDIA, nice upside move. Apple back into that short. We talked about that one. We need this one to work out for us.
Yeah, so we just got the first red on NVIDIA just up there. It got past that 22, not quite to that 23, but it didn't break 24, so I grab it at 22. I'll get some out in front of 20, and then I'm looking 17, 18. The key is I'm going to get out at the local top. So even though it's not at that 24, if I'm shorting off a high, I'm giving it to that high. In and out, we'll take the stop out. I'll take 3 swings at this, and if 3 swings at this is losing half what SMCI was worth to short on Friday, then I think that's worth it. But I won't take 5 shots at this or 10 or anything like that. Someone's asking about my plan on ZYNE. It's a cash deal with some add-ons to it, like 3 separate CVRs. So suffice to say, I like the long to 120, even though the cash price is 110. I'll explain that when things slow down. A CVR is a contingent value right, if you're not familiar with that term. It just means if they meet certain endpoints on their drug, then you can get a bigger payout than the cash offer. And it's worth up to like $3, I think, the CVR. That's why it's trading at a premium above that price. So Amazon's not at 140. Gonna wait patiently for it to get there. Only about 50 cents away as we go back to Brendan at the desk.
I just saw this one. RGTI, big mover back on Friday. They reported better than expected results. Just popping back up again to 250 here, guys, for RGTI.
Rigetti.
Yeah, RGTI. Okay, Meta. All right, I mean, Meta now coming right back in. Meta is going to be a very profitable name here today as long as it does continue to make that move down. We just took some profit on that. We did short, that's still Apple. Sorry, hold on a second. We're shorting Apple now, taking money on that one as well, which has been pretty nice. But for right now, Meta, there's the reload there. We talked about 301.50 or so. Came pretty close, so when it comes back down into the 75 area, we will take a bid on that. Hopefully the market can come back in. And what we were doing was, before we talked about AMD getting stopped out, which, damn it, it's right back sub 109 now. Our out was 109.30 there. That sucks, but it's a good thing that we did hold on to some of it. Not enough, of course. Well, AMD's probably cracked anyways. All right, so this 15.2 area for the NASDAQ, that was sort of the next area there that we had talked about possibly coming through. You're already up now about 100 handles from that bottom, so I could see us retracing back down. I just, no Fed coming for a while. We had CPI and PPI already last week. I'm still favoring the short here in this market, but again, not right on the AMD trade, hopefully right on everything else, as Apple's been a doozy trade for me today, as here this one coming back down. We're only short at 50. We just covered some at 25 there. Let's put another bid now at 29 or so, see if we can get a fill down there, and hopefully this will continue to bump lower for us with this market, as it's trying to give some back right now again. Let's check out Alibaba, another big name that is often talked about here on the show. So, okay, nice just move down there. I think we got an Apple fill. We're still waiting for more Meta on the downside. Alibaba, again, huge move early. We talked about not liking that name. So 94.50 down to 92.50. Nice $2 move. That's 2%, a little bit more than that. And now you're hovering around VWAP. Not really seeing a trade right now in Alibaba, but I mean, you could play it off 94. Would much rather be up there before we short it. Problem is, if I start shorting a name now that I'm a little bit uncertain about and the market rips, I'm already going to get owned on everything else that we have. So let's just be patient here with an Alibaba and then check back. I was waiting for PayPal 64. Oops, it's not a New Zealand name, of course. I think it must have come up to 64 because I feel like it was there the last time we looked at it, and then I was waiting for it to do something. Yeah, I guess it was 63. So 64 has been that sort of area top there for PayPal. Yeah, here comes Apple. Just touched 20s. Come on, charts. Just touched 20s again, and we got another piece out. So far, so good. It looks like Meta right now is the name that doesn't want to drop down, but Apple does. So pretty interesting here as we throw it over to Brendan. I know you're looking at some small caps, not too many, so let's get a small couple. Let's get a small cap recap from Brendan and see if there's a unique name here.
Hey guys, yeah, a few moving around so far this morning, including that TSHA up on both. Yeah, they reported earnings, wider loss, but they did start a new phase 1-2 trial on one of their more promising drugs that they're working on. So trying to get back to session highs right now for TSHA. Heads up on that. Obviously, AMC and APE, the two big ones this morning in this category. APE comes all the way back in. AMC actually trying to bounce. I saw, I guess not anymore, but there was some volume to the upside. Initially this morning, if you missed it again back on Friday, a court ruling they can go ahead with this conversion to add to the float of APE essentially to the upside, or was initially. AMC getting crushed on that. This one, former runner, huge squeeze if you go back on the daily chart a long time ago. The metals company, TMC, popping up on an offering, it would appear. That was the only headline I saw. Offering at $2, which was higher, obviously, than where it's trading. So interesting look there for the metals company, guys.
All right.
Yeah, shout out to Enrique, sir. I think that's the name in the chat. Eli Lilly, another high. The stock just keeps on going and going and going. It's like the Energizer Bunny right now, which is insane. I guess the 28 long was pretty good on U.S. Steel, but if the market comes back, well, if this comes back in, maybe revisit it. If you're unfamiliar with the story, Cleveland-Cliffs made an offer to buy them. It was rejected. It was a cash and stock offer, but they said no, and they're going to look at strategic alternatives, which usually means make us a better offer. So we'll see what happens with that. But 28, it has been a pre-market bottom and then held at the open. If it gets underneath VWAP, I would look there for the dip. NVIDIA is still holding that high, looking for it to make that push into the downside. I mentioned SMCI a couple of times. Oddly enough, this was kind of the stock for me on the short side on Friday, and I did not go towards it. I think it's mostly because the levels. I like the 62 to 63. And you're not really even close to that just now. But if it were to fail in here, if the market were to fail in here, then SMCI off to 60 isn't that bad of a look. If you like some of those small cap names, congratulations, because those have been fantastic. The one I like for the short, in addition to into a Nikola here, is going to be this AMC. It does not want to get back into VWAP. As I said, if we get back down to the bottom, I got to have a bid out there. Just respect the fact that AMC doesn't seem to want to break that low. I'm going to get on the bid just in case we get back into that price. But VWAP looks like the short to be had. It's all about the chips right now for me. If we curl on NVIDIA, get underneath 421, I take profit in front of 420, see if we can't hold it. And just one more for you. That Amazon, you can be as patient as you want. The downside of being patient, you might miss the trade.
Yeah.
So Amazon does not seem to even want to get to 140 at this point. But that's now a double wick top at 139.70 as the market's starting to curl. Give it one more shot to break higher, or I'm just going to short it here with 20 cents worth of risk.
I was trying to look at Microsoft. I mean, everything is still fine here. It's just the market is just continuing to make highs here. So we're going to have to continue to try to find something either to go long on, which is why I keep checking back on PayPal. Oh, the name that I want to talk about was an earnings play from last week was Disney right now today. So Disney just coming back a little bit. It's down 0.7 against the market, but we're bouncing off 88 again. So this could be another one of those levels. I mean, on the daily, whatever, we beat earnings there on Thursday, came back in, and now just testing 88. And when the market's down, when the market's up and the stock is down and trying to bounce off some of these levels, I do wonder if that's going to be a good long potentially there at 88. I don't think we came into 88. There was the first day where we got 86s. That's earnings. Then here we go, the very first morning off earnings on Thursday, we dumped to 88 and stopped. And then made that move to 92.50 on the same day. So when you're going to look at that, maybe it looks better, maybe on a 3-minute chart here if we can load that. So there you go. So there's 88 as a bottom here, as a potential look for Disney on a bottom take, right? So that could be something coming into play for DIS. I'm going to have a look at that if we get down to 88. I actually like that bottom, and then protecting it, it's at 88.30 right now. I'm going to just, because I'm like, we just talked about that, I'm short Apple, AMD, and Meta, all fine, not fine, but these are the plays that I'm in. As the market's taking out the tops, would like to see if Disney can pull back into $88. So that'll be definitely something to look at one more time here. AMD's not getting close, but I still like a 110 short if that does happen. I'm just kind of layering now small in case it does come back down because it is having a problem right now at 109.50. This is not a lot of trades. We've already got stopped out there. So we were short took advantage, got stopped out there, shorted again, then shorted here at 108.50 and then 109 and got out when we broke 109. But now we're having a problem at 109.50. Do I want to wait for 110? Yes. But, you know, that may not come in. So we're short now. Okay, now it's back into 109. What are we short at? Just 109.16? All right, put a bid at 109 flat. Hopefully that fills. If not, then you know, we're going to be in trouble on this trade. So hopefully a breakthrough 109 now. As the market, are we at any key levels? I mean, I tried to look for some.
We are.
Yeah, we're at sort of the pre-market highs right now. But again, I don't know if the short's going to be right here. It doesn't seem like it today, and that's really all that we're sitting in, just waiting for something to happen.
I mean, when looking at the NASDAQ,
UPST maybe,
if you go to like Thursday and Friday, like there's your Thursday bottom in here, like 15.15, and then kind of the same thing the day after, and then you had a fall down at that price, and then overnight resistance here at the same price. Well, I think you're at one. I did just get in out of Amazon. I also took some profit on NVIDIA, rolled over. I had about a 22. It got back under 21, got to 20.5. I took some out, but I did short in front. I said I would give it one more shot and then got in early anyways on Amazon, risked at 20 cents, and now it wants to go to 140. So the 140 level is now in play on Amazon. I wasn't quite patient enough, so I'm already 0 for 1 on Amazon, but that wasn't at the price that we really wanted. This is where I should have just waited for that 140 level from last week. But we're going to the desk with Brendan as I'm about to get my Amazon.
TWOU, little one that popped up on Friday post earnings, were better than expected, actually. Online education type of firm here. 2U, Kathy Wood, ARC, buying $3 million post earnings. $3 million notional, that is about 800,000. It's a $4 stock, but just took out the highs once again today after that move on Friday.
Ultra cheap stock. Okay. What was this? What was
What's
the
the
ticker
symbol?
again?
TWOU.
Okay. There's been so many like.
There's too many.
Take two, T2 Biosciences, or.
Yeah, I'm going to get them all mixed up.
All right, so this is another
Badly.
little penny stock, not penny stock, but a little cheaper name here that we're into again. So yeah, obviously a nice move up on that news. The good thing about Kathy and everything like that is that they're going to post updated trades and whatnot every single time they are in them. So okay, a good fill there for us. Anyways, we'll look at that. You know, look at a 450 area to fade it. You always get these big bump ups when things like this are released, but again, it's always going to come back probably to fundamentals and if this company's even making money. So we'll have to look at that. And here we go, man. Sometimes you can go into the gates of hell, and let's see if this can happen right now. I'm gonna take another piece out for AMD as we just fell back into the 80s right now. Another 40, 50 cent win here for it. Hopefully we can fall down a lot more dramatically than this in order to cash out on AMD today, because we've taken a couple L's, you know. So obviously for this to fall back in is actually doing quite nicely now for us on that one. And look what else is happening right now. Ye of little faith I was on Meta, but we're still in it. It did break that 301.50, but it only went to 301.90, which is yikes. But right now we are back into the short on Meta, and it's been a great day for me on Meta. So let's take another piece out. Okay, there it is. We just put a bid at 75 and got hit. So a good trade there on Meta. Back in now. My number one stock today is going to be Meta because AMD, we took too many hits. So stock pulling back in. It's A-OK right now. The Amazon just... The world just shorted Amazon, people say.
Well, it just wicked the 140. So like, that was
okay.
that was kind of the level. I said wait for it, and then got in and risked that 20 cents anyways.
Oh, man,
but I now have the short. I
banking
got it a
now,
couple
baby.
times here. We got 90s, and on the way back in, added in the 80s. So you will see a 90 price exactly. I want this all the way into VWAP. We're going to take some bids out as we get there. NVIDIA is now in the money 2.5. I think we can get to 17. Forget about VWAP. I'm thinking 417 on this. When you pull it out, when you pull the charts back a little bit, I think that's going to be the level for us here on NVIDIA. And the reason I say 417, just early morning resistance can turn into support on the way back. It is still a bit of an upward trend, so making sure you take some profits as the market starts to come back for you makes sense. Nikola's interesting because, well, it doesn't care what the market's doing. Got me out early, and then I got the short off of this, but suddenly 170 breaking looks like a bit of a flat bottom break. So I'm not adding to this just yet, even though it feels pretty solid. But if we break down 170, I might try to add underneath VWAP, just looking for it to fall back to where we had it in the pre-market all the way down at those 150 lows. I think we can get back down there. The market rolling over would definitely help. We is about to squeeze. Okay, double top 25. Do I like this level? 25 was a level on Friday. This isn't bad, but this is exactly where it rejected the breakout at, oddly enough, right around this time on Friday. So maybe not. That feels like a little bit of a trap. It tried to make that same breakout just after 10:30 or 10 o'clock and failed it on Friday. 32 was the big level up there. If we get a 32 break, I definitely like that on WeWork. I'm not really sold on this 25 just yet, but it's not bad. It's a double top right now.
Saudi's confirmed.
Neymar?
Oh, Neymar. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
Wasn't he taking 200 million?
Of course he's taking the money.
I thought it was 2
Take
years,
that
200
money.
million. Anyways, Neymar apparently being reported to go over to, what is it, that Al Hilal or?
Yeah.
Al Hilal, yeah. So thanks to Sharif for that one with Neymar. I saw 200 million euros for 2 years for that guy. So he's taking a discount to go over there. All right, so.
Well, I mean, that's only compared. That's not, I mean.
Yeah, just a joke. Okay, so like I said, you know, these soccer guys
They're all
continue
taking that
to
money,
get,
man.
yeah, shine, man, shine, and good for them. I mean,
Good on him,
you
man.
know, good on him. Take the money if you want. There are obviously going to be some moral obligations.
He's 31.
Attached
He's not
with
in
that,
the. Yeah.
You know, but Sharif said that the players get actually better as they get older. But 31 is not overly old, is it? No.
Well, no, not
okay,
yet.
okay. But anyways, they're buying him for the name, obviously. So, okay, let's. So again, congratulations, anybody. I guess if you're a PSG fan, you're not super happy, but we just had a buddy go to the opener there for PSG and sat front or second or first row. What? On the field, PSG's home opener. A friend of ours. Jeez. Yeah, shout out to OHIP. Okay, so let's wait to see what happens here to the downside now. We're short on Apple. We're short on everything. The market has to come back down here, and if it does, great for us. Not great for longer-term holdings, but right now the market's doing absolutely nothing. As we just sit here, we're 55 cents in the money on Meta. I'm debating taking more out, man. We just flashed back down in to $300.50 again, and we do still have a decent position. I was actually here. Let's look at a bid. I was actually waiting at $300.30. Let's take another fill in the 60s. There it is. We got that. And then we'll put something right at like $300.05. Hopefully, did we just get that fill? Yes, we did. So that was a good take there, right? So just as I take a 60 fill, it bumps back up into the 90s. Like these stocks, I don't want to say they're on crack because I don't really know what that's like, but you know, up and down, up and down, up and down here, it's like, I don't really know the prices that we're going to try to figure out here. So I don't know. That's more of a Mario Kart reference. You know when you get that golden...
yeah, we used to call
it crack.
Yes.
Because you get that mushroom that is like a non-stop fill of excitement.
Yeah, well, you know, obviously, crack is bad.
Yeah.
But in Mario, but in Mario Kart, it was good. But that was in Mario Kart.
It is good, but I don't even like getting the crack mushroom because then I overuse it, and the next thing I know, I'm like flying off.
I don't even know what it's actually called.
It's called crack shroom.
I know, but there's probably an actual name for it.
A name for it, but
you played Mario Kart. Everybody knows what we're talking about here. It's just
yeah. Well, if they don't, they can look it up. I mean, you don't want to use that on Rainbow Road because you're flying off Rainbow Road. I mean, if you use the crack.
It's hard to control on Rainbow Road, man. Like, you just definitely... I
mean, not only are you on crack, but it's also a Rainbow Road. So it's like you're all delusional about that.
Kids, drugs are bad.
Oh, kids know that.
No, you guys know what's up. We're just having some fun with you guys. This market does seem to want upside. I just got back to 139.60s on Amazon, so you got to take profit in. When you're going counter trend, even if it's at a level you like, should have just waited for 140 the first time. We didn't. That's on me, but I did just grab some out there in that 139.60. I'm going to show this before we go to crypto because usually I get mad at myself after. But Coinbase was a pretty decent breakdown at 80 and then support at 80, breakout at 80 and now support at 80. We're going to go to Brendo to get the crypto update. But this 80 level already looking pretty juicy on Coinbase. Brendo.
Yeah, some individual equity related to crypto movement today, including this one, Hut. Hut ate downside today. They came out with their July numbers, including 116 Bitcoin generated. They sold then 100 of those for 3.9 million, 44.6 total net BTC and EH for Hut 8. So downside a little bit today. Overall, this is actually market cap, 600 billion here for BTC. Coming into play once again, has been a bit of resistance as far as upside potential is concerned, but very quiet on the volatility front again today for Bitcoin, BTC. Green on the day, though, 0.28, 29,463 coming into play. There's Ethereum. That 1850 was a sticking point all week last week. Just went red again, guys, for ETH.
So showed you that 880 level, but what matters now is we're back at that local top on NVIDIA. Even though I think 424, mentioned 424 as Thursday's high, I'm still going to get out when I short off that high. Shorted off a local high, which is underneath 24, but I get it, and I'm going to get out when it breaks the high of the day. Like, it's just too strong. It's too strong to the upside to hang on to that past our stop level. And if we get to 24, which we just got to right there, that just saves you about $1.20. It gets to that 424 price, and it's absolutely flying. SMCI was the other one. I have not traded this yet today. This was the short. I don't know why I liked. It's weird because SMCI was the stock I liked short better on Friday, and then today I go for NVIDIA, and SMCI is a weaker name. So it's kind of a strange decision for me. I'm actually not liking it a lot. When I go back over my trading today, I'm going to ask myself why I didn't want to short SMCI instead of NVIDIA. This doesn't even break the high of the day. It's an upward trend, but it is not nearly as strong. If the market is going to turn somewhere, this is the name that I should be more focused on. Amazon, we just took some profit, and then it's right back up into that top. Same story as before with NVIDIA. Even though 140.50 is a big level, you're going to see me stop out automatically right there when we break the high of the day. If I'm going counter trend, I'm not going to get crazy with it. Get your stop at the high. If this works to VWAP, great. If it doesn't work, limit the hit, because there's always another shot that you can take. You can be wrong, but you can't be wrong forever if you don't have stops. So this is 140.5. This will be the next level up where I think we can run into resistance on Amazon. Bigger picture, once you're above 141, I think your breakout to 144. But we're not there just yet. The 137 never even gave you the chance of long. That's the way the market was today. There were longs off the bottoms that I liked, but the Palantir, a bit of a miss at that 15. I will probably hate myself for NEO because I did have that off the bottom and did not try it a second time. We had it once off that 12 level, did not go back to the well with NEO, and it would have been pretty sweet there if we grab it, but it is what it is. Apple was another name we liked, but that was a dip buy into support that never came to 177. Never even sniffed that 77 price. You're only breaking out to the upside on something like an Apple. So if you trend up, the way to play it is maybe buy those dips and then look for the consolidations. This is already above. I mean, you're already breaking out on Apple a little bit, but you haven't quite done it on Amazon. 141, to me, is where that stock gets the breakout. So back to AMC and Nikola, neither one of them really threatening that much for the short because they don't care what the market's doing. Oh, and just one more thing. AMRS is moving to the upside. I did mention this. I'm shorting VWAP here. It doesn't seem to want to get there, but this is a small delete again at the end of the day. So I am looking to be short this name.
All right. I saw some talks there about, like, you know, lost on the NVIDIA short, lost on this short, lost on that, and Meta short, AMD short. Yeah, the shorts haven't been printing out here today, and that's the one thing that, you know, we talk about this over and over again. And that is that, like, just make sure you have your outs. Like, when we got out there at 302, Meta ripped to 303. You know, so like that's an extra $1 if you don't have some of your outs. So we talk about that. That's why we're using some of these outs, for, you know, some of these levels for outs. And, you know, you want to make sure, like, even though we've lost on Meta with that last trade, the damage is relatively minimal because of all of these outs. Like, when we're wrong, you're getting stopped out there, reloading it, right? So that when it does come to the ultimate top, I don't have, like, you know, 200 shares, then we add another 200 shares, then we add another, and then the next thing you know, you have your 500 shares or whatever your default, whatever position you're looking to get. You don't have it as a maximum when it gets drawn down for that, or in this case, upside, and your account gets drawn down right there, right? And so just kind of taking a little bit of pot shots here on Meta has not been working out as the NASDAQ continues to rip up. So don't let one or two ideas, as Neil and I keep saying, you know, ruin some of your days here today, but I mean, I'm about to ruin my day, it looks like. As Apple, again, not really out of the money. We're out of the money 30 cents right now because, see, like we took out that pre-market level, so we got out. Now we've reshorted it into 179 right now. Apple, we're barely down on this stock today, but we are down because we got hit. Now we're waiting for this name to go up to 180, and if it cracks 180, again, these charts are just not great here, but if it takes down that 180, then you got to look at 181, and then I don't want to be into this name up to that 181.50 level, right? So unfortunately today, and I don't have a problem losing on days where just I have the wrong way, right? And so we had the wrong way there at 179.20 there to the downside, as Neil's still alive beside me.
That was a big
don't worry about that one. Meta trying to pull back, but again, 303 take is going to be a problem here. Watch out for a bump higher than that. If we take 303, then we'll put a stop to this one down 30 cents on Meta. All right, over to the big screen now, or over to the big desk. The bridge, I've called it, with Brendan.
Yeah, a little bit of green coming back into play here so far today, guys. You can see where the heavy lifting is coming from as far as the overall market is concerned. The big one, obviously, NVIDIA, as we've been mentioning, 3% to the upside in seemingly quiet market overall. AMD being dragged along, Broadcom being dragged along as well, 1.2% now for Broadcom. Micron having a day as well, 4.3% for MU to the upside. There's Google, Oracle, Adobe positive. Microsoft, Meta, Apple basically break even to slightly up or down. Banks are weak across the board. Not huge movement, but the entire group is negative on the day. There's Amazon positive, obviously. We're going to get these coming later in the week. Walmart and Home Depot with earnings. Costco just went green again. It was red initially. Lowe's there to the upside as well, to the tune of about 0.7. Tesla, the bigger weight, or one of the bigger weights right now, to the downside along with the banking sector. Energy stocks are weak, utility as well. The entire group red on the day, but tech helping to offset along with some of these. Yeah, Eli Lilly again today with a nice move. J&J, Merck, all nicely higher, guys.
All right.
So we're just talking about like reversals. And for a lot of people, it was like, oh, why don't you reverse? I tend to like stocks, like some stocks I like long, some I like short. So what happens is I didn't get the longs that I wanted. I like Palantir for a long. I like NEO at that $12 level. Both of those were misses. Had one, had a stop, just didn't have the other. Suddenly Palantir looks more like, I'll go to the 15-minute here for you guys. Now it looks like a potential break of Friday's high with room into 16 or 1580 at least, which if it's a breakout, it's a breakout. I still prefer buying the dip. It was just not a good one down into that 1510. It just seems like it wants to only go higher. So let's see about that 1520 level, sorry, 1560 level if it takes out the high. AMC, these are not really caring about what the market is doing, but you are at least getting back to a zone where I should respect the fact that it is bouncing. I never got that retest of the 320 level. Here it comes into VWAP. You guys don't need to see the gap down. That's really not that important. Here it comes into VWAP, exactly where it went before. If it rejects this, okay, fine, re-entry into the short off 340. If we break 340, no need to give it to the high of the day. Right, so we're still holding on to a piece. If it breaks 340, I trail out of this now. Don't give it to the high. Otherwise, work this back off of the VWAP. For lunchtime, we got about 15 minutes until we're out of here. There are a couple of other small names out there that we should be talking about. One of them is that oh goodness, what was that symbol again? AMC? AMSC, that's the one. AMSC, there's too many of these bloody things. American Semi, it's up 8%. Wick bottom here. I know a lot of people, well, I've seen a few people in the chat talking about this. Big quadunk into a find the low and try to get back up to the high for a breakout. The daily chart is basically pointing to an obvious break. I'm sure you guys can see it, but here's the 15-minute. If it does take out $10, that's low-hanging fruit. I feel like a lot of people will be looking for a break at this level. Nice little higher low a couple of times, grinding into a $10 breakout. The volume's good, relatively speaking, but it's only 1 million total. So only 1 million in volume at 10.45 on a runner. That means it's a high probability for halts. It's a high probability for a lot of slippage. A $10 break, you could be long at 10.25. If you try to get out at 10 on the way back in, you might be out at 9.75. So I think you're risking 40 to 50 cents on a $10 breakout on the stock. It's not there yet, but I'd want a plan of action just in case we do get there.
Yeah, and that's it, right? It's about being prepared. I think that's literally 95% of the battle. I know we're talking about here, there's some pro day trader where I talked about that mentality is part of it, and then the next part is going to be your execution and your preparation, right? So I feel like it's all tied together here over and over and over again. It's kind of like the same talk, but it's like, if you don't have an out and you don't have an idea on what you wanted to do, then that's why flipping back and forth, that's why I've really just been on 3 names today. Although they're all still going to the upside, it's about, those are the names I looked at, right? And I haven't looked at AMC or Nikola here today, but AMD, Amazon, and Meta were all on my mind. And then we do know that we wanted to short Apple as well. Just surprised at this market move. I'm still expecting correction back down. Whether or not that happens or not, who knows. Coinbase turning green right now, just now, kicking out that $81 level. And look at Coinbase falling back down. We got this on the after show, a couple questions about it. And I said that 80 would be the spot where you'd want to buy if you were interested in it, because there was a 50 period here and you did have some kind of either resistance turned into support or vice versa. Right there it was resistance. And then it was kind of supported until we gapped down below $80 and got to 65. So there was always that fear of a gap down. So today we actually breached the 80, hit 79 flat, and then bumped back up. So, you know, this could be a name that if the market does fall in here a little bit, you may want to pick something up around 79, but I don't, you know, I still feel horrible because the trade today was reversing into the long, and I'm going to, I don't need to do any studying of anything because I saw, I mean, you should always study your stuff, but I saw this play right here. The only thing I'm going to do is rewind and hear the spot where I said I should be getting out of everything and reversing into the long before the damage gets too huge. So I just have to do better job of actually executing what I'm thinking out loud instead of hoping that the market can turn around. And sometimes hope, of course, is not something that you want to be sniffing. That hopium, you can get into a lot of trouble if you're on that. And I feel like we did sniff out that this was going to be a problem here. I mean, especially on a stock, you know, like, I mean, Meta was okay. That just kept on going. We were able to capture some profits on Meta. But when we saw NVIDIA going, and again, we're just back into the short now against 110. I'm not doing anything until 110 now. But when we started to see this sort of flip around here, not hit down, and then sort of respected this 108, like that's $1.50 up there. Obviously, you can't predict where it's going to stop. But I feel like I could have got out of the way here of AMD for sure. So some of these last couple hits on AMD is really not necessary. But other than that, you know, Apple, still happy with this short. It really hasn't done a whole heck of a lot here today. We're just back in it now on Apple. And again, waiting for something near 180. If we could be more patient with that, that would be great on Apple. But again, not really too many problems here. Just waiting for something to crack.
There goes AMC.
Yeah, AMC is going, it's just going to the upside. I want to check Tilray quickly because that was a $3 stock, now back down to $2.50 here. And again, every time you get these big moves up on Tilray, until we get something on the Cannabis Act or whatever it's called over there down south, these names are going to continue to go pop and then fade every single time. You actually got a decent move up to $3, even hitting 320 there, but then now the fade is just on. So I would expect this name to come right back into this $2 range until we get more talk about legalization or some kind of a passing here.
I think Sundial reported. I didn't even look at it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I'm like 95% sure that Sundial reported, and maybe I should have looked at that one today, but just AMC just came out. So fortunately, like this one, it's not going to care what the market does. Like a squeeze name sometimes is insulated from overall market moves. So the short here was based on the conversion. You had the news on Friday, but now look at it starting to break back out. This is not, to me, this is not necessarily a reversal. If I'm looking long on a breakout on a short float name, I want it taking out levels where big shorts are, not like day traders like myself, which would have shorted up here and are just preserving profits there. But the panic is when it gets above 60, when it gets above $4 for a lot of the bigger shorts. So when you get back above 360, previous low on the daily, back above 4, which is the more local bottom, those would be squeeze breakout style levels for something like AMC, where I'd be looking for that breakout long. Again, it doesn't care what the market is doing. Hopefully Nikola doesn't either. Every time it's like I always think Nikola's on the New York, and I don't know why I keep making that mistake, but I never get it right. So Nikola was the other one. We're sitting at all pre-market, got the bottom, stopped out. rejected 180, got the consolidation. We're sitting in it. It's not threatening the highs here, but it can squeeze. It's a decent short float. Let me just double check because off the top of my head, I don't remember. Nikola is 24%. That's not as big as I thought. 24% short float. So if it were to take out the high of the day, it could easily squeeze to $2. Hasn't happened just yet, so we're in it. I'm now in that AMRS at 13 short. I'm going to be adding to that one underneath VWAP pretty much until the close, shorting pops, maybe shorting some breakdowns. I'm not saying it gets back to 7 like it did on Thursday, but if it did, it's not exactly like it would surprise me. And yeah, we're looking at a couple of those small caps for that breakout on AMSC. Was the one for $10. We'll stick that in the back pocket because the second I'm looking for it to break 10, it just headed back down and possibly into VWAP. Doesn't mean the trade's dead. It's just I want to see it bounce, consolidate, then take out a key level on ASMC. It hasn't really happened. And yes, Jamlocity, Sundial did report, and they beat. Good for them.
But they're down.
Of course they're down.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go to Brendan at the desk for Money Talks. They're always down.
More dollar strength coming back into play along with some of the yields, guys, back to the upside in a big way today. The 10-year hitting its highest level since November of this year, back to 4.204 here at the highs for the 10-year. Again, that was the height of the inflation fight, I guess. So the market definitely not buying what we are hearing anyways at this point, still saying, yeah, higher for longer as far as interest rates are concerned. This is the DXY, meanwhile, back above 103 and holding right now. So we're dead set in the middle of this range from this March to the downside, but holding on to key levels here for the dollar index, 104 maybe. Next stop for this thing. This is a weekly chart, FYI. So it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5, including today. Anyways, 5 weeks in a row. Back to the upside after the big flush out down to 100 for the dollar, guys.
All right.
Where does this Palantir break? Like
That's what we're just saying. Like things are breaking, but certain things are not breaking right now. What is trying to break downside right now, hopefully, is AMD. We finally got patient with it. And took some fills up here. So hopefully now we will get a drop down. This is that 110 area. Like, I mean, we could check out, and there it goes. Like, oh, it just fell down to 109.50 and we didn't take anything out because we're only short right here, right now at 109.65. So not a great area here for us. Okay, here it comes down. We just take a 65 fill right there where we were short, trying to take out some pressure here. We do have a bigger position on, so off that 109, off that 110. We could get positive on this stock. It just needs to work for us. Like everything, of course. I mean, that's just an obvious statement. But that 109, we're going to have, I see it's max over there. So we'll trust the teal down there. If it can get to this 109 area, that's the 21 period moving average that we put on there. We'll see if that can hit. It's been a decent day trading tool there. But you can see since this break right there of that number, 107, AMD has been straight up to the upside as I getting AMD and AMC confused here. But let's hope this one can drop back in. Look, if we get a 109, 109.10, 109.20, anything like that, that would be pretty decent, and we'd like to take that one. So, all right, the only name that we really haven't reloaded anything in is Apple because we're waiting for a little bit higher on this one. We're going to try to respect that 180 level on Apple. So it needs a little bit of work to do. Not yet ready to dig into AAPL up here. Need a little bit higher on this name before we get it because we're already into AMD and we're into Meta again. So Meta's up to that 304, another sticky note level. Can't believe we went from 298 to 304 there, $6 straight up, and I've just been shorting the whole way. So yeah, not happy with some of the performance there. Hopefully AMD can pull back. It's right back up again. Man, the trend is your friend, and don't fight it or else this is what happens. So hopefully AMD can come back down now. We've seen hopefully a recent top now for 109.65. Or we still have a little while to go. Neil can just talk about some of his trades. And, he's on Palantir right now.
I was just replying to someone in the chat.
Okay, we could do earnings board.
There's a Bears versus Bulls, Bears and Bears war, and I was just trying to reply to them in the chat, and I replied to Bears versus Bulls instead. That's my bad. Zion is a buyout. So like if you're wondering why it's not following the market, it's $1.10.5 cash. There's 3 separate CVRs worth, I think, a total. I'd have to read it again. It's worth over $2. The first of which, the first drug, if it gets phase 3, it's worth 27 cents. So I like the chance for it to get to the 140, and I like the long into 120. Long story short, it should not care necessarily what the market is doing. It's going to trade on its own. Palantir, saying this is not breaking. If the market's going to go, this is a wick bottom at 15. Everything. It's a double bottom into the same breakout from Friday, which the second the market broke past 15.15, I set a stop for the breakout at 15.55. Like it just cannot get through this high. But I've had this stop in to go long breaking the high ever since we got through that resistance on the futures, which was like 90 handles ago. So I do like a Palantir long, but I want it breaking out. It's not getting there. Genius Group just made another breakout. If you're watching last week, this did start with a dollar break. My goodness, shouldn't have written this one off. Now it's through that 150 level, which is pretty big. I think there's some room to $2 here, but I'm not chasing Genius Group. Just shout out to everybody that was talking about this one. Nice little breakout through the local high. Maybe look for a consolidation or a dip into 155, 160 on the way to $2. $2 is where I think I would pay for locates and think about a short, but plenty of room to get there. I like a dip into 150. I'm going to sit on the bid, see if I can't grab a little something, get a stink bid in here just in case it comes back. And we will now get the earnings chart. It's big. I think there's some big names this week, but it starts with some retail action here with Home Depot tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll talk about Home Depot. PaySafe, another name that I've been holding forever. It's been disastrous. Yeah, well, that's Tencent Music. So,
yeah,
I mean, I don't know what that is on the bottom right there.
I have
on.
Oh, that,
right.
oh,
yeah,
okay.
On holdings or whatever there with the running shoes. So we'll look at that again. We'll look at all these tonight. Canoes up over there again. Another name that people like. And then back into the energy space, which has been hot fire as of late. We've talked about that. Will join us at 4 o'clock as we'll review some of those. And we're trying to get some guests lined up there as well. So, yeah, man.
Rumble's like a 14%.
Was Rumble on there too?
Yeah, Rumble's on there. Yeah, so 14% short float on Rumble. Oh, my daily daily chart.
We're Sam Bankman-Frieding now on a Meta as it finally came back in right now. Does that mean we're going to jail, or I don't know what that means?
He is going. He's in jail right now.
Well, there was something coming out. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow.
No, he's going to jail. But
okay,
he violated like bail or something.
Yeah, no, was he tweeting
he was
something? Yeah,
they call it witness tampering because he was tweeting a bunch of stuff, like messages to his girlfriend and whatever.
His girlfriend? Okay.
No, because his girlfriend was like the CF or what? She was like one of the top 5.
That one, that trader one. Is that who his girlfriend was?
Right. So I think there's. Anyways, he's going to jail because he busted bail, and you guys can read the articles if you want. But that's just
he's in a Brooklyn jail. That's probably
what
not
a gong
good sign.
show.
Right now, okay, so here we come, pulling back down a little bit. Obviously, we need AMD to actually make a move here off of 110, but I just covered a bunch at 109.50 right there. We, again, just trying to put some sutures in the wounds right now today as we've been short. And again, I don't have a problem telling everybody that. And I've been telling people that we've been net short here and it has not been working out. So let's cover something here again. If Meta can pull back, we're short right now at 304 with, again, decent sized position. So we'll start to cover some of this as it's pulling back. We've made back almost half of our losses right now just on these shorts. But I don't think the NASDAQ's really at any key levels or anything right now. We've sort of broke this out. It already took 15.2. You could get back into, there is a high there from August 10th of 15.250, which we just touched on. But now I feel like we're data mining. If you're going to look at this chart and really think of a level, maybe it's this 15.360 where we've stopped, bumped up to 15.450 on that, so you can give that 100 handles worth of room. I just don't believe in the longs, and when you don't believe in the longs, you are going to lose on the short when a market like this happens. So. Bad trading today for sure. Off that bounce to 15,000, we went up 250 points. I'm actually surprised the damage is really contained here today for me. Like 10 more cents down and we're up on Meta. So that's something to be considered as well. I feel that we're a little lucky on this name. Let's see if it pulls back. We did talk about shorting. If you're going to go on a sticky note here, Meta 304. into a 300 break. So once we had this 300 break right there and that failed, this was the out. We should have just got out right there and left it alone. We've been averaging it up, so hopefully it can fall back down and give us that $304 short that we're looking for. And then again, AMD off of 110. It's just a key level of 110. AMD's been screaming today. It's up 2%. Well, it's...
Brethren.
Yeah, I was actually going to say brethren there on NVIDIA. I wasn't sure if I wanted to say that because it's such a big brother, NVIDIA, that it kind of marches to a beat of its own drum, but up 4.5% today. This might be a better short, Neil, than AMD just because of how much it's gone up, especially if you
look at SMCI and
here we go. We're
just
coming back in.
Just hit me in the face with like a fish or something. Slap me in the face with a trap.
I don't have
because
anything like that.
Quite frankly, like SMCI, but let me get here first because I got to talk about Amazon. Amazon, we had short, there's a tight stop. We short the 140 level, tight stop, always having out for myself. But then the 140.50, I said it was like that last level. We just got to it, wicked the high, so I'm back in with a stop at the high of the day. So risking about 20 cents each time. But on Friday, it was an $11 move. I captured 10 on SMCI. And then today I shorted NVIDIA. So that's obviously a mistake. Now you want to make sure you take your hits and your outs because the only way that you can be profitable doing that is make sure your wins are bigger than the losses. So at least that was there, but that's inexcusable to get away from what was my best name on Friday and look at SMCI not breaking out, not following the market up. It tried to break out the local top. It did not even get to that 62 or 63 level from Friday and then flushes. So if I short a chip name, it should be SMCI off 260. I don't care where NVIDIA goes. It really should be this name and not others. Amazon, we knew we'd have it at this 140.5, but we're already over time.
I have something to do.
Go ahead. Oh, we forgot, yeah. Oh, I didn't even see it.
I'm back. It's what's for lunch right now. So the most famous thing for lunch is,
this is
we get a little, chicken dinner winners happening on the show. Not just with trading, not really today, but you can have a chicken dinner winner for lunch today because today's lunch is Southern grilled chicken with whole grain quinoa. I'm actually a fan of quinoa. We'll see how that goes with a rice medley, Texan beans, and fire roasted peppers.
Needs to be fried chicken.
Yeah, it's Southern grilled. So it'll have a little bit of a spice on there, I assume. Again, with the quinoa rice medley.
It sounds good.
Fire roasted peppers and beans. All right. Well, that is what's for lunch here. So, thanks for watching again. And we were just going to throw it over to the midday show. So I think that was pretty good. Should be really good. Yeah, Justice, I think you might be right. That could be really good. We'll see what's on top. We get a salad. I'm assuming they'll just throw the chicken on top of it.
There will be chicken on our salad.
So hopefully I have the Southern grilled chicken on top of that salad. If not, I don't mind a tuna. I like tuna salad as well. So, all right, let's get ready to rock and roll. There goes Meta, finally $1 in the money on more shares, trying to put that name into the green for us here. But without any further ado, let's go over to two better traders. It's Max, two handsomer traders for sure. Definitely. It's Max and Sharif on the midday. Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That's the Mad One Max. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader, who, by the way, have 50 plus trading resources here that you can access for free. Give that a check. Max, so I sat down on the desk today. I'm like, fantastic, bad China news. Goldman Sachs talking about more rates. Red day galore.
Yeah.
Not quite how it turned out.
No. I was short everything today. I don't think I have a long, actually. Let me take a look. No, zero longs. I was short all tech names. NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, Amazon. I'm down. Actually, I'm up very, very slightly, $9 on NVIDIA. So good job to me for somehow making money on the short on this thing. As it just did a $20 move up from yesterday's close. But I tried that 411 or 412 area, which was yesterday's consolidation. I think I heard that Neil was going short off this level too. That one really didn't work right away. And then I'm thinking, all right, 415, next psychological level. Yeah. I think that we can turn around on this market. We were right at 4150, we were at 15,150 at the time, which is now long gone, and that was kind of my resistance level today. And this one did actually end up working. I tried it a second time. That one didn't work. And then we're just trying like 420. 420 is always a big level. And then this 425, which felt like it was going to work, and tried it like 3 times. Just, you know, the short did not want to show up.
Yeah.
Seems like we're getting a bit of a pullback right now, but it's probably a better idea to maybe, you know, look for some dip buy longs on some of these stocks versus trying to short it again.
Guys, I think we're having a bit of a mic issue. Not sure what's going on. Chat saying mic. All right, we'll have the production team have a look at that, man. Max, we talked about this being a bit of a bamboozling day, but we just got a nice little rejection, like you alluded to there, off the ES. 4,500 was always going to be a level. We've been earlier in the week, last week, we were kind of defending 4,500, and then we had 3 straight days where we closed below it. Let's look at the chart here, because we just rejected 45.01.5, technically the high of day, currently on the ES. Here it is. We get that touch really early on. I sat down this morning. I said to Neil, what the hell happened at 3:50 a.m., 4 a.m. this morning on the ES? Probably something China related, I'm assuming. But we just got a bit of a double top there. Down 6 points already, 44.94, that 45 looking to defend. But however, you know, I mean, you just see such a big move up like this, and at least I'm speaking for myself, I'm afraid to hit the short button at the moment in fears of getting bamboozled. But let's see if we get another possible rejection at that 4,500, if we retrace back up there and sellers overwhelm buyers as they are doing at the moment. It has been an interesting day, no question. Big tech has been strong. Let's bring in the big tech charts and have a look at which one is outperforming. Look, this Amazon, Michael Moss alluded to it as one of his most interesting trades using the anchored VWAP system. He anchored the VWAP from the low of the earnings and has basically been adding at the VWAP point. Surprise, surprise. Well, today you had a bit of a red to green move. It didn't stay red for very long. 137.75 was as low as we could go, and 140, the high of the day, coming back into that 140 level now. Now, we've got to ask ourselves here, is 140 really a level that I want to be buying off? Is there any price action there to kind of, you know, get me interested? Well, there is a little bit. We topped out at 140 initially, August 10th. Shout out to my cousin, that's his birthday. And then we retraced and couldn't get back into 140 since that time. Couldn't do it on Friday, and you know, definitely didn't do it the rest of the day on Thursday. Also, it was a bit of a top going back to the 9th as well. It was as good as we could do before we quadrupled all the way down into that 137-ish area. So 140, an interesting level, not just because it's a whole dollar level, but because there is actual evidence here of rejection. So if we can stay above 140, let's watch to see if the buyers are going to step in at this point and bring us and hold us above 140, or it's just going to be one more rejection level at that price. So I'm watching Amazon here. It's 1.25% to the good on the day. The volume's respectable. It's obviously declining since the opening range. That's to be expected, but the level interests me, no question about that. Let's keep an eye here on NVIDIA, because this one, well, it just decided, I don't really care what the market's doing. I'm going to hold 400. Let me go up 28 bucks. 403.11 is as low as we could go. That was a red to green move, but it was one symphony of green candles on my 5-minute chart.
A symphony of green candles.
I mean, I can't describe it any better than that. Look at this, Max. Look at this. You get one initial pullback here. You get in that 420 level. Shout out to 420. And then, yeah, you get another 8 bucks, maybe even more, 8 bucks and a third, retracing back down, but it's very strong. Let's see if that 425 is going to play any support point here. I haven't taken any trades, quite frankly. I find this market too hard to trade, and I guess I'm not just not good enough to trade in these markets, but I'm definitely going to keep my eye open for some easier, more, I want to say higher probability trades, I guess, is what I'm trying to look for here. I'm keeping my eye on 4,500 on the ES, and I want to see what NVIDIA does at these levels, as well as Amazon. UCAR
Yeah,
is
we
also
were,
very strong too, by the way.
Interesting.
People are yelling UCAR. I got it up on here. Let's have a look real quick. Sorry, before I send it back to you. Up 25%, held 6, wicked above 6 multiple times here, but definitely trying to hold above that 6 level. If you're able to get 6 or nearer 6 and defend, it might be a good look. But I have to warn you, very spready for a $6 stock.
Yeah, that one, is that the one that went to like $100 at one point? I think so.
I think so.
That one makes that one sounds kind of familiar to me. Yeah, we were talking before we got on about like summer trading and how you can't just hold everything in the summer. It's kind of it tends to be choppy and less volume and kind of nastier to trade, and you probably have to size down because of how spready and low volume some stock like Meta off the open this morning. It was acting like a New York stock that wasn't even open yet.
Wow.
I was
hate that.
I was shocked.
This bamboozlement right here is what you're talking about?
Yeah, it was like
Open
300K volume off the open, which
wild.
is nothing at all. I will get to Amazon, which I did go long Amazon. You were talking about it, funny enough, at the same time that I was getting long in front of that 140. There's a lot of reasons to get long in front of 140, in my opinion. You got the 50 period here, which is not typically something that I would trade off of, but that 140.10 was the initial high here. I went short on kind of a failure of that 140 for the second time, and we supported right below it when it came down after that run up. So I think 140 key psychological level, but it was also a key inflection level a couple days ago. If I can pull that up, right over here, was it? Yeah. What day was it that I was going long above 140? It was recent. Oh, it was in this day. So hard to see on the 30-minute, but like this was a key inflection level on this day where it kind of traded above, traded below. So we'll see if we can get that kind of move again today. Seems like we're basing out on Amazon. We got that double bottom 137. Now our low of day is 138 basically. So kind of downtrend since earnings. Now we're starting to push up. If we can take out that 141 level again, then maybe we start to go higher. But I'm not going to hold this against me very much. If we do any trading below 140, basically, I'll be out. And if we give up 90s, definitely be out of that. So that may come in right now.
Yeah, it's in there right now. I'm watching it just like you, but I don't expect the exact whole dollar to hold.
No.
It's going to be a general area. You want to see the buyer step up, but this could be the market turning. But don't tell that to AMD because it's at session highs. And it's also very close to session highs for our friend NVIDIA. Obviously, NVIDIA outperforming AMD. NVIDIA 4.46 up. AMD 2.25. There's it's fluctuating at the moment, but 110 level definitely in our view here on our friend AMD. Nothing obviously being reported. Here's a little tidbit for you guys. The earnings for NVIDIA and AMD and all these other chip makers could have been skewed. Data coming in apparently showing that Chinese firms were buying hand over fist these CPUs and GPUs in anticipation of the ban. So that, in finance world, you're talking about a one-off event. What do you got?
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? So I don't know if we continue to see the kind of demand we've been seeing, especially because you're taking out the world's I don't want to say it's the world's biggest economy. Obviously, it's not. The United States still is. But it's a huge market nonetheless. That really made me go, today when I saw it. So, the Katina man likes it. He gets the reference. The Katina man knows what's up. Things that make you go home. Shout out to all the millennials and Gen Xers out there, I guess. I'm like the first year of the millennial, by the way. 82 apparently was the first year of the millennial. So I get to celebrate being the homeless millennials, as we call them.
But you do have a home, so good
got
for
lucky,
you
I
on
guess.
that one.
Yeah, but 140 is still really interesting here, Max. We're definitely defending that 140 level, at least for the moment here on Amazon. Should we maybe look for something a bit more certain, like this AMD 110 break? I don't know. I'm going to keep my eyes on microchips. Microchip semis, they're all green. Let's bring in the side chart real quick and talk about how much strength there is in the semiconductor name today. You only got Qualcomm and ASML, the Dutch company, down on the day. ASML 0.49, Qualcomm 0.69. Everything else on my microchip semiconductor watch list here, decidedly red. In fact, likewise with my big tech chart, only our friend Stresla with a 1.85% down day. Everything else green so far. I don't know how much we hold like that for, because like we were talking about, 4,500 just came into our view, and it looks like we're still stepping down here on the ES. New local lows being made. Here comes 44.90, just a new low here on my 1 minute candle chart, Max.
Yeah, this Amazon position is coming out right now. That 140 did not want to hold, so we'll see what happens on this market. Maybe, I mean, we got to come down probably further on the market before we're really looking at some real dip buy levels. Tesla at 238 could be a decent dip buy. I like that 238 level. That's the level that I was getting short at previously. So maybe 238 holds. Maybe we wait for VWAP. Actually, 237 makes a little more sense to me. Actually, if we're going to get a decent dip in here, you got to think about a risk to reward on these ones, as the market is actually starting to bid up a little bit, but I don't know. I'm not sold on anything. It's tough to buy at the highs unless you're at that key level, like in Amazon at 140 or some different level. I mean, that AMD 110 makes sense, but we've made such a big move up on AMD. Like, I'm not buying here. What are we up now? 4% on AMD today, or 2% on AMD? I guess we could put in a bigger move. Nvidia's up 4.5 somehow. That's kind of insane to me. But I feel like, something that's breaking out at highs right now, probably not the one that you want to go long. Maybe, a failure to follow through this 110 break makes more sense as a short on AMD, but kind of want the market to be at that like 4,500 spot for the rejection to take any shorts at this point. So I'm going to wait and see.
Yeah, new high a day on AMD. I completely agree with what you just said. I'm not punching in long at these highs, especially with the way that my psychology is programmed today, which is, I was expecting a red day. I know we have to trade the price action. I get all that. Anyway, new high of day on AMD. Let's put AMD on the chart here. I'm going to replace our friend Baba because it's 2.8% down. Now, in case you're wondering why, we continue to get bad Chinese data. The consumer's weak. The real estate market is weak. People aren't borrowing from banks anymore. That shows, loan demand is down. The news headlines keep coming in. The second I punch into Lee, all the amazing Chinese news headlines start coming in. But that's the way it goes. So I'm going to hold this one for the long term. But yeah, AMD holding 110. There was a bit of fight here between buyers and sellers at this 110 level. Buyers currently winning at the moment, almost 2.5 to the good right now. It's been a nice buy off AMD today nearer the 50 period. Any 50 period retracements, this is the 50 period here, which is the darker of the red. I need to probably change these colors a bit. The orange and the red probably don't appear as distinct as they do on my chart as they do on the stream. So I'll probably change this around. Yeah, but the red dips have been bought. I'm keeping my eye, obviously.
You can make the lines thicker, too.
Yeah, and I really should make them thicker. I got to revamp this whole thing. It was kind of done in haste, to be quite fair with you, to be quite, honest with you here. So we'll keep
the amount of times that we have to redo the layout every time we...
so many times.
We update or go to a new computer or whatever,
Amazon, keeping my eye on that. 140 looking like it ain't going to hold at the moment here.
There at 140.
You got short.
Could have.
You could have, yeah.
Could have.
Yeah, we've been talking about. That was what I started this whole spiel on. The fact that Amazon had been rejecting 140 into last week. Let's have a look one more time here. AMZN. Let's bring in the AMZN. Thank you. And let's go to the half an hour chart. Max had his half hour. Let's put ours. And you can see that 140 last week was a tough level to break. Sure, you gap up early here. This is like 4 a.m., so this means bupkis. And then all of a sudden, 9:30 comes in, 140 doesn't hold. You test it again on Thursday, it doesn't hold. We don't even get to it on Friday. And here we are again, 140 comes in again, rejecting again. This is very interesting though. But I need to say, for swing traders, this might be a nice look for you guys. I know the NOS boss is definitely looking at 140 as his level in the sand, so to speak. He mentioned it this morning. If you want to go hear what Michael Noss had to say, go back to 8:45 or 8:40 this morning on the stream. He explains it a lot more eloquently. I love how he stuttered on the word eloquent. It was so apropos, right? At that 140 level, we're rejecting now, but I don't know. I think we eventually get a break. This is a company that had sound fundamentals last time around. I think that there's probably going to be positioning coming in. So keep an eye out for a nice breakout above 140 coming soon. If not this week, maybe next week. In any event, we shall keep our eye on it, Max.
I think at this point, it's we can move that line up to 140.50 on Amazon. That, you know, you look at that 30-minute chart, and it kind of gets a little bit more clear that now that we've double topped there, 140.50 is the level. Too bad I wasn't looking at that earlier, because then maybe I would have taken that failure of that 140.50, and we could be short right now. But you know, hindsight is 2020. TSHA halted to the upside.
I love those.
So this one already halted once today at, it halted three times actually. So it halted at 162. We're currently halted at 163. The last time this happened, we shot straight up to 176 and then halted down from there. Currently showing a down print on the potential open here. Trade Ideas says it halted at 11:17.08. It is currently 11:21.10. So in 1 minute, this one will open. I think if we're breaking $2 on this one today, we could go a little bit nuts. When these trade below $1 for a long time, and Neil always talks about this, the short below $1. Well, it breaks back above, and all those people who are expecting it to go to zero are suddenly kind of, getting a little bit scared probably. So we'll see where this one goes. If we, that 180 price actually that we topped out at looks like a pretty decent spot on the daily chart here. 180 takes you into basically 250. So maybe some room left on this guy today. I don't love the ones that halt that much, but we take out that high. Everybody who's short on the day is done. Everybody who's short below $1 is really sweating, and that $2 break may just be where people are risking it to. So here we are, open again. Halt price is 163. Let's see if this can get through that halt price. It does. Keeps going. All right, maybe we're gonna halt again on this. Let's see. Kind of rejecting right now, though.
Nurse Traveler saying SMCI boom. Let's have a look at our friend SMCI over here, because what we did see was this one absolutely take a bath on earnings. It had been running up like a champ. This is what I'm talking about over here. Let's put in the ticker, and then we'll look at the actual day trade. We'll look at the more macro first. So this one was an absolute beast. Thank you to Neil for showing me this one. This was kind of like an AI chip sympathy play to to NVIDIA. And essentially May was when this one really got going. I mean, year to date, it's fantastic, but May, we're at around $100. We break 360. We almost get to 365 right there before earnings, August 8th. Let's go to the half an hour and look at what the earnings did. So like I said, 350, we were hanging out right there in the aftermarket when it reported. And by the end of the day, and by day, I'm talking about the August 8th, we got from 350, we dropped to 288. Yeah, that's a move. Sure, we close out, at 8 o'clock at around 315, so it's a nice retracement, but the next day was no better, making lower lows, and we still are making lower lows, because this morning, 248.40 was the level. We didn't see that price on Friday, even in the aftermarket. But today, it's having a decent day because microchips are moving 1.64 to the good. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. Let me bring in the ticker here so people don't complain. And there we go. We close out Friday, 254 and a third. We get up to 260.38. I have to remind you, it's spready. It's hard to trade on an intraday basis, but that was a nice dip by there, 1045. Man, that's a nice defend off 250, and that gave you about $8. But yeah, you're gonna have to really make sure you risk manage on this, because number one, it's very expensive. Number two, it's volatile. And number three, it's really spready. And the volume's low, right? So we'll keep an eye on that. Now, I'm also keeping an eye on the future because we're curling back up here, Max.
We are.
On the ES 44.90 gets defended, and we are at 95s. But I don't know. I don't want to start getting too excited here because this could be just a momentary pullback, or pull up, I should say, and a move down. I don't know.
Yeah, I was talking about that Tesla at 238 that I kind of wanted to see that kind of break below and then get right back above. Didn't do that, didn't quite get there. It got to like 10s or so, and bounces almost to 239. We're still, 50 cents above the 238, so I still think that could happen. And we are kind of, a dollar is not that much, but we are $1 off of VWAP on Tesla right now. So maybe if that happens and this market's still shooting up, we could potentially get a long. We are still down on Tesla from Friday's close at 242.60. So, bad news does get bought up, but can't get us quite to positive yet. So we got to be careful of that. Actually, now that I think about it, I didn't even realize that we weren't up on Tesla yet, despite this kind of what is that? A $6 move off of the bottom, $7 move off the bottom. So maybe there's room to fall on this one still, and I should be waiting for VWAP, which I have just convinced myself of. So no trade on Tesla. That TSHA, I did have the order to get long above the high, but it took too long, so I canceled that order. We'll see if this one can get through the high eventually, but I don't want to just be leaving this order in when it's kind of doing nothing right now, because it could just kind of blast up and then come back down. I wanted that, post-halt volume to push us right through the high and, have that, genuine buying coming through to push me through that. I don't want to be getting long this thing when the volume's not going absolutely nuts. So we'll see. Maybe we get another halt on this one. $2 break I would probably take. MF just took out the high, someone's saying. MF from last week. No volume on this thing today, but up 10% and pushing into $2. Where did we get to last time?
Let's go.
360. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of a lazy MF right now, so I don't know that I'm going to take any trades on it, but we'll see if this MF can get above $3. That would be a pretty decent potential breakout if the volume can pick up. Where's so Tesla's at that 238. I don't want to convince myself to take that. All right, MF through $2. So can this MF get going? We shall see. You think I got to go long that MF?
I love this reference because we can absolutely use it without worrying because it's called MF. Whatever.
It's MF. Right? That's the stock.
Exactly.
That is the stock.
Interesting look here on X. U.S. Steel, in case you're just joining us, this one, the rumor buyout. Now, I want to get into a position on this before I start talking about it here. And the reason is it broke an obvious level. The level was 29.25. Look how many times we got into 29.25 on the day. Now, I know we broke it in the pre. That's not what I'm talking about. This is 6 a.m. and it doesn't mean as much. But look at this. This is the move in the this is 8:30 or so. We couldn't break that 29.25. How many opportunities did we have? Once, twice, 3, 4, and then the opening range break, couldn't break it either. We actually top out at 29.25. 29.30 just made a new level. This one's interesting to me here. I just don't want to get bamboozled where we break it by a couple of pennies and then the shorts really step in. So I want to see if we can make another high here on X. Let's see. Let's go. Okay, so we're going long X. We're going to have to give this at least 10, 15 pennies, right? So I'm going to get out probably through the break of 20 here. I want to see it get going. It made a new high on the day, not a day high, but an after the market high, 29.30 on U.S. Steel. Now, Cleveland-Cliffs, which owns several steel companies that compete directly with U.S. Steel, made an unsolicited offer. They want to buy it out for $17 a share. $17 a share plus stock in Cleveland-Cliffs. That's why it's trading a little bit lower than the current price is right now, because it involves stock as well. It was rejected by the board of U.S. Steel, saying that it didn't allow them to kind of be able to run the due diligence on the deal itself. I don't know. Market's pricing in, I guess, here that it's going to get sold, because why are we trading up 28%? I talked to Neil this morning. I'm like, have you ever seen U.S. steel up 20 some odd percent in a day? He's like, look, man, they had double-digit days going back 2021, even earlier than that, but I definitely haven't seen it up 20-something percent, and personally, neither have I. What came to mind immediately was the volatility in steel when Donald Trump was in power. We know that the Chinese were flooding the U.S. market with cheap steel, trying to basically bankrupt American steel manufacturers, and Trump took note of that, and he put tariffs on Chinese steel, and then we saw all sorts of volatility in the steel industry. So I haven't seen it this volatile since that time. We're long, we're out of the money, surprise, surprise, a penny. Let's see if we can actually make new highs here and break through that obvious resistance level that we had on the day, which is, I submit to you, 29.25. We'll see what happens there, Max. Market's curling back up.
Yeah, Havana Woody in the chat saying you traded TTOO before. Are you watching today? If you come to my chart here, you look at this day. I'm not sure if it was this day or this day that I traded it. Maybe both, actually, because I was on with Neil, who loves the penny stocks. But 280 million shares of volume on day one, 460 million shares on day two, and today we are at 39 million. So you can't manage risk on these unless it's doing crazy amounts of volume, in my opinion. So no, I'm not trading it today. You can see, I mean, there's some size, but you know, if you wanted 15,000 shares, you'd have to punch down half a cent right now. It's not really what you want to be doing, I don't think. So no, I'm not trading this. If we get up, 200 million shares of volume on one of these penny stocks, then yes, I do get interested, but not at these prices, or not at these levels of volume. I just noticed on the scanner that AMC is at high of day.
AMC, so curling back up again, eh?
Nothing exciting for me on AMC. Come on, load. Yeah, I mean, we'd have to be like breaking $4 to get excited about this one, but kind of nice double bottom there at 320 area. I just don't know how you would really trade AMC today. I guess, yeah, failing 350 and getting right down to 315, that's a pretty nice trade there. So maybe failing $4 makes sense. Shouldn't AMC and APE be the same price?
Inversely correlated, yeah, you'd think.
Wouldn't you think?
I know. I've stopped believing in logic in the market. I don't know. Yeah.
Because they're converting the APE. Didn't they get approval? Maybe the approval's not like totally done, and that's why there's still risk on the table for these. So that would make sense that there's still a good chance that this is not going to get done. But if it is going to get done, why are they not trading at the same price? Who knows, man? Who knows? Nvidia's through the high again. Oh,
man, it's
where
a
do you short
rocket.
this thing? How do you?
Where do you short? To go long, baby.
Just go long.
Yeah, it's up almost 5% on the day now, Nvidia. My goodness.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on this. I'm keeping my eye on the ES. Everything's so correlated today. We were talking about Amazon wanting to punch long. It looks like it's lagging a bit here. Google is just an absolute rocket today. By rocket, I mean 1 1/3%, but it looks really good. Less bamboozling than these other stocks. It's been less talked about, maybe, I feel, the last little while, and maybe not suffering from any bad headlines, which has kind of plagued some of these other names here. So we shall keep our eye on it. Oh my goodness, Nvidia keeps going up. All right, let's check X. We're still a penny in the money on X, which is kind of a joke. Definitely want more continuation here. It's just going to be, Again, back to the future. Yeah, still dancing sub 4,500. I just want this to resolve. Are we going to break above 4,500 or are we going to reject below? So the worst thing that can happen is what happened on Friday, where we got sideways chop and I absolutely traded like what hole, because that sideways action really is not good for momentum trading, and at least not for day trading. So maybe it's okay if you're swinging and you're holding on to the positions long term. But here we go. I'm keeping my eye here. If we make a newer low, you got to think here. If we flat bottom break this 49.92, 49.90-ish area, we give up the ghost there. this may be an interesting short on the market where we actually resolve in the direction that we all thought would be the day. So I don't want to jump the gun either way. I'm not going to try to guess which way this was going to go. If it breaks above and holds above 4,500, I'll get long. You know, I'll have to give it probably 10 minutes or so to see if it really does stay above 4,500. If we start breaking below these lows, though, these local lows that we made here, this 49.92, 49.91 area, I'll definitely want to be interested to get short. All the while, of course, having my eye on big tech names and these influencers, let's call them index influencers. Ooh, that's a new tech.
Index influencers?
Yeah, there we go. Index influencers, like the big 8 on my chart here, man.
Yeah, I was just going back to NVIDIA because, like, what a fantastic long this has been all day. And it kind of gives you some pretty easy opportunities to get long today. Pulling back into these key levels, you know, you got to give NVIDIA at least 50 cents of risk. But breaks down below the 420 after breaking out, holds 420 basically, breaks back through, and this is where you get that crazy move up. And then on 425, exact same thing, comes back down, can't break the next dollar on the pullback, and then you shoot back up to that 429. So sometimes they kind of give you those easy opportunities to get in on the trend, and your bias to the short side really ruins those opportunities. I don't know where we can get in now I mean, you'd have to be back at 425 or even even 420. If we pull back into 420 today, later on in the morning or early afternoon, I think that's a trade. But I think it's just too far gone at this point. And I mean, if you're in it and you're long from down here somewhere, I mean, you just trail stop it back down to 420 or 425 or whatever, and you know, you're laughing at the moment. But I think getting in on a new trade, I don't even know what, like that 440 previous all-time high would be the next real level for me, except maybe like 435. If we get to 435 today, maybe I'll try the short one more time because that's ridiculous to get all the way up to there. But yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the edge is gone on NVIDIA today. Tesla is pulling back into that 238 again, and because we bounced off it so many times, I'm wondering if people are going to try to short through this level, and then if they get stopped out, can we get an acceleration move back up? And we're already bouncing off of it, so it really doesn't want to break that 238 for whatever reason. I don't know. I think we could get kind of a spike into the 80s, not able to go anywhere, and then blast back up. So maybe I will take a trade on that. Okay. But I don't know. I mean, this is a decent consolidation. That'd be a decent breakdown back to VWAP. So maybe it breaks down, hits VWAP, can't break VWAP, and that's where I get long. That makes a lot of sense, Sharif. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Talk it out. That's how it works. Shout out to Nicole in Hotlanta. Thank you, Nicole, for the $5 super chat. Good friend of the show's Nicole Harris. Wants me to have a look at AAOI. Having it up on my screen here. Had a good, I guess, Thursday. It was a fantastic Thursday. We got off that 11 1/3 bottom and touched, almost 14 3/4. It wasn't so good of a Friday, though, as we almost retraced the entire move. However, we did not make a lower low. In fact, Friday's low is today's low. Essentially one in the same, that $12.10 level. A decent day today, 7.83% to the good, $13.63 the high. This is the 15-minute on AAOI. Let's have a look at the 5 so we can see where we can bamboozle an entry. Now, we're not definitely getting the same amount of volume that we got on the Thursday. Look at the volume candles here. No question about it. Much higher. In fact, even the move down on Friday was higher volume than today. So for longs, you definitely need that volume to come in. So I am a little suspicious of this one to the long side, despite the fact that it's up on the day. Now, if I was to want to get in, really, Nicole, the only level really screaming out on me here at the 5-minute is that $13 level. We get up a nice big move on the opening range break. We get $13.50, but that's a quick wick, and look where the closing prints are on the 5, sub 13. So former area of resistance becomes area of support. We're 35 pennies removed from that at the moment, sadly. So the way that I would get into this, and the only way that I could convince myself to get into this, is if it retraced back into 13. It would still be positive on the day if it retraced into 13, because we closed out at 12.39 on Friday, so it would still be positive. It wouldn't be against the trend, but I don't really see a level of support north of 13 at the moment. Now, I don't know if you're talking about a long or a short, but that's my look at it from a long perspective. The short, I guess you could look at a mean reversion trade here, 1363 top. This 1363 doesn't mean all that much, though, in terms of support and resistance. The only thing that I can really see at this level was this kind of condensed area that we traded at on Friday. Have a look here. We break down, we get all the way down to 1320, and then we come right back up into 1390. And the kind of the mid-range between these two areas happens to be, I think, this 13 and 2/3 area. We're breaking down now into 13, 13 1/3. So again, for me, the long is either 13 or nothing. And quite frankly, VWAP's not that far off 13 either. So if you were to get long at 13, there could be some confluence between those two parts as well. So have a look at that. With respect to X, I took some out there through the break of 29.40. It retraced back into 29.15, but look at the buyers step up at that level, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, buyers really did step up. They showed that, no, we're still buying this. We'll see if this is just the beginning of a breakdown. If it is, I'm gonna get out of the break of this low. I don't want to see a newer low made. That's not the trade I'm looking for. So my stop goes in 29.15 max.
People in the chat were asking about TUP as well. Tupperware, everybody's favorite squeeze stock at the moment, or maybe of 2 weeks ago. But, same thing as that TTLO. Look at the volume here, 200 million shares. Currently, we're at 4.5. So clearly not that many people interested in the same way that they were before. I kind of like this, 250 level if it ends up getting down there. But, yeah, I mean, until we're kind of breaking $5 again, I don't know that there's much to do on Tupperware. It does have a nice top that I was looking at about 2 minutes ago, and it just broke out from there and did a nice 15-cent move. So, that's not so bad on a $3 stock, 15-cent breakout, but still volume light. This is high of day volume right here, so let's see if it can continue. Maybe we're breaking $4 and we get something going today on this name. I mean, pretty big down move, breaking trend, pretty much breaking trend right now, actually. That's kind of, that was the high of day on Friday, 375. So let's see if we can continue above 375. This stock seemed to like 375 a couple times, 380 kind of area. So 375 breaks, maybe we break $4, and that's where the volume really comes in. But yeah, definitely kind of looking like a bit of a trend break at the moment. Kind of lower highs every day for the past week or so. Now finally making a new one. Sometimes on those squeeze stocks, that is a good setup. Let's see. TUP, what's the short float? Still chilling at 30%. I think that's what it was always at. So yeah, people not covering on this name yet. Where do we go from here? I'll throw this one up on a chart. If we break that $4 today, I may just get involved. Also, it is SSR. I feel like it's been SSR probably for a full week, and Tesla is breaking that 238. So this is a potential chance to get long. I don't think I want to take it like this. I want to see it get down to 237 and then not able to get through that price. This is the trade that I outlined previously if it just sits in the 80s and then blasts back up. But I just feel like bad news on Tesla. I want to be getting really good prices on this for the long, especially when, initially I was pretty bearish on the day. But looking like we don't want to sell through the 80s right now. So maybe back through 238 is not a terrible trade to have. I'm just going to wait for my trade, though, at VWAP. I think that's where, you want to be playing with these. What was this low here? 237.50, kind of 237.30. So, there's a couple levels from when, we were really testing the short back down that we haven't hit yet. So let's see what happens below 237.50. If we can't get below 237, or if we fail break 237, ideally, then maybe that's where we can push back up and maybe get that move back through that 240 level. And where's that T-Sha at? Wow, TSHA is
Critical level on the future, by the way. Another 4,500 test coming in now.
okay.
Yeah.
TSHA holding up above $1.50, holding that post halt. I guess that's the opening price right there, $1.56. So interesting action for sure. Taking out $1.75 would be good. I think taking out the high of day is a good trade on this stock because you have all these halts. This is where that prior halt price opened, so anybody on the day is obviously short below that. And you figure that, does this one have a short float? No short float, 3%. So you're just working with intraday shorts right now and pure momentum. So you want to be squeezing those out as NVIDIA just took out 430. Wow, what a day on NVIDIA. Imagine just, thinking that 405 long was a good idea today. That'd be nice. Yeah, I mean, that would have been nice.
You were talking about giving it 50 cents. I don't know, man. You trade NVIDIA a lot better than me, no question about that. But I feel like the range on that is at least a couple of bucks.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You have to give it $1.50. I feel like if you
Max, we just touched 29.50 here on our friend X, and it is heading north. That 29.25 break was absolute money. No dude about it. Oh, baby, we're heading up here. On our friend X, almost 30% of the good, 29.93%. Let's see if we can hold the $0.50 level on X. Headed to the north side on rumors that this one will be dealt. The board of directors rejecting the initial offer from their competitor Cleveland Cliffs. In case you're just joining us, we just touched 30% there. It is headed north on X. Okay, I gotta digress for a second because we're right back at that level again. 4,500.
Yeah.
Coming in again. How do we resolve here? I mean, are we gonna get buying or look? The buyers look to me so far to be overwhelming sellers at these levels, but we really need to stay above 4,500. I mean, it doesn't matter to me if we wake up above. I didn't get it long at that low 90, so I'm not. That's not the trade for me. The trade here is to get above and stay above 4,500. And the only way really to observe that is to continue to watch to see, are the dips getting bought up every time we come south of 4,900? Every time the sellers push us down there, are the buyers saying, nah, we're going up today. 4,500 definitely in my sights right now. This is an interesting level to be at. I'm pleased. Back to X here now, just as quickly as we were at 50, we are now at 60 on X. This one's headed up, baby.
All right, Sharif. All right. I almost pressed the button to short NVIDIA like 3 times there, but yeah, can't do it here. Got to wait for that 433. We haven't been able to close a 30-minute candle above 435 recently. So since we broke down from that 440 prior all-time high, we haven't been able to really close above 433.5. So I want to see what happens around that 433 price. If we're kind of fail breaking 433, I think you get a decent slam down back into this 430 and maybe even like a bit of a reversal into 425. So that's what I'll wait for. I will shoot my shot when that is due. Tupperware kind of failing that breakout, sadly. So likely no trades on Tupperware today. And Tesla coming back in. The problem with this now is that now we're just kind of grinding down and trending down on Tesla. I wanted this to kind of scream into that 237 and then get that elastic band move back up and then see if we could stop out some shorts above 238. Now that we've kind of done this dance, gone back above, rejected the teal and back in, I feel like maybe that the edge on that trade is a little bit gone, especially with the futures kind of going up and hitting highs and Tesla's still a little weak, still down 2% on the day. Yeah, so I think probably not going to take that Tesla trade now. I'll wait for that NVIDIA to come in. I think that's a really good shot, shorting NVIDIA above 433 and trying to get it back down into like 426, 425.
So trade that, like, I mean, NVIDIA,
Yeah.
what a rocket, bro.
You could have just taken the 430 break.
Yeah, and even the pullback into 425, a healthy pullback on the 5-minute chart, you get about 10 to 15 minutes of retracement there. It holds 425. Buyers definitely overwhelm sellers, and we dip below 425. What's up? Oh, I thought you had something.
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Yeah, definitely. The 425 was the level, and you're $6 or so in the money. All right, keeping my eye on the future because we're doing that dance at 4,500. So now it's time to tape watch and chart watch because you want to see who's winning out at this level. Obviously, an ex post facto analysis is not going to help us. We have to see it in real time. So let's keep an eye here to see who wins. We're at a very critical level. We did make a newer high. To be fair, after the open high was 45.01 and a half. We just topped out there with a 45.02 and 3/4. Yeah, it looks like this might be an interesting long here, at least for the moment. Yeah, we're stair-stepping up. You know what? It's just if I get in here, where do you give it to? What exactly the level is going to have to be a completely random level. Arun, I think, would say you'd have to give it to at least 44.90 because that is the bottom end of the trough. That's 10 plus points. I don't know if I could absorb that kind of risk on this kind of day, but it looks like we're winning out here, Max, to the north side. Let's wet our beak a little bit. We're going to wet our beak.
Wet your beak.
We're going to wet the beak. There we go. We're taking the long. Let's see if we can hold this. X continued to print a newer high here, Max, on U.S. steel, 29.66 HOD. At the moment, we're at 64s. Let's wet our beak on this one as well. Take a little bit more profit here as we definitely step up. But what I'm worried about is this futures trade because it's far from certain. X was an obvious 29.25 break. This one, much less certain.
You got that NASDAQ level right above at 15,250 here. So we break that, and ES just broke the high. I mean, what's the next stop? I don't even have these. I didn't even look at my levels today to the upside this far. I just had my 15,150. But yeah, 15,250 is, I believe, a level on NASDAQ. So maybe that's a breakout price. And then, we seem to be able to put in some bigger moves above there. We're already up 1%. Are we going for 2% today? Is this the trend reversal? This 15,335 was where we were holding before. I think that's a good spot to target if we're going to go to the upside. But I don't know, do we have that big of a move in us again for this afternoon? I guess we could keep trending. Bit of a short squeeze if you think about, where we've come from on NASDAQ recently, down 1,000 points. I was just doing a little bit of a chart on Tesla here, seeing where we can go on this one. We tested the bottom of this trend really nicely from all the way back here and just bounce off of that. Can we get up to this kind of 243 level today? I think it's possible. It really just depends on that futures market. If this NASDAQ really wants 2% today, I think then you're getting that 243 on Tesla. And TSHA looks like it is starting to make the move. I'm kind of nervous to just punch the long on this one above the high. I feel like that's one of those trades where you just get the quadunk right back down into VWAP. But people are going to get stopped out on this, and we're definitely testing this this consolidation range right here at $1.80. So kind of an obvious spot to stop. If we just take this out, I think we can get to 250 today pretty easily. I just haven't seen the small caps working in the last couple of weeks, so I don't want to put a ton of risk behind it. But this is looking pretty strong. Let's see where this one goes. Where's the volume at? 95 million. That's pretty good for a small cap. This one is leading the market, just ahead of AMC. Do I want this instead of Tesla? I don't know.
Man, I know I'm going to get bamboozled in this trade on the future. I just know it. All right, but I'm definitely not being bamboozled on this X trade. 29.75 HOD. Somebody in the chat, thank you very, very much for alerting me to this. Ty Alexander, local high 29.96. Couple of shekels till we reach there, the 3/4 mark, the best we can do at the moment. The fight is still being fought here at 4,500. I'm 3 points out of the money on this as we dip down back into 4,500. I mean, if you're looking from the technical perspective of where I have to get out, it's 44.90. It's the bottom of this trough. That's just the reality. Otherwise, you're just guessing. Okay, doesn't make a lower low here. The lower low comes through the break of the trough. So it's one of two things. It's just about how much risk you can take. What's your risk appetite? Otherwise, you're shooting in the dark. It has to be the break of the trough. That's the technical perspective on that. So I'm going to continue to watch. I'm going to have to continue to suffer on this trade until it resolves one way or another. But there we go, 4,500. The battle is still being fought between buyers and sellers. Someone told me to keep an eye on the volume. And there's no doubt about it. The volume is not what it was earlier on, nor is it going to be. But I would say that relative to the time of day, the volume is still holding up. And I'm talking about the ES here. I'm talking about the future. Much in the same way that it's holding up here on the NQ September contract as well. So we'll continue to watch. Let's see if buyers are going to overwhelm sellers at these levels. It's by no means certain. And also, by the way here, 75 acting as a local top. I don't see the size reflected on the book to justify holding us up at these levels, which makes me guess, of course it's a guess, educated nonetheless, that we do have an iceberg here at 75. It's a random level, sure, but it's a $0.75. So I like these $0.50, $0.25, whole dollar, etc. You guys get the point where we could find areas of either support or resistance. We're 31% to the good at the moment. Let's see if we can continue to stair step up, because this is the only trade that's paying so far. For the future, couple of points out of the money here on the ES, as we are 0.44 up on the day max.
I missed my trade on Tesla. Was looking at this TSHA, but yeah, Tesla does the little wick below 237, can only get 10 cents, and now we're back 50 cents above that by now. But this is where we're going to reject from. If we're going to reject, this is kind of this bounce spot here. We bounced right here, so 237.50, 237.60 will be a spot of resistance. If we're cracking 238 again, that's kind of the trade that I was looking for, off the 237 and then, blast off. But I don't know. I mean, it's not really doing a whole lot. Obviously, 50 cents is great, but Tesla usually bounces more aggressively than that. So maybe we see some more downside. Maybe we get a double bottom here. Maybe we get a consolidation that I can figure out a way to get long on somewhere around that 237 for the potential push back up. NVIDIA has not gotten to that 433 yet, so still waiting on that one. 432, not a bad level to get to, but I don't know. I wanted that 433.5. We are kind of falling off of 432 right now. So.
And the futures, it's not cooperating. It's probably going to be a double top here, but I said what I'm going to do what I say, and 44. It's a bottom break of the trough. That's my out. If it ends up retracing, it retraces. Well, nothing I can do about that, but I'm not going to get out at a random level. That just doesn't make any sense. So we'll continue to watch that, and we'll continue to watch X. Let's see what else is popping off. Now, we didn't talk about any of these daily movers, and I've got them in spades here on the sides. You guys know I have the big tech charts and the daily mover chart. Let's talk about them. X I already talked about. That's a daily mover. TMC, I had an interesting look at this one earlier, but it says given up the ghost and no longer interesting to me. What did Neil call this TSHA? Tasha? Oh, there he is. Yeah, this Tasha. Tasha. Okay, well, we're right back at highs, Max. We got up to 181 on our friend Tasha here. We're right back there again. We just wicked 180. We haven't printed a newer high. Look what happened when we broke that 180. It was a big boy Huadung all the way down into one and a third. And we are now stair-stepping up. Not so much elevatoring as we are escalating this time, but there we go. Now we just touched 180 again.
I'm long.
Your Max is long. There we go. 140% up on the day. Quickly here, for those joining us, I don't have a headline. Let's bring in the headline here so we can talk about this. Maintained overweight by Cantor Fitzgerald. Is that the move? No, here we go. This is the look on it. Taisha Gene Therapies shares are trading higher after the company reported initial clinical data from the first adult Rett syndrome patient dosed in the Reveal phase 1 of 2 trial and announced $150 million in private placement funding. So you have a catalyst, you have an analyst upgrade. It's a good look. You know, obviously we're intraday trading here, but from an intraday perspective, looks good. Unlike the future, which is headed back down again, 44.96. We just wicked off. Let's go ahead and put the stop. We know where that's going. Sadly, I think I may actually trigger this today.
Okay, let's go, Tisha.
Go, Max.
191, the new high. So I punched a bit more at 185 there on the break. Let's see if we can get that $2 break. I'd add more on $2 and expecting halt up scenario on this one if it does get going. I'm not going to let it print below $1.80 again. I think that's kind of the line in the sand here. Don't want to get quadunked on, so set the stop.
Sounds like getting dunked on. Quadunked on. I love it.
So stop is in. Let's see if this one can make the move. There's 700 lots on the ask. So if those get taken out, we expect a big kind of squeeze. But let's see. Struggling with $1.85. Can it take that out? Come on, print 86. Let's get through that $2 level. Looking like we are running into resistance on this TSHA. Not a clean kind of blast up like I was necessarily expecting. But if we can hang on to $1.80 here, I think we can still get that move going. There are those 800 lots on $1.87, but this is a $1 stock, so that's not really all right. And we're stopped out. All right, whatever, bamboozlement. Maybe should have taken the 10 cents on a $1.75 stock, but I don't know. I was looking for the big move, obviously.
I don't blame you.
Which still could come. It can't seem to break through $1.77 right now, so maybe we consolidate, take out the high again. I'll try $2 if it shows up. That's about it. Double bottom on Tesla. So I keep looking at this stock and then missing my trades on Tesla, which just put in a double bottom just below that 237 and is now blasting back up. Well, trading back up. I don't think blasting is an appropriate description for 35 cents, but looking good on that Tesla bottom. I wish I was long. I can't punch 60 cents higher than I should be, so gotta wait for something else. Maybe we get a triple bottom on Tesla.
Why not?
I mean, it seems like the market is happy to trade around this 4,500 price and doesn't really want to get anywhere away from it at the moment. So maybe we're just kind of chilling in range, play the ranges that establish until we get a breakout or breakdown of where we're trading from on the market. I think Meta 305 could be a decent short, but I think I'm done with Meta today personally. Got how many trades here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trades on Meta today. None of them real losers that bad, but not up on the stock, that's for sure. And still trading like $5 above where I was initially getting short on it. But I think that 305 kind of reject makes sense, and it does show up right here on the 30-minute. I don't believe this wick is real. Let me just double check that on, where's Meta? Yeah, that got up to 304.80 on Friday. So 304.80. So this is the wick. This one is not real. 304.80 was the high. That's basically the high today. So I think if we kind of get above 305 and then slam back in, you could potentially, get that move at least back into 302.50 where we were consolidating before. And we have that 302.20 that feels like a shelf breakdown right now. So if you get through that, maybe you get some acceleration back down through VWAP. But that is, if you look at it more long term, pretty clear kind of reject of that 300 breakdown. So from a swing perspective, it makes a lot of sense that maybe you're getting long in the low 300s right now and risking that 298 break, looking for maybe back into that 310 or higher even. I mean, you break back into this 310 range, the range was 310 to 325. So maybe you're looking like 316, 318 on a swing on that 300 fail breakdown. Maybe I should have been considering that perspective earlier this morning when we were just holding 299 really nicely. But it is what it is. I mean, I feel like there was a lot of downside on Meta if we did actually break down. So
I don't know, bro. Like, I get what you're saying. I just think there's probably a lot of institutional money hanging out at that $300 mark that we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of buying coming in there every time because digital ad sales did a lot better than expected, not just from Meta. From a lot of the other, digital ad-related names, they keep dropping decent amounts of, oh my goodness, X is the gift that keeps on giving here, Max. 29.87. This one is pumping to the high side, 31.5% now on X. It just keeps, man, someone has obviously got a buy program on here. Don't tell me this is retail. This is positioning, baby. This is just going. At 75 was a level, got blown out, okay? It was an iceberg. It was obvious. We kept projecting off that level. 80, we danced with it for a little bit. Not that long, quite frankly. But somebody was telling me 96, the local high. I haven't checked the, I haven't zoomed out, quite frankly, on X because I'm playing the intraday price action, but it is just on a mission here on X. Every time it dips into, the selling comes in, there's someone stepping in on the buy button again, just like right now. So we'll keep an eye on X as it continues to head a little bit higher here. The concern for me, the futures position, because it's completely unresolved as to how we're going to move. 4,500, we're 44.97 and a quarter. We haven't made a newer low though, so not getting out of this position. Nicole, I jumped in IRRX. I'm up $10.87 to 11.81. Nice move, Nicole. That's a buck. It has not moved since. I thought it was halted. Level 2 shows buys for 10.87. How do you play the gap? Good question. Let's pull it up. IRRX. Don't know anything about the company. Let's have a look at that one real quick here. Talk about, first of all, what it does. And second of all, what the deal is with the price action. Whoa, okay, so what the hell is this, bro? This hasn't moved since July.
What are we talking about?
Integrated rail. All right, what does this do? Let me guess, it's a rail company. I don't actually have any information on this bad boy.
Is it halted?
It looks like it is, dude. Look at this. This is the 30-minute on IRRX. Look, 1181 high. What's the volume?
I'll check the halt.
No, it's done 2,700 shares today. This is a very illiquid stock. It just doesn't move. Nicole,
is it a buyout?
Getting into the stock.
Is it being bought? It must be getting bought.
look at the price action. Let's look at the daily. Let's go to the daily. This is the daily. So is it getting bought out? No. Look at the blotter. Nothing here.
Is there even a bid and ask on this thing?
I have no idea what this is. Okay, the last time I had a real main headlines. Oh, here we go. July 24th, Max. The last time I had a headline. Integrated Rail and Resource Acquisition Corp. announces contributions to trust account in connection with proposed extension. Don't know what the hell that means. The company today announced several actions being undertaken in anticipation of the previously announced annual meeting of stockholders of the company being held for purposes of considering and voting on, amongst other proposals, a proposal to extend the date by which the company must consummate an initial business combination. Is this a SPAC? It's a SPAC, thank you, because $10, yeah. Okay,
so why
Neil,
is it trading at $11?
I don't notice everything on demand here. But yeah, Neil, it is a SPAC. So it looks like there is a news headline today. Look, Nicole, I don't see anything on my blotter to account for the 1074 jump into 1181. But yeah, it looks good. I mean, I don't know if how are you? It's just so illiquid. I don't know if I'd hang out here, but there's really nothing to speak of here, Nicole. And I don't have a news headline to explain what's going on. So you caught me on this one. It's not halted. I don't think it's halted. Did you check the halt? It's a NYSE stock.
It's not halted.
It's not halted,
It's not
Nicole.
halted.
No, we just checked. Max checked. It's not halted. I really wish I could contribute more because you're obviously a good friend of the show's, but I just don't have information.
But if
here
it's a
on
SPAC and it's trading at $11, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Well, I mean, usually when they're going to de-SPAC, there's a bit of a premium that happens, right? There's some action in the price, knowing that it's gonna merge with a company, going to go public, and then there's usually a bit of price action.
This one doesn't. I mean, that headline that you were reading
That was
made it
July
seem
24th.
like, yeah, it made it seem like it's not combining. I don't know, whatever. I don't know what to do with something like that.
Okay, new high a day on X 29.89. We just took out some there at the highs. 31.5% to the good now. Obviously, now we're talking about $30, right? We're that close to $30 at this point where we got to start, basically looking to de-risk the majority. This is my move. The majority of the position into 30. Then obviously, shout out to Brenkos. We'll hold a piece for the dream through that 30 level, assuming we make it up there. We're long 29, so far removed from that price. But the more worrying trade, the futures position, we got up to 4,500, another rejection off 4,500, and now coming back into that 44.97. I'll be out if it breaks 90.
I should really be long Tesla right now at 237. That's a bit of a mistake out of me. Great price here, that 237 or 236.80 kind of level. You can see how many times we touched around here. So should be long here. Talk myself out of it. Second time, definitely should not have, but is what it is. And Amazon is actually getting kind of smoked right now off that 140. I actually said to Obi earlier on, he was trying to short 140. I was trying to short 140. And we were like, Amazon always gives up the whole move. And I mean, we're $1.50 down already. So let's get rid of this wick right here, low, call it 139. And it doesn't want to fix it. But anyway, back down to 139. At some point, Amazon's likely to bounce, I would say. But I mean, I thought it was coming at 140. Now we're all the way to 139. Did we just kind of fail break that? We did. So maybe 139 is the price. We have that kind of interesting inflection level from earlier this morning, that opening range high of 138.90, that it comes down and holds 138.90. So is this where you get long, or is this where Amazon decides to give it all up? Market still bouncing. I feel like, the kind of mean reversion play makes a lot more sense right now than a breakdown kind of trade. So maybe Amazon back into VWAP, back into maybe 139.50, 139.70. Makes some sense if we can hold this low right here at 90s. I wish these wicks would get out of my way. 139. Okay. All right, now that one's fixed. Now we have a new one. But I feel like that 138.90, for whatever reason, that's the price here on Amazon. We'll see if that can hold. If that holds, we get back above 139. Maybe we can get a trade in here for the bounce. Just if the market goes down and Amazon's already the one that's been trending down, does this just flush right into low of day? I think that's possible too. Sorry, I'm really talking myself out of every trade here today. I don't know what to do. So I'm not going to do anything. That X is at $30. Let's go, Sharif.
Yeah, it's all almost. We broke a couple of 90s there, a couple of 90 prints, I think 92. Tracing back into 83. I mean, we took some out there at 89. We'll wait, right? The whole point here was to kind of just wait for that 29.95-ish. We'll see. I mean, it looks like we're going to get some selling in here, and to be expected. I mean, it was a big move up. And we'll see if the buyers step up. They have been the entire time. Every time we seem to get a red candle or two here on the 1 or 5 minute chart, it seems to be getting bought up. So I don't want to jump the gun and say, well, here comes the reversal. We'll let it reverse if we have to. So keep an eye on that. The futures still holding above that 44.90, hasn't printed a newer low. If this starts curling up again, this may be an interesting, I don't know. I don't even think I should be adding to this. What I saw was a higher high and a higher low, but no question about it, a double top. Looks like it's forming for the moment. So if we get the break, and that'll be a losing trade, sadly. So Amazon as well, like you were mentioning, this one super interesting here, a V-shaped retracement. Sorry for the wicks there, so we'll bring in this chart on Amazon. Wow. That 140.54 coming in, and we're just broke 139 right now, 138.91. We have a close on Amazon here at 138.40, so essentially 138.50. That will be an interesting defend, no question about it. If we get back into that level, it's strong. I want to say it's strong fundamentally because it was a good earnings win and they forecasted fantastic. The question for this one is, does the consumer hold out? I mean, if the consumer doesn't hold out for this one, in terms of a longer term play, you know, with credit card debt being at all recent, like, I don't even know if it's all-time highs, but it's over $1 trillion in the States of credit card debt. Household debt in the States is over 17 trillion, right? So there's a lot of debt running around. Savings are getting exhausted. Does this one actually benefit from the guidance given these new numbers? So we'll see. Technical levels though, anything off 138.50, I'm going to really be paying attention to see if we can get a dip trade off that level, but it's been a V-shaped retracement down. Meta hasn't kind of shown us that. Look at the move on Meta. You had a bit of a retracement, but then that 302.25 gets bought up on multiple occasions, and we just printed 304.59, right back up above 304 here. So Meta, that 300 level, absolutely holding up. So we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to watch, see what the plays are. And which ones are, so we obviously know that semis today, super strong, 432.12, the high of day here on NVIDIA. It's below 430 right now, retracing down into 429 and change, but very strong day for NVIDIA. I don't know, is that the move? Is that it? Or are we gonna continue a little bit here? So
that kind of feels like that's the move.
That's
but
the move, eh?
If we pull back into 425, I think that's possible. I got long Amazon just now. I'm going to bail out like in 1 second here unless we trade back above 139 again. I got long 138.90s, but I wanted to see that kind of blast off move back through 139, and we didn't really get it. We touched 04s, so I need to see a bit above 139 right now, or else going to be done with this one. I don't want to lose anything on this trade. That was the kind of idea. Risk like 2 cents to try to get the move back up. A little bit of a scalp back to VWAP, but if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen, and it's got to be quick. So, yeah, now we're back to 1. So forget it. I don't love the trade anymore. Done with that one. Looks like the market wants to come down. Looking like we want to test this 44.90. So I'm gonna hang on, wait for something better. I think Tesla maybe trying to consolidate at around this price would make some sense. If we get a little bit of action like this, a 5 to 10 minute consolidation between 237 and 236.90, and then we do a failed breakdown, that could be a decent move back up. That Amazon would have been okay, but whatever. I think that's probably the next trade. I think NVIDIA, you got to wait all the way back down to at least 425, maybe even 420 or 4. What was this high? 422.50. I think that's kind of where you want to be if you're trying to get long NVIDIA. I think any kind of another fail of 432 would make sense for a short on this one. But I mean, if the market wants to go up, the market wants to go up. We're still kind of holding just below that 4,500. We're holding the range. We're holding below the breakout price on NASDAQ. I feel like this is a pretty decisive kind of fail break move down. If we pull up the day chart on NASDAQ, if it'll load, right back into this level of 15,050 basically. When we tested it last time, broke back above, we never traded below 15,030. So kind of like a failed break down of 15K, even though we didn't quite get there on NASDAQ this morning, and now shorts are covering through that 15,250. Seems like we could get back into this kind of range that we were holding before, where it felt like it was a little bit happy around 15,350. So yeah, I think definitely looking for longs this afternoon or late morning makes some sense. I think NVIDIA, though, has put in enough of a move today, up 5%. Buying calls on NVIDIA right now, or did you already buy calls, James, and you're just printing at the moment? Because if you bought calls this morning at any point, you're probably laughing. If you bought calls on Friday, you're definitely laughing. Okay, Tesla breaking that bottom one more time. So let's see if it can hold one more time. Seems like it wants to, doesn't it? I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like the risk here is all the way down to like 235. But yeah, that held once again. So if you just take that wick, you're getting in 90s, and you're already 50 cents in the money, and now really blasting off. Why can't I just press the button on Tesla today? I can't press the button on longs today, except Amazon for two, nothing trades there. So I don't know. And that T-shirt, what happened to that one? I guess that one gave it all up. Still hanging out. So T-shirt's still on a chart waiting for the $2 break. NVIDIA, some kind of fail break at the high. Tesla seems to have gone without me for the third time now. So I should have just paid, and we'd be chilling 50 cents, 60 cents in the money right now. I just don't believe in the breakdowns like this. I want to see it consolidate a little bit longer, but I guess you could call that like a failed breakdown. Yeah, people are getting squeezed out of that one. That makes sense. What else we got going today? Meta never got to that 305 that I like. Maybe that happens today. Maybe that's the next trade. 305 failed breaking, but I just think that given all of this consolidation, there's probably some more explosiveness left in Meta today. So I don't know if that one works anymore either. You wanted to see it kind of consolidate like this, then blast off from here into that 305, and then slam down to where we are right now. I feel like that trade's kind of done now. Maybe this one just fades back into VWAP, but you can't pay all the way down to 303 when 305 was kind of that breakdown level, or that fail break level that.
All right. Well,
we got GNS is back up. Interesting. Okay. GNS broke $1 on Friday and is now at $1.70.
oh yeah, I saw that this morning running. What a move, bro. This one has been holding above $1 for a while, so it's been a good look for this one.
Yeah, this one has 9% short interest too, which is okay. It is only a 16 million float, which I think when I started trading this back in 2020, it was like.
Remember this from?
Yeah, I remember. Wow. This was one of my first trades, I think, GNS. It might have been my first day live on my own account. Yeah. I remember this stock very well. I think it went from like $2 to $5 in one day, and I was like just pressing buttons and somehow made money.
How long did you stay in the sim?
1 day.
That's cool. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, that was enough.
He says that with a straight face.
What do you learn in the sim? Nothing.
I don't know, bro.
You got to lose a bunch of your own money before you learn any lessons.
That's actually, I think a lot of people had that experience and they actually came out stronger on the other side.
Oh,
like
yeah.
A lot of the people you talk to, they're like, okay, you have to blow up a couple of accounts, literally lose the money, because you can say to someone, be disciplined, but unless you feel the pain.
Yeah, you got to feel the pain.
You have to feel the pain in order to know what's up, right?
But so, I'm not recommending not going in the sim.
Yeah.
I think that you should actually go in the sim for a couple of months. But it's hard to control yourself when you're just getting into
no question
this game, and you're seeing stocks go crazy. You're like, I could have made so much money right there. I could have made so much money on this. What am I doing in the sim?
That's the thing.
Even though you're still losing in the sim.
All right, guys. We're dancing here at highs on X, as every dip on my 5-minute chart onto the 7 period has been bought up. Let's go to the 5.
Shout out to 5151 GNUS.
Yeah, go for it.
Not GNS, GNUS.
Is that Genius Brains? GNUS is Genius.
What's the
Brains,
difference?
I don't have GNUS here.
Genius
on my
Group?
GNUS. It doesn't
it's the
come
same
up
company?
Yeah. GNUS doesn't exist anymore. No, I don't. It's not coming up here.
Maybe
on
it's on the pink sheets now.
Maybe.
Yeah. I think GNUS is the one that I was talking about, though.
Okay. It doesn't exist anymore.
It does not exist anymore, it seems.
What is the ticker on the pink, Neil? Do you know? Okay, Neil's checking. It's Tune. T-O-O-N.
Oh, they changed the
Some
ticker?
people in the chat saying 51. Right.
Cartoon Studios? I don't know. Anyway, not all that important. Neither of those are going today. GNS is the one that's going. Genius Group. Yeah, because they were into like entertainment, children's entertainment or something, the one that I'm talking about. This one's an educational company, Genius Group. So definitely different companies. Yen US is now Tune. Okay, so Tune does trade.
I'm going to get out of this trade.
Interesting.
I'm about to get stopped out, and that's the end
You're
of my
getting
trade.
stopped out of X?
No, of my futures
Oh,
position. There it is.
futures. Oh yeah,
Dip
futures kind
below,
of coming
and I'm
down,
done.
eh?
So a big loser on that, but whatever. Bamboozlement double top, and it makes that new low. So that's the end of the trade for me on the future. Watch it now pop up 100 points. No, it's not going to pop up 100 points, but you know, that's the way it is.
It is what it is. You take the
Semiconductor
trade.
is super strong. Look at this, man. Micron up 5%, AMD up almost 2.25%, NVIDIA up over 5%, SMH 2% here. TSM has been hurting lately because of maybe of the China headwind. Pi was a monster from last week. This one was up 7% in a day, but SMCI, somebody mentioning that earlier, up also as well, 4%. Qualcomm and ASML, really the only two on my chart that really can't get going here on or in the micro and semi names, but what a day. What a day it's been for these microchips. Again, a lot of buying hand over fist in China as they look for the ban to come in effect anytime, and they don't want to be left without these chips. So they've been buying hard. Keep an eye and see what happens the rest of the day. Let's go and look at big tech here, because I have a feeling if the future's retracing, so is big tech, and I am not wrong. So, by the way, that 138.50 came in on Amazon. That's the level we were talking about, and then you got a big bounce up into the $0.75, 138 3/4. We'll see. Do we get support here? 138.42, technically Friday's close, and we definitely had a lot of dancing here in that on that level, excuse me, earlier on. So I'm definitely interested in that 138.5, 138.40. Looks like it's curling back a bit now. Maybe I missed the boat. Who knows?
There's a lot of reasons to like that level, actually. I didn't really have that one charted.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's a
logged
good
in
look.
on this. That's what it is.
It was
I
a
need to log
multiple
in.
day close at that level too, by the way.
It's yesterday's close. We bounced off of there, so
Yeah.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye. Here we go. Back into that 138. 80s looking maybe to take back 139. It's still up 1/3% on the day. So really, you know, even though it's been a V-shaped retracement, or as our friend Randy likes to say, a Christmas tree retracement, because, well, it's shaped like a Christmas tree and it's red and green. Christmas colors, come on. I probably have to spell that one out, but yeah, anyway, holding support for now on Amazon. Look at this Microsoft double top, kind of almost reflecting the double top we saw on the ES there. That 324 rejection on Microsoft on a number of occasions. Second time around, though, you weren't really able to make it up there. 323.94 was as good as you could do on that side of the double top. But yeah, holding at a very interesting level, much in the same way that Amazon is at an interesting level, so is Microsoft. Look at this. We kind of based out here at this 322.25. Multiple dips below, all of which were bought up, and we're right there again. You have a 322 dip buy. It bounces off VWAP. So is this a start of possible support here? We'll see. Keeping my eye on these big tech names, because a couple of them are interesting levels. No question about it. So keeping my eye here. Tesla is actually curling up.
Yeah.
What is Tesla doing?
Yeah,
High or
Tesla
low?
is the one that looks like it wants to go.
It's
I
going.
outlined the exact trade and how to take it, and didn't take it myself despite wanting it. Now we're $1 up, $1.50 up. Yeah, so Tesla giving all the signs that it wants to go. Look at this dump down into VWAP that instantly gets rebought up, like almost $1 there off that VWAP dip. So showing that there are definitely buyers in this region. There's definitely, you know, some people wanting to scoop up any dip on Tesla. We've come from 200 and no, we didn't get to. Did we get to 300? Am I losing it?
What?
Did we get to 300
Today?
recently?
Recently, let's look. 4 hours.
We said we were gonna.
We touched 300 in late July, but rejected off. We did not break 300.
I don't even remember that.
I wasn't here because that was like right when I was in the middle of my vacation, when everything was running, of course, right?
Yeah.
And then when I came back,
okay,
I
that
broke
was the
market.
earnings move, right? Okay, yeah, right into earnings. Yeah. I remember this. And yeah, smoked off earnings. So we're coming from 300. We get down into like 235. now it's time to buy the dip. This is where we kind of based out last time. 241.50-ish is where we closed on the most recent kind of dip, down on the move up. So kind of just right in that kind of golden range to start buying dips on Tesla. We've closed at that 241.50 or 241.30 a couple times. So thinking probably, you know, if we break today's high tomorrow, whatever today's high ends up being, that's probably a breakout trade for that kind of leg up. Obviously, depending on whatever happens with these markets today. We were thinking that we could get down to 15K today, get below 15K potentially. I saw this, maybe it'll show up. I think it should show up on the hourly chart. Maybe I need the 4-hour chart for this, but the next real level on NASDAQ, if this does end up loading, is like 14,850. If we end up taking out that 15K cleanly, there's really not a whole lot of trading between here and 14,850. So kind of potential for like a flush down tomorrow or maybe even this afternoon. Probably not this afternoon. If we don't actually reverse the trend, I'd be looking for this 15,150 to hold again today, this afternoon, and then tomorrow morning. If that can't hold, I feel like we go touch 15K and maybe we're seeing those lower levels. If this is the bounce, I'm here for it. I don't like it when the market's going down. Doesn't make things all that easy, in my opinion. So yeah, hoping that this is the bounce day and tomorrow we get a bigger bounce.
Yeah.
What?
We just touched 94s here on X. Took out some top wick, waiting for possibly another move up. Because the reason is I'm not getting out. You have a series of higher lows here and higher highs. I mean, even if it's by a penny, but let's be real about it. I want to take out the majority of this in front of that 30. And here we go. The dip comes in onto X, right into the low 80s. Is this as good as we're going to do? That's it. Well, every time we get in, a big sell candle comes in, we get dip bought. Every single time. So I don't want to jump the gun and say, well, that's the end of the trade. Because every time I say that, there seems to be another buyer coming in. So continue to watch on X, right back into the high 80s again. Surprise, surprise. But yeah, we took out some there. We still have a decent position here that we could let run. Maybe it's probably wiser to de-risk at these levels, but call me crazy. But we'll see what this one does. Mac Attack 199 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Unusual Whales DWAC 30 strike September 1st 200K buy. Love these unusual options activity. Shout out to the Nigerian brothers who espouse that type of trading. Let's have a look at DWAC. DWAC. All right. So July 21st, what do we get? We got a big boy move all the way up to 2684. I don't remember what that was. I remember there was a catalyst of sorts there. It doesn't really matter for our purposes at the moment. What's the volume today on DWAC? Only 150,000 shares. Let's look at the intraday price action now. Yeah, 630 low, 1630 low, 1687 top. It's not something I'm going to jump into here, guys. It's just too illiquid. If this gets going, because we obviously can't trade options, if it gets going volume-wise, we'll definitely have words. But there you go, 1690 top now. It continues to print higher highs. Let me put in the ticker, DWAC. Yeah, 1683, a bit of a spread. What's the spread? I'll tell you quickly. 94s on the ask, 83s on the bid, 11 cents. You know, that tells you all you need to know. I'm not going to jump into this one, obviously, just based on the risk parameters that you have to institute. I don't know why this chart grows for no reason. I don't tell it to grow, and then all of a sudden it decides, I want to be bigger. So we'll keep an eye on that. Anyway, X back into the high 80s, looking maybe to set up here for another 90 touch. Let's go ahead and hang out at 95s and de-risk a little bit here, gentlemen and ladies, as we move up. And there we go, back on X, man. Every single time we dip in, the buyers are stepping in on this bad boy. 31 2/3 to the good.
Crushing that one, man.
It's okay. I'm not doing anything. It's just it's running on its own. All right, Dan. Dan's been right in the chat here. Reminder: trading is not about finding the lows of the day, longing below the IB low, and finding the high of the day, shorting above the IB high. The market shows where resistance is and support is, and you don't have to get the exact point where barely anyone wants to support your position. Thanks for that, Dan. Always dropping wisdom and hotlines in the chat. Keep them coming, baby. And we'll keep talking about the Neil, talking about Palantir, 1569 high, dancing at 1565. A series of higher lows on this one with maybe a flat top breakout around that 1565. You've had several wicks on Palantir at that level, but it really hasn't been able to stay above it, Max. And this is what I'm talking about here on Palantir. Let's put in the ticker real quick. Add commentary, PLTR. Here it is. Look at all the wicks above 1565. This is a 5-minute chart, and every single time we wick above there, we definitely encounter resistance. Technically high a day, 1569, but you're seeing a series of higher lows here with a flat top. This one gets volume. I think we could definitely get that stair step up. What's the percentage up on the day? 1.5, not much. Volume today, though, 30 million shares. So definitely nothing to sneeze at from an intraday perspective. Lots of liquidity on this name.
Look at all the wicks below 15 on the 30-minute chart on Palantir.
We
like, what
this.
a nuts level. I didn't even
remember
realize.
This? 16? It was the same way at 16.
Yeah?
Sean and I, Neil and I took that 16 dip, I think,
Oh,
earlier
yeah.
last week.
I wasn't here last week.
Yeah,
but
that was when you were still at the cottage. I think it was like Monday or Tuesday or something like that. But yeah, third time was not a charm. The Katina man is $2 in the money on the NVIDIA short.
I missed that one.
What
that
was the
was
high? 432.
It just made a new high by 5 cents, and then dips back below. I said that I wanted that if that showed up. Too bad though. Too bad. Missed that one. What was that? Yeah, literally 5-cent new high up into 432.25, and now down a full $3 off of that price. So banger there.
There it is, baby.
Sean crushing that one. I should be crushing it with him, but is what it is. I don't have it today, Sharif. I don't have it. Too tired, I guess. Got to, I don't know, hit the sauna tonight maybe, get a better sleep.
Yeah, I hit with Greg and Brenkos. I heard they do sick workouts in the sauna.
In the sauna? I don't know if they're working out in the sauna.
Right? It's a,
oh,
exactly.
Okay.
Right, it's a type of workout. We're not going to give the descriptor of that type of workout, but everybody knows what we're talking about. All right, guys, Max, here we go again in the 90s. I want to see if we get that flat top break, because we definitely have been accumulating in the low to mid 90s here on X, excuse me. Keep looking at that level, and I've got a resting order there at 95. Should it wick up, because old man hands can't hang, and we got to get that. We need the assistance of resting orders.
Look at our boy Amazon.
Right, that
right
138.5 held.
Right back, that 38.5 holds, comes back up, holds the, what do you call this? Is this the head and shoulders? Kind of a head and shoulders, right?
Yeah.
You got that
Inverse
80s right there.
Inverse, yeah, that's beautiful.
Break back through that 139.10, that makes sense for a breakout. That's not typically where I like to pay for these though, so that's not a breakout for me. Tesla, absolutely, well, not flying, but Tesla's going, making that move, TSLA, making the move, does another little dip, gives you the opportunity to get 238s again, and taking out that level. You got to get through, I don't know, I guess through 240 again to really be bullish and really start stopping people out. You would think that some people got short in here, risking that 239.25 break as well, and potentially, probably on the 240 break. So I think above 240, people are really going to start sweating. Tesla does a lot of volume. You have a lot of people playing it every day. So I think, there's definitely some intraday shorts below this 239.20, 240 kind of level. So get back above that. Maybe we're taking out the highs. I might try to buy a dip if we get above that 240, but going to have to be a significant dip or some significant level or something. Can't just be paying up at random prices for stocks like this. Where's the NASDAQ at?
I just want to
don't
talk
know. Are
about
we
Man
bidding
U real
back up?
quick here, Max.
Are they
Max
going
is-
again?
Yeah, 6.2%. It's at day's high, 24.35. What's going on with Manchester United stock? Manchester United shares are trading higher Monday. New reports indicate the company is preparing to announce a sale. Oh, what to know? Manchester United's board commenced a process to explore strategic alternatives for the club designed to enhance future growth last month. The company's owners have been reviewing offers for multiple potential buyers overnight, over 8 months now. There have been several reports along the way about negotiation development. Last week, a report suggested the company was convinced a deal would be completed soon. According to new reports, Cardiff City chairman Mehmet Dalman further suggested a takeover deal will be announced soon. How the hell does this guy know? Manchester United are going to announce their sale at 7.2 to 7.3 billion pounds, sterling pounds, which is roughly 10 times their revenue. What a disaster. Dalman reportedly said the report from last week, which said discussions have taken a big leap forward in recent weeks, suggested Sheikh Jassim bin Hamd Al Thani, means the second. It's the Arabic way of saying like RG3. Was preparing to submit a final formal offer closer to around 6 billion quid. Nothing has been officially announced, but reports continue to suggest an official deal would be inked in the coming months. I don't know why they want to sell this club mid-season. Like, we already started the Premier League season, man. This should have been dealt with in the summer. Anyway, it's at highs, 6.25 to the good. Liquidity.
6 billion quid?
That's what
you
they're
said?
offering, but apparently United's saying between 7.2 to 7.3.
Says
What do
the
you
market
say?
cap is 1.29 billion.
It's like 10 times revenue, bro. They want to sell it at... The company loses money. They've been bleeding money forever. I don't know why the Glazers...
Okay, but why isn't a
continue to
shareholder
spend.
saying yes to like 6 times
I
the
don't
current
know, there
price?
might be preferred shares where they don't get a say. I mean, I don't know the breakdown here, but or how it's working
Fair
out
enough,
here,
fair
Max.
enough.
But
there could be some other things in there, but I don't know if the company is. If the current market cap is 1.29 billion, which it is according to Trade Ideas here, which I guess that could be wrong. I could look it up on another source.
shout out to Akash. Thank you
I
for
don't
the
know.
$2 Canadian super chat. He's saying Disney's moving. We'll have a look at
Yeah,
that. Go
I
ahead.
was looking at that actually. So we did take out that 88.50 kind of intraday resistance level. I don't know though. Like until we're trading above 89, volume's pretty light on this one. Where were we trading on Friday on Disney? Friday, yeah. So like the intraday kind of resistance level at 89.5 is really where you want to be looking at on Disney. I think anything below 89 is probably a short into 89, and then stopping out there, and then trying again potentially at that like 89.50 on some kind of fail break or something, or a 90 fail break even.
Whoa, man, you just flew.
Did it?
10 pennies, like 20 pennies, just as I talked about it. Look at that, Max.
It's my analysis there. The bots were listening. They were like, wait a second, 5 times the current price? We're going to be selling this thing at $125? Let's go, buy it up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't get that. It must not work out to $125 a share. That doesn't make any sense.
Dude,
This would
all I
not be
know
trading at
is
this
that-
price if that was the case. There's no way.
Here's the look.
That's impossible.
The analysts are basically saying the Saudis are not really looking at making money from all these soccer acquisitions, whether it's the buying of Newcastle, whether it's the buying of Manchester United, or all importing Neymar now. I don't know if you heard about that. Neymar is going to Al Hilal to play in Saudi Arabia.
Really?
Bro, the point
How much is that deal?
They're giving PSG 100 million euros, and then they're going to have to pay him, which is a whole different thing.
Like paying him is what, like 500 million a year or something crazy?
We'll find out. I haven't. Sean said he saw 200 million. I didn't see it yet, but make a long story short, they're doing all this because it's a high exposure business. They're not actually looking at generating money. Maybe it becomes profitable down the road, who knows? But the look here is that they want exposure, and soccer gets them a lot of recognition, a lot of exposure. Their name stays in the public light, and to them, that's good exposure and it's worth the money.
Fair enough.
So we'll see what these guys bring. Anyway, someone is asking here, short X. Well, you may not be wrong, because I think we're flat topping here. No question about it. 29.94 the high. You've had multiple prints off that level. I've been sitting at 95s going in maybe on 20 minutes, half an hour now. But look, we haven't made a newer low. That's the thing. So it's a flat top breakout because the textbook says these wedge patterns resolve in the direction of the trend. And if the textbook says it, it must be right? No, I'm kidding. Tongue in cheek, of course. What I'm trying to tell you is I'm not going to go against this one. I don't know if you should be stepping in really here until you see confirmation that, look, we printed a newer low. The trend has changed.
I would personally think short like at the $30 level, either on a fail break or you see a ton of size there that doesn't want to break some kind of reserve on the offer at 99s maybe. You get short 99s. You're looking to stop out 01s. That makes sense. I think shorting it in front of that on a name that it has made a great move up, but it's not like an explosive name that's going to give you a 20, 30 cent move like right at once.
No.
So I don't think that shorting it, what are we trading at? 85s. Yeah, shorting it at 85s I don't think makes a lot of sense. I think you want to short it at 99s, take half out at 85s, and then you're looking for 60s on the remaining half. But yeah, let's see on this. I mean, it's ultra strong, 31%.
Let it get to that level, like you said.
Yeah, and this is a huge company, is it not? U.S. Steel is a massive company.
Well, I think today it's probably higher.
6.6 billion.
Yeah, well, right now, currently, given the exactly 6.6 billion.
That's a huge move out of a name like that. Also, I did look at another source that said 3.9 billion on Manchester United, so that is a lot less crazy. But still, almost 50% premium on where we're trading right now.
First of all, they suck.
I believe, were they not trading? I can look this up. But weren't we trading before all these rumors at like $15 or something? Come on, load. That's not going to load for me.
On the $49.90, man. That's bamboozlement, man. I mean, it's so $44.90.
$44.90. Yeah, I mean, we talk about that. What does Dan call it? The imbalance.
Yeah.
Imbalance highs, that's right where that is.
Yeah.
That 44, I'll pull it up. 44.89, that is the first hour of trading. That's the high 44.90. That's where we bounce from. That makes sense, I guess. That is also kind of where we resisted at on Friday. So probably a lot of confluence behind that number. Tesla obviously helping to pull the market up without me here. So, fail on that one for me. And yeah, a lot of these names are starting to curl, but I don't know. Nothing super exciting at the moment going on, I would say. And I think there's definitely still the ability to kind of turn around and reject that 4,500 again and, back into range. But I don't know. It feels like we're kind of coiling up here for a potential breakout through the afternoon.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, here we go. Still next, guys, and still with a good position on. No question about it. Here we go, 93s, 94s. Now we're accumulating again at the highs. Last time, I've been sitting at 95s for a while here, and I haven't got the print, meaning 95s has not been crossed. 94s on the ask. There's not enough size here to convince me. There it is, Max. We break through that. We're at 98s now. Oh, baby. Here comes 30, 99s. Here, 30, huge size here at 30 to be expected. Is this the short now? Is it all over? Is the long all over here? Because you got to assume, I mean, this is a heavily, I don't want to say heavily shorted name. We saw the short was over 8%.
Yeah.
8.5%. So here we go. I don't know where the shorts are sitting at, but there is definitely size here on the book at 30. We're not blowing through it, which tells me there's another iceberg hiding here. Oh wow! It just got taken. That size all got eaten up. Here we go. 30 again. Iceberg coming in for sure. Now there's no size here on the book, but there's a rejection. So we'll watch. I'm gonna watch here. What was the high? 30 on the dot, Max. 30 on the dot is the high a day, but I don't see the size here reflected on the book anymore. So I don't know if it's just a matter of time before this one runs. I'm staying put. I know this is not going to flush like a small cap gapper 40, 50 pennies against me. It's not going to do that. It's going to step down and it'll give me some time to weasel my way out of this trade. But I definitely want to be hanging around if this one continues, all the while knowing 30 is that level. Let me get to some comments here. Saad Mahmoud, I don't think so. It's still strong. Okay, that's your opinion. I like it. We'll see. Jay Lee, Saudi. is pretty much a drunken sailor mode with golf and soccer. Honestly, they should be building real infrastructure and business instead of this. Yeah. Well, brother, go have a look at the cities they're building in the middle of the desert. Infrastructure galore. So I don't know if you've done, all the research there, but they are building. It's not just soccer. Soccer is just to expose themselves, and the live thing is to get the headlines. It's not really the bulwark of what they're doing. But go and have a look. Look, man, I think personally, at a time where cash is, is getting kind of scarce because Western governments have a lot of debt. There's no question about that. It's going to be these countries with heavy amounts of cash that are going to be really taking advantage of the current situation. The Saudis seem to be maneuvering in that direction. Whatever you think of their politics, absolutely irrelevant for me. I trade the price action, and that's what's happening at the moment. All right, back to X. Here we go. We're still dancing at 97s, 95s, some selling coming in, though. But every time we saw these big red candles come in, like look at this one over here. It bought right back up. Likewise with this one. So I'm not ready to call this one over yet. Let's see what we get. Oh, that rhymed.
I was considering taking the short there, but I wanted to see it print above 30s for a second. And it really didn't do that, even though it did wick to 04s. Yeah. I was considering, it gave you the opportunity to get 99s there. I was going to take it, but again, I don't know. I think you got to see a little bit of trading above, see some people getting kind of offside by buying above before you're shorting back down. So I didn't take that. That might be a mistake here. This looks like it wants to flush a little bit.
It does, yeah.
But,
we'll see.
I mean, if you're long, I don't think you're scared of this at all. If you're long, you're not scared until you're printing 79s or 75s.
Exactly. I agree.
So we'll see. I mean, if it takes out 80s, then I'll be crying again today. But whatever. I don't think.
I hate the future. Oh my God! Look at it. Look, Max. I mean, bring up the chart.
Yeah.
How many times are we going to see this, bro? How many times are we going to see this, bro? That's a tough one, man. It's a toughie. But you got to draw the line somewhere, right?
I find that with the futures, it's tough to kind of take a breakout trade, right? You got to be kind of like finessing your way into the futures on these dips.
So frustrating.
I used to, when I was a trainee, I used to trade way too much futures.
Yeah.
Which you don't have even close to enough risk
to
even take MES contracts on when you're a trainee. But I would always try these breakouts and I'd be like, yeah, sick, let's go. And bamboozle 5 to 7 handles and then actually end up going.
Oh boy.
So yeah, I think
LJD.
Got to find your ways on that one. I don't know how to do it.
Saudi's line projects will be their undoing. All right. You're entitled to your opinion, and maybe you are right. We'll see. I mean, time will tell whether they're spending too much money on nonsense or whether this is actually going to pay off. I mean, time will be the determiner of that. So let's keep an eye out. And I'm personally not going to have a bias one way or another. I'm going to try to keep an objective mind here to see what's doing. Right, so let's see what else is moving here, Max. Let's talk about. Let's bring in the.
We haven't talked about SoundHound yet.
Go for it.
Which it's been doing. I don't know what term I want to use there, but not a whole lot since I don't know, what is that, 10 a.m. We make this high at 240. Just consolidating in range on this one. Done 30 million shares. This has a short float of 12%. It used to be a lot higher than this back in the AI squeeze days, so I guess people have covered. But where are we coming from on SoundHound? Just use my trade ideas chart because, I don't know, those daily charts are giving me some trouble at the moment for some reason. But coming all the way down from that $5 level, I'm pretty sure I was long here at $5 when that fail broke, and this time too. But yeah, coming into some resistance right now at that 225. 250 would be the next stop on this one. I think, I don't know, I mean, the AI craze isn't quite over yet. We saw some headlines this morning. I was reading something about how a lot of companies are kind of, like publishing companies are scrambling to get into to AI to get contracts in with some of these companies. I don't know how much AI SoundHound actually does.
It's an interesting look, though. Yeah.
Interesting.
We've heard a lot about
sure.
the writers. I mean, the script writers. So it's not like actual publishers in terms of book writers, but they're not feeling this AI move at all. They want
Of
AI
course.
banned, essentially, from movie script writing and television script writing.
Exactly.
Right? I mean,
Wouldn't
it's
you?
their bread and butter. If I was them, yeah, absolutely. If the positions
What if they were doing
but what's the
AI
greater good?
What if they AI'd us?
Are they not? I was just telling my dad, like, I'm like, there might be 2 or 3 years left in day trading. I don't know.
No,
don't think
I
they're
mean
gonna make
us
me-
on the show.
Oh.
What if they just used our
You
faces?
didn't hear what happened? Maybe I won't tell you this on camera, but I'll tell you off camera. But yeah, that's coming, my friend. Absolutely
Oh, yeah.
coming. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a little
Our days are
robotic
numbered.
right now, but it will get better. It only gets better, right?
of course.
The technology only improves.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like, we already know the algos are rampant now. Add like artificial intelligence. You know what I did with ChatGPT on the weekend? I'm like, here's what I did. I'm like, hey ChatGPT, how are you? Are you able to do quantitative analysis on equities? Just as a general question. It's like, yes. And then you keep asking it more questions.
Oh, yeah.
What data points do I need to enter? This and that. And every time it responds saying yes, telling you that it can and how to do it, but it has a little caveat at the end. But you should always do your own research, this and that, blah, 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 blah. The point is, Max, even the quants, I don't know, bro.
You think they're done too?
I gotta tell you, brother. I gotta tell you, unless you get a hold of it and you ban it, it's able to do it.
Yeah, ban AI to save the day traders. That's
Yeah, that's what everybody cares
I think that's
about.
a tough political ask on that one. Yeah, the actors are all.
Pardon me? Can you say that again? Yeah, we just talked about that. We were
Yeah.
just talking right about. Sean is mentioning the writers, the Hollywood script writers who were on strike. We know over 100 days now they've been striking. And yeah, Max and I were just mentioning that. We're like, wouldn't you be upset if that was happening in your job? And quite frankly, it's a tough world we live in. I don't know why this individual keeps calling me. That's it. This individual is getting blocked. Yeah, absolutely
Wow.
getting blocked here on my call because they don't get the idea that I am not available at the moment. So they're now blocked.
Damn.
All right. Wow, Sean. Wow, Sean. Wow, Sean.
She's
Sean,
busy. She's busy trading.
Good the chat didn't hear that. But all right. Bart Natoli, Sava. Are you kidding me? Cassava Science is moving? Let's have a look. SAVA.
Always a great short when they
Oh
go
my
up.
goodness. Pull up Sava. Here we go, baby.
All
This
right.
one's flying. What is going on here? 6 1/4 at day's highs. Volume coming in spades right now. Let's look at Sava. All right. Man, you suck.
Oh,
Why
the
am I
classic
doing-
intraday headline, 29% shorted too.
I
So
love
there's something going
Good
on
call,
here.
chat. Thank you, crypto blogger. No, it's Bogdan.
the show now.
Who called that out? Who said Sava? Let me look. I got to give him a shout out because that's a good call right there. I can't even see where their name is. Once I'll look it. There we go. Bart Natoli. Thank you, Bart, for that. What is I don't have a headline here on Sava. Traders circulate article entitled Understanding the Impact of Sava, Cassava Sciences. Okay, Cassava Sciences, a clinical stage biotech company, has been making waves in the medical research community with its groundbreaking work on Alzheimer's. We know this is a very noble cause here, no question about that. The
Still
company's
not a million shares yet, though.
no, 600 some odd, right? Almost 700,000. But we just started this. It just started moving. What's the spread on this, man? Let's look quickly here.
Not so
It's
bad. Not
4
so
pennies,
bad.
not too bad.
The real liquidity, not so good, probably. But yeah, if this
Yeah,
decides,
I love when you say that, the real liquidity, because that's, in fact, a big difference from what we see and what there actually is in play, because you may not be able to get filled at those levels because there's no size, right?
Yeah.
Here we go, right back down into
I
that
think you want
18
to wait
and
for
2/3.
like $20 on this one. It's interesting that the range used to be insane on Sava. I remember one day early on being here where it went from like $30 to no, maybe not 30, $50 to 110 or
wow.
something.
Oh, yeah, I remember
and then
that,
reversed
man.
the whole move
Yeah,
back
yeah.
down into
Wild,
like 20. So
Wild.
not quite doing those moves anymore. Obviously that short float is interesting. I think wait for volume to come in on this one, wait for maybe a $20 break, and then see if that fails or continues. If it continues, then you probably got the trade there. That X is consolidating between 30 and 29.90. So I think that now the short idea is broken on this one because we did the 30 test, we held below at 29.90, and now we're pushing back up. I don't think trying to short this thing at 30 again makes any sense. I think you got to, I don't know, just join the long somehow maybe. So let's see what happens here. I mean, if we wick it again, I just think, first time the edge is really there on that short. The second time, the buyers are showing that they want it above 30. So why are you trying to short this thing back down?
Yeah. Well, here we go. I've got a resting order at 30.01s. Here we go, 29.99. Now we're going to see 30 again. We know 30 was the exact top. There was big size. It got taken out. All right, and then it was basically with nothing was there. So for a fact, there's an iceberg. Just how big is the question at $30? To be expected. It's a higher short flow. 8.5 is not that great, to be honest with you. But I don't know how many people punched in short, added to this position when the news broke out last night. When did the news break out? Was it last night for U.S. Steel? Was it? The Katina man says this morning, I'm pretty sure I read something last night about it, so this could have been released last night. Who knows what came in since that time at the $30 and just above the $30, because we know it's a 14-day turnaround with respect to short float. And there it is, Max. Up we go, squeezing through that level. Obi-Wan Kenobi said, the trend is my friend. And there we go to the high side, $30.09.
Volume's really starting to pop off on this, actually. There you go. Wow,
Here comes the squeeze,
that
baby.
Is squeeze action for sure. Hopefully somebody joined the long based on what we were saying. I didn't. Probably should have just taken that 30 breakout. The first one wasn't real, right? That wick up to 04s was kind of some dark pool or some kind of gateway bamboozlement to get people long who didn't want to be long. Now the real 30 break, I mean, look, it's 13 cents.
That's way, yeah.
But,
is it really the 30 break?
But this is the biggest green candle since all the way back here on this name. And now looking like it may want to continue. We'll see on this. Do we have daily levels left? I mean, we're up so high. It was at 22 on Friday. So I'm not sure if any of the daily levels really make sense, but I'll go try to take a look.
Well, I'm letting it go, bro. We're just going to let this bad boy run. There's been no reason to get out. I mean, I want to show the side chart here because I think it reflects it a bit better. Here is the 5-minute look on X. The green line is the 7 period. Look how tightly it's been holding the 7 period here. It really has not given you a reason to get out, technically anyway, unless you just want to, shut down and call it a day. But there has been no technical reason to get out of this name.
There's not a tremendous amount of trading between $30 and $31.40 on the daily chart. So
Nicole Harris has got calls on, I believe she's got calls, $31. So shout out to Nicole. She's printing right now.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's big boy print.
Okay, I don't know what to trade anymore, Shreef. I feel like...
Would have been trading the futures, but I got slapped at bottom. I'm still
when we were
this,
trading at 15.
Look at this.
Like at the low of day here at 15.050 when we did this wick down and couldn't continue going. Obi and I both said to each other, well, that's the wick bottom, isn't it? But then both of us continued to short all the way up, it seems.
I love how the story sounded so good, and then you bring in that little pointer right there. I love it, Max. All right, we're letting this one run, man. 30.15. We're printing new highs now, Max. This one doesn't. It looks intent on taking. I'm printing highs. I mean, I'm not taking.
Yeah. If you get through 30.25, I think it's just gone, right? It's going. But I mean, you could say that it's only been 3 minutes since the real 30 breakout, and it could still decide to go back through, and that could still be the high, but. From a risk to reward standpoint, I don't think shorting up here is all that great yet.
The Katina man, what do you short?
NVIDIA,
the Katina man is taking everything short and their mother's cousin, so be aware. So we'll see. We'll see. The NVIDIA is back to 432. We have a high a day, by the way, on NVIDIA, 432.25. Right? We have a bit of a flat top. Developing here on NVIDIA. Let's look at the side chart real quick. This is the 5-minute look on NVIDIA, and this is what I'm talking about. Yes, you have wicks into 432.25, but look what the majority of the closing prints are. If this candle closes, it'll be the first one really above that 431.25. Most of them have been south of that or just at 431. I think we're seeing higher highs here. This one's a toughie. 5 2/3 max to the good today. It's been only $30 of range on this name. $30 of range. Fantastic.
That's insane.
Fantastic.
That's insane. What a move. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've been kind of trying to buy the dip for 2 weeks now, and the market's just been kind of choppy, sketchy, going down when you're trying to buy the dip. Today, if you bought the dip, you could be having probably your best day in the last couple of months, especially on NVIDIA. But even something like Meta or Tesla, they don't move as much as NVIDIA, but they could have given you a nice move. Comp SRX talking about how they are trimming the Tesla long. Where are you long from? In here, hopefully, right around 237. That's a banger trade right there. Intraday at noon to be able to get a what is that? A $3 move almost on Tesla is pretty sweet. I think it makes sense to be trimming it here. We're not able to push to this 240 right now for whatever reason, even though the NASDAQ really is curling up quite a bit. So Tesla put in the move by itself kind of here, and then now not able to continue as the NASDAQ comes up. So it makes sense to trim it here. Not really struggling with this with that 240 area, and 239.50 area is kind of where we broke down from, and that's where we held up on the way up. So makes sense to trim it. I think that you're holding a piece of this for that potential kind of afternoon just grind up squeeze move through the high potentially. I think Tesla could easily end up flat today. So see what happens on this one. I just don't see anywhere to really buy the dip anymore, and now we are kind of we're kind of going down. But if we do this kind of uptrend here, hold the daily trend, and then we break down from here and get back into this 237, I just don't think that that's there's any edge for the long there. I think that's probably going to break down, and you're up through 20s now.
Oh my goodness, we're almost $1 in the money on this. Who would have thought on
$1 in the money on U.S. steel?
Yeah.
U.S.
Like
steel.
this, I did not think that this was going to be the case today. Oh my goodness, this is
there goes NVIDIA too.
Yeah, everything's popping up here. Everything's popping up. NVIDIA 432.87 HOD. It's knocking on the door of that 433 level. 110.68 on AMD. A bit of a look. It didn't make a newer high on AMD. That's the thing. Let's pull that up. Oops.
It didn't make a newer high?
No. Look at this, Max. So here's the earlier pop up there. 110.68 is the high. This candle here, 110.62. So the print at 1150 on this 1150 5-minute candle, still the undisputed high a day. But we are very close to it. We're like 8 pennies off that high. And I don't know, I wouldn't want to stand in front of this one, but here we go. The chips, I don't know what the hell is going on with the chips today, but the chips are strong. The chips are strong, no question about that.
Oh yeah, very, very strong. NVIDIA going for that 434. I was considering taking the short off of a 434 fail. I think now that looks like a terrible idea. So I'll stay away from that. Although, we're up $2, and then you slam back in. Does that make sense? NASDAQ's not at the high, ES not at the high. 6.1% on NVIDIA. This is crazy. I mean, the trend is your friend, as many people say. But I do like that 430. Maybe you got to wait for 435 to fail. I don't know. I want to extend $3 off of this breakout, and we're only $1.50 off of it. We'd be $1.70 off the breakout if you're shorting 434 fail break. So I think 435 may be the only way to get this one. I don't want to pay the wrong price on NVIDIA and then end up losing $1 where you shouldn't be. So yeah. We'll see if we really blast up and then the selling comes in, pours in super strong, or there's a reserve above 434. Maybe that makes sense to try the short. Otherwise, 435 is where I would want to get this one, because that's where we popped up to kind of recently, 2 days ago, 2 trading days ago, 435.79. So yeah, we get up through 435, can't take out 436 right away. Maybe you're finding a way to jam short on that one, and then expecting us to get back down to 430. I think where we are right now is too dangerous for that idea, especially with the market just below the highs. We pop through the highs aggressively, kind of break out on the market, then you can get offside pretty easily. Also, people have been asking about Carvana. I haven't been able to get to that.
Oh, wow.
My thoughts on Carvana are 42.20 break. That's where I would get long Carvana. We've talked about this a bunch of times that I like to take the daily breakouts when we're in an uptrend on this name. Let's just double check what the short float is on Carvana, how many people have covered. Oh, wow. Okay. 42%. So the short float is going down on Carvana. People are not seeming to enter new shorts on this.
It's interesting, huh?
Well, I mean, you could say that they're not entering new shorts. There could be new people getting short at these levels.
Yeah, we don't know.
But, we were at 58% at one point on Carvana.
Wow.
Even up here, we were at like 49. So people covering on the way down. Maybe that is bullish, though, that people are wanting to cover their shorts in this region versus,
Somewhere down
adding
the line,
more
yeah,
and trying to slam it more. People are getting a little more scared of it,
I still
potentially.
don't get the fundamentals behind this company. No, I really don't. No,
I
I'm
mean,
not
but
even
they
talking
turned a
about
profit.
I know.
They turned a profit. So
I feel there's a headwind. We talked about how used car sales was one of the biggest deflators. Like everything else was inflating. We talked about this last week. Pet supplies, housing, rent, some of the highest, and the stickiest of the inflation. And then used cars was one of the lowest ones. I don't get it. But then there's a lot of stuff I don't get. All right, guys. Meta, very much near high a day. Possible resistance level that we're at here on Meta. It's been a few attempts at this level here on Meta, guys. The first here was at 304.25. We rejected around 1050. We got right back to that level around 1155.12. We got up to 304.59. And here we are again, back to 304.25 with a series of, you guessed it, higher lows. And now if we break this 304.59, it will be a higher high. So that 300 absolute money defend today, albeit it went $1.75 south of that. The low on the day is 298.25. So unless you gave this stock $2 worth of risk off that 300 buy, you were bamboozled, no question about that. But if you allowed the trade to develop, see where the buying and selling was, that 300 was absolute money. Sadly, didn't participate in it, but there we go. Meta at close to, I should say, not at, close to day's high at the moment. You're not seeing that kind of strength reflected on like the Teslas. You're not seeing it on the Microsofts. Apple, yeah, sure, it's up 0.75% on the day, but it's weaker as well, and certainly not Amazon. We talked about Amazon being a nice 140, possible break here, but the short, like Max said, was the money trade here. No question about it, off that 140, and that takes us back a ways. So was the 138.5 dip buy. We talked about that being the closing print on Friday. In fact, here's the deal, guys. When I chart, I always chart low a day to have an idea of where we could get support. And I always have a horizontal line on my chart. And I move that horizontal line every day to the previous day's closing price. On Amazon, I moved it by like 20 pennies. Gives you an idea that we closed out essentially at the same price, giving that 138.5 more credence, more respect, because it's a multiple touch off that level. The more times you touch, the more respect that level should be given. So interesting look here on both those names. Meta, yeah, it's still printing higher, man. It's just made a newer high on that 5-minute candle. This is very interesting what's happening on Meta here. I don't really see a catalyst for Meta. Allow me to check real quick, make sure there's nothing other than the fact that Mark Zuckerberg and Elon are not going to fight anymore. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg talking bear smack, saying Elon's not serious, he's moving on. Yeah, so apparently Elon wanted to have a practice round in Mark's backyard.
What?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Why? What do you need a practice round for?
I don't know, bro. I'm
practice
just
against your coach and then get smoked by the Zuck.
right?
Although, I mean, Elon's got so much weight on the guy.
And height.
And height,
Yeah,
yeah.
but he doesn't definitely have age
But,
in
you
his
know.
regard there. But yeah, anyway, Meta looking real good, but so is XMAX.
Are you through the high
Days
again?
a high. Oh, baby, 30.28. It's time to wet our beak a little bit more out here. There we go. We wet that beak. The beak is drenched. We're waiting for $1 in the money.
I
on
feel like at
game
this
map.
point, yeah, you're not wetting your beak anymore. Your beak is very, very wet at this point.
Right, they're all baby outs on the way up, right? That was the whole point of this. There you go, and just like that, you move 10 pennies down. Let's see if the buyers step up, though.
Yeah, NVIDIA, I was going to take the short if it failed 435. You know, sometimes if something's like breaking out and, you know, the high was 58, I think, here. It goes up to 75, can't go any further. You can get short off of that, risking that 75, but I just find that, you know, the real decisions, especially on a name that's $435, are getting made at that even dollar level. So the 435 is where I wanted it. Didn't come in. We're trading, you know, $1.20 below or $1 below, I guess now. So we'll see. I mean, that's really nothing on NVIDIA. We can easily buy this up as the market. Did that touch? We touched 4,500 again on the ES. Let's see if we can finally break out here, or if this is just the mean reversion one more time. 2 touches of that 15,250 as well. So 15,250 would have to go for this these larger caps to get really bullish here. I'm just waiting on this 435 failure. That's going to be the trade for me. And if that doesn't work, probably all I got right now. I mean, you got that Meta at 305, which we also talked about. I just don't see, I mean, from a risk to reward perspective, I believe that the risk on Meta and NVIDIA is very similar. And the reward on Meta is maybe $1.50 or maybe $2, $2.50. On NVIDIA, you're talking about like $4.28 if that fails 435. So, you know, the risk is maybe like 60, 70 cents on either of these trades. And I just think the reward on NVIDIA makes a heck of a lot more sense. You know, I don't know. I think Meta, just the way that it's been kind of grinding up, I don't think it's going to flush on me the way that NVIDIA can. So eyes on NVIDIA at the moment. We'll see if we can get this one in. Get that order ready. All right, orders ready on NVIDIA. Watching this 435. What else is going on in the market? Carvana did make a new high again, so still waiting on 42.20 on Carvana. I only want to take that name if it is breaking the prior day's highs. X is printing for Sharif. Soundhound. Okay, double top on Soundhound at 240. So we'll see if this can crack that. See if it can crack 250. Is there any size on 240? Nothing really to speak of. 250 probably has more size if we get up there. Can't see it right now because it's too far away. But yeah, we'll see if we can see if that one wants to go. I mean, the short float is okay on this name, and definitely people like trading this for whatever reason. It's one of those names that always gets talked about. But my trade that I'm watching right now is this NVIDIA for the potential 435 failure here as we get back into the 50s once again. So there's 75s once again. High is still 75. Cracks that. All right, 80s, 90s. 4,500 is testing.
Again.
Yeah, let's see. This could be a good reversal trade if I can get it.
Yeah, I mean,
know.
last time
I'm kinda
around it was
nervous about
absolute
it.
money. I mean, but how many times are we going to test 4,500 today without a break? This is a triple top. If this rejects, if this 4,500 rejects, again, that is a official triple top. We got to call this the crown pattern, because it kind of looks like a king's crown or a queen's crown, right? Like multiple little, you know, what do they call those? Crests. Here we go. ES. Yeah, I'm going to call this Prad. He called it the seahorse pattern. I'm calling this new pattern the crown pattern if we reject off 4,500. But 4,500, no question about it. I leveled this morning at 4 a.m. and a level right now. I mean, we danced with this level so many times last week, closing above it, and then we had the first close, I believe, below it was Wednesday. We had a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday close of sub 4,500. No question about it, this is going to be a level that we are going to dance with. Here's a half an hour chart to reflect what I was just talking about here. Look at this downward trend. I mean, I talked about this on the morning show when I do the future, and the trend line has not been breached, save and except for this 20-minute period right here on August 10th, where we moved up to 45.43, and we huadunked, making a newer low than the previous day of August 9th, coming down into 44.74, and it has been south of that level today. We definitely didn't test 4,500 on the 11th. We couldn't get there. That's Friday. And now we're testing it today. So we'll see. We've made higher highs, no question about that. We got above Friday's highs. We didn't come anywhere near those highs on Friday. It was a sub 4,500 type of day. And we made a newer low on Friday on the opening range breakout, and that was 44.59. The low of day today, 44.69. Technically, it's 44.65 because this is the morning's price action. But an after the bell low is at 44, high 60s. Here we go. We'll see if we can hang out at these levels or what the situation is going to be here, because we're definitely knocking on the door of that 4,500, no question about it. Yeah, so we'll leave that to be. Let me move here to X, because I think X boy, big boy huadunked right into 30, and the buying is stepping up again at $30. So even though we flat bottom broke through that 30, I want to say 15, that had been kind of like the implied low. Buyer stepping up in front of 30. No reason for me to get out here. I'm going to get out if it breaks at 29.75, as Max said. I think that was the right level to kind of look at. We had danced with that level for quite some time. If it breaks at, I'm out. Holding still a decent piece, but nothing compared to what I was holding earlier. So we'll keep an eye on that. John Sproul is making weed brownies. Fantastic, John. Fantastic. It's Monday and it's time to get high, I guess. I don't know. Ken H. Sharif Head and Shoulders. On what, my friend? Tag me about what's talk. Are you talking about the future? Because that's not a Head and Shoulders pattern. Let's see this. KC France. Where's Prad? He's gone. Let's see what else here. Renata, Neil Roberts, thank you so much. Shout out to Renata. I hope you're having a good day. Meta, high of day, says Keon Johnny. Let's have a look here. Meta, yes, sir. 304.94, knocking on that 305 is Meta. It's now 1% to the good. What a move up for Meta today on no news, quite frankly, other than the fact that Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk looks like they're not going to fight, and this whole Rome thing was just poppycock, as we haven't used poppycock on the show, and I'm hitting it.
Nice.
There we go.
I'm short this NVIDIA right now. This is about to stop me out at high of day. I think we can still flush. There's someone trying to get filled, 150 lots. If they get filled, I think we flush back below. There they are, kind of refreshing though. There we go. All right, they're filled. Now we're still pumping up. All right, so out of that one. Bad trade there on NVIDIA, tried to get that. It flushed into like 65s, but that was not the trade that I was looking for, risk to reward. I was looking for this to, flush into 433 and then lower. So bit of a loser there on NVIDIA. It just wants to go up. I think, 435.80 was the price from, or 435.70. So we took that out too, the price from Thursday. I don't know where we're going on this name.
It's a tough day.
Reserve on 75 right now. So some people are really offside on NVIDIA today. Clearly paying up. You see all this red printing, but then it doesn't go down at all. So, yeah, absolutely crazy action. I really thought that we were trading below. It didn't want to print above like 30s. It looked really good, and then just couldn't get through those the 60s there. So, yeah, keeps going on NVIDIA. Where's that X at? 13. So
yeah,
it bounced off 30 though.
Yeah, it did.
That's a nice dip buy off 30 on X. Yeah, should have been. I should have taken that breakout, man.
Are you kidding me? Nvidia's up 6 2/3% on no news. I need an explanation.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts on that stock today.
Buy the dip, Neil says. I probably could not agree more. Morgan Stanley naming NVIDIA top pick. Is that it? Morgan, is this new? August 14th, it's coming on my blotter here. Let me just make sure that it didn't come in before. I'm looking, it came in at 12 o'clock. Morgan Stanley says, sell off, good entry point. Oh, okay, that's why. Interesting. Morgan Stanley names the chip maker as its top pick ahead of earnings next week. Recent sell-off in stock is a good entry point for investors due to massive shift in spending towards AI and supply-demand imbalance that could persist for the next several quarters, says the brokerage. Last quarter's guidance for $4 billion in revenue upside was the largest single increase in one quarter in semiconductor history, and we expect healthy upside to that number, said whoever at Morgan Stanley. They remain unnamed, or they're not mentioned here. People are trying to get ahead of earnings because you remember last quarter, the results were so far outside the realm of what anyone was expecting, says Thomas Hayes, chairman of the Great Hill Capital. NVIDIA is set to report its second quarter earnings on August 23rd, and I will have my black jacket on the big desk in paying homage to Jensen Huang, who is an absolute genius, it looks like, because 44, Max, of 51 brokerages rate this stock a buy or higher, with only 6 psychos saying a hold, and one real saying sell. I'm kidding, of course. We're just joking when we say that. We don't actually mean it. But 6 hold, 1 sell, 44 buy on NVIDIA. What a day. Sharif, says Jay Lee, when Morgan Stanley says this is a good time to buy to get puts on NVIDIA out the end of August or first week of September, in my humble opinion. Couldn't agree with you more, Jay. We know that these brokerages always release these press releases with particular timing to suit their own portfolios. So I definitely take what you're saying. I definitely understand what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying. So
that seems a little crazy that we're all on buys when NVIDIA's up. Like, where did we start the year at? Was it $100?
Well, look, I don't know where we started, but max year to date we're at 197.5%.
Okay, so not as far down as I thought. Where's 2023 on the weekly? Like, you'd be. It seems like you're crazy to buy it up here in front of earnings, but we'll see what happens on that earnings date. Where's December? Okay, January, we were at $150. That's wild. January 1, $147. We're at $435 now. And
you want me to repeat it? The Katina man says September 1st, $200.
I did see an article that this is like this is the spot. Like, this is that bubble bursting kind of spot on NVIDIA. You report that crazy earnings, it goes absolutely wild, and then boom, next earnings.
How many times have we seen that, right?
We have seen that a number of times.
But remember that headline, too, about the Chinese firms buying hand over fist, trying to take advantage of the allowable time left for them to buy, because they're not going to be allowed to buy after a certain time. So we don't know if the earnings were skewed. We have no idea.
Because they had... Because it wasn't the earnings that made. I mean, it was partially the earnings, but the forecast.
Yeah, the forecast was $11.5 billion or some in that region.
It was like 100%
something estimate, right? It was almost 100%. Yeah. So we'll know. We'll figure
see.
it out.
I mean, they better make that $11.5 billion this quarter.
Yeah, they better. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. So that guidance, Max, were probably all orders that they got.
Exactly.
That's the thing. Do we see the same guide? And if we don't see the same guide, is that them tipping their hand that was a one-off shot from a lot of the Chinese buyers trying to get those A800 chips before they were banned?
But didn't that ban come in after the NVIDIA earnings?
So there's been 2 bans. One was a semiconductor ban that was way earlier on, and then we got the last week's ban on Wednesday. That was AI, semiconductors, and quantum computing.
So they could be guiding again extremely aggressively if all these Chinese firms are getting their orders.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it's such a good look. I mean, that's why you love the markets and all of the variables that you have to kind of digest. Obviously, I'm not smart enough to be able to digest all these variables. I can regurgitate them to you, and you make your own decision as you want. So we'll keep an eye on that. Miss A, sound didn't make that 240 level. I know Max was talking about SOUN earlier. I'll have a quick look here. haven't traded this name in like, well, let's see, when did the AI start going crazy? March or something like that? Or I don't know, something like. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's go to the hourly to figure out. Okay, so absolutely right. Look at the levels we hit here August 8th and August 9th on SOUN. That 240 level was absolutely a top, multiple rejections off that level, and we're right back there. 240 the high a day, currently at 235, so we're still very much near high a day. All right, now on the hourly, make of that what you will. We took the 200 EMA, we're above the 200 EMA, but the price action here dictates that we break and stay above 240 for the real, move in. Now, what is the short float on SOUN? I'll check 1 second here.
It was 13, I think.
11.69, yeah, basically the same thing. So we above 10, not negligible. So we have to keep respect that level. Then above 240, 260. You get multiple rejections in late July off that 260 level max. That was one here on the 26th, and then earlier in the pre-market on the 27th. Since that time, we have not been at that level. So 240 got to break first, and then we can look 260. We'll talk about that, but good day for SOUN, 20 and 2/3% to the good on this bad boy. All right, let's go to X real quick here because we're almost at 33%. And if you bought this at 30, you are happy because yes, we're right back into that level, $30.20, stair stepping up again. We didn't make a lower low, mind you, on this. Even though we dipped into 30, the lower low would have been the break of 29.75. We didn't even come close to there. So I ain't selling the remaining portion. I'm holding for this one. I want to see the break of the high a day, which on my chart is 30.29. Let's see if we get price action. We're already getting 24s here again on the ask, 25 on the ask. Here we go, accumulation. I see a lot of orange coming in on my tape. Are we going to see 26, 27 on the ask now, Max? This one's stair stepping up again.
Smoking that one, Sharif. I appear to be top wick on NVIDIA, so maybe should have given it all the way to the dollar instead of just that 90-cent spot. But, I mean, if that broke 436, I could have lost an extra 50 cents there. So maybe not the end of the world, but might have a little FOMO if this one actually decides to break down that 434 level and get back into here. Although the futures once again above 4,500, but that is quite the triple top on NASDAQ. I mean, that's looking pretty good. Either way, if you're short right now off this top, that looks great. If you're trying to take a breakout through the top, I mean, that looks like a pretty decent breakout for potential afternoon continuation, but we shall see on that NASDAQ. X at the highs. Maybe it rejects, no. No shorts on that name. What else have we been trading? What is there to do? Tesla, nothing on that. Oh, Amazon's kind of breaking out right now. Does Amazon touch 240 again or 140 again?
Look at this. We're still dancing with 45.
Maybe you reject 140 again on Amazon. Although, do you want to step in front of any NASDAQ names if that 4,500 finally does break?
Yeah.
Probably not. Probably not. But Amazon has been kind of relatively weak after it was relatively strong in the morning. So maybe this has the ability to kind of fade off of that 140 one more time. Or maybe double top 140.50 makes sense. That makes more sense to me. Take that. NVIDIA back at that 435. So does that reject again? Do I want to take an L trying to short this thing again? I don't think so. That's looking, yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like it wants to hold below 435. You could take it at 435 and give it 436, the proper risk that it deserves. Zion saying just go long. Just go long NVIDIA. I don't think that you can go long NVIDIA up 6.5%. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but maybe if you think NVIDIA has 10% in it today, I don't see that being
nuts, man.
Much of a possibility, but anything's possible. Yeah, Morgan Stanley upgrade. I think it's just a short squeeze. I think that SMCI earnings really kind of blew up the market, and they recover a bit. We try to test that 400. Everybody's thinking 400 test, and then you just get kind of offside, and people are probably shorting it all the way up. You see some of these green candles that in here was a crazy this high volume squeeze right above that 422 level that was the prior high that people were definitely thinking, all right, this is the short. We're starting to curl, breaking back through the teal. Here's VWAP. Maybe we see 410 again today, and then they just all get stopped out through there. Everybody getting stopped out through this kind of wedge rejection. Breakout. But yeah, now back down at 434. So potentially could have been a good trade if I didn't stop that one out. Given that I was trying to get down to like 432, $3. Could I have given it $1? Maybe. I really want to see more like 5 to 10 to 1 on these trades because I don't think that they're all that highly probable. So, you gotta manage the risk expectation with the probability of the trade actually working out. So I'm always trying to get like quite high R to R trades when you're shorting a strong name because it's much, much less likely to work. Meta also did wick up to almost 305, but didn't get there quite. So can't really structure the short there unless you get there. For my strategy, you got to take that size on 305 and then get people stopping out or getting in above that level, and then have them as the kind of juice back to the downside when it breaks back down. So
another 4,500. 4,500 rejection.
Oh, we rejected again.
So I'm short now on the ES. Let's see if we can get something to print here.
I like that.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, let's not jump the gun because obviously I've not been reading these futures properly. Well, anyway, that bottom wick still irking me. Let's talk about energy because we haven't talked at all about energy today. It is down 0.9%. Not, it's not the biggest headline. Let's go ahead and here look at the futures contract. Light sweet crude oil on the NYMEX. So we'll go the future. And just for charting purposes, we're going to go the continuous contract, but the contract, I believe, is the September contract. Made a high, and anybody putting gas in their car knows that we have been moving up gas prices. It's $1 something, $1.73, almost 75 now a liter. This is when we were, I think, just a month or two ago, we were at 150 something, so already up 25 cents a liter, and that's for the 87 octane, not even the 91, so 84.75 was that local high max that we put in, I believe, August 10th, and we've been stair-stepping down a little bit. Friday brought a lower high as well, 83.75, so $1 removed from Thursday's high, and today 83.20, the best we could do, and we're printing lower now, 82, sub 82.5, 82.44. I mean, macro, we're not even close there. That $67 level, if we get back there, hit the buy button. All right. Look how many times we hit 67.
In Sharif's opinion.
In Sharif's opinion, yes. Sorry, I always got to qualify that, of course. But look how many times we dipped into 67, all of which were bought up. Every single one. We did it in March. We did it in late April. Multiple times in May and June. Every single one was bought up. So it's been an interesting look here. Wow, the future's going back up. I hate it.
I mean, you're not stopped out until you're stopped out on that one, 45.03, I guess, 45.04.
Nick Garcia is saying what we basically said. It's because the U.S. is buying oil there. We're talking about the Biden administration possibly refilling the strategic
I mean, you look on
petroleum reserve.
On that 30-minute chart, those dips are getting bought, that's for sure.
There's no question about it.
On oil.
Yeah, no question about it.
Yeah, I mean, if we keep trending up on oil, I think some of those like XOM, Oxy can get to some pretty decent levels. I don't think that there was much of a trade in them today, just because we're kind of sideways.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's a pretty good. Yes. Yeah, that's actually a really good trade.
Healthy dip. Look
$1.50.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Is that today?
That's today. 64.50 fail break, holds on, rides back up 70 cents. Obviously, the $1.50 short off the open is better, but I don't know. Is this like a level?
Oh,
I
X just flushed below 30. Okay, I got to get to X here. There we go. So the 30 level has come and gone in X. So this is the end of the trade here. I think, I think
if you give up 29.90, because it was holding 29.90 on the initial 30 test.
Sure.
I think that's probably where the last of the dip buyers are.
Yeah, I think we might have exhausted ourselves here. But look,
I mean, good trade regardless. $1 on U.S. steel.
I know, right? I would have figured that. I didn't think that we were going to get that kind of movement. I'll tell you the truth. I'm like, when we were up like low 20% this morning, I was thinking it was crazy. So yeah, I mean, it's not something you usually see on U.S. steel. I get those buyout rumors, but anyway, here we go. Let's put in the stop. There's been no stop till now. Let's go ahead and we're going to put in the stop. There we go. And there we are. Stop instituted. So we'll see how we do there, but there we go. The end of the trade will be the break. I'll give it a couple of shekels. Max said 90. I'm going to keep it at 85 just so I don't get bamboozled, but it looks like it will be the end of the trade here as the shorts are taking over. It looks like the 30 is come and gone. And yeah, well, whatever. We'll keep an eye on that. And if it triggers, it triggers.
Someone in the chat said that Kramer was saying there's going to be more pain for NVIDIA. So knowing that, should have probably just gone long right off the open this morning. Does that ETF actually print the inverse Kramer ETF?
I have it. I called them subversive ETFs, okay?
Subversive?
Because there's a Nancy Pelosi one too, which I thought was amazing.
There's a Nancy Pelosi
yeah,
one.
look, NANC.
That one must print.
Well, not lately. She's been getting her what handed.
She's been trying to take losses on purpose so she doesn't go to jail probably.
Yeah. She's walking that tightrope, my friend. NANC on the MX, on the MX exchange. It's done no volume today, Max. 1,300 shares. So people aren't feeling Nancy's trades lately.
What about that? The
look
Kramer
at this one, Cruz. Like after Ted Cruz, KRUZ. I love it. It's hilarious. Let's pull up Cruz. I'll read up what this one says. KRUZ. Wow, we're right back at 30 on thing. Oh my goodness. Okay, Cruz. This fund seeks to achieve long-term capital appreciation. The fund, that's the wrong one. The fund invests in equity securities of publicly traded companies that sitting Republican members of the U.S. Congress and or their families have also reported to have invested in through the public disclosure filings made by such congresspersons pursuant to the Stock Act. So there we go. Cruz. Up 0.12% today. What's the year-to-date action? How come it doesn't give me year-to-date action on these bad boys? My subversive ETFs are not showing me the year-to-date, so don't have data on that point for you, but we'll see. So Cruz and Nancy are the only two that I follow. What's the chat up to? Jamlock, Pelosi is the best trader of all time, yeah? Anurag? Sorry. Are there any important economic numbers coming tomorrow? Yes. Retail sales from the United States and from China are going to be very important. I was thinking to swing my SQQ position overnight if I continue to be in the positive. That's up to you, my friend, but with respect to data points, let's talk about it. Let's open up the trusty information getter here. Go tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Retail sales month over month, and then we'll have core retail sales, retail control, export price index, import price index, New York Empire State Manufacturing Index, retail sales excluding gas and auto, retail sales year over year, and these are all American, right? We get core CPI for Canada tomorrow. Oh, that's going to be very interesting. I want to see that. I'm going to have. Katina Man is as sarcastic as he can be. Said he's very excited for that. So going on with more U.S. data for tomorrow, we have Kashkari speaking at 11 o'clock tomorrow. FOMC member Neil Kashkari. We also have business inventories month over month and retail inventories excluding auto coming up at 10 o'clock. And that is as good as it gets for the data points tomorrow. And I know I didn't read out the China one, but I know for a fact that we have Chinese retail sales being reported tomorrow. So we'll have a look at that.
Yeah. SMCI is just holding the trend as well. I mean, this one is just holding the teal all day. This is probably one of the easier trades of the day.
6 and 2/3?
Yeah. This, I mean, same as NVIDIA, basically. I feel like... Yeah, what is that? $20 move on the day on SMCI, $30, same percentage-wise. But, this one looks a little bit potentially easier to trade. What was this high here? 260? Yeah, you take the 260 break the second time, boom, never looks back to 272, the high now. Obviously still down like crazy from this 360 high before earnings. But, starting to look like it may be basing out a little bit here. $25 off the bottom. Time for that potential move to 300 again. I don't know. I mean, I feel like NVIDIA earnings next Thursday or next Wednesday is what's going to kind of decide this whole market. And if NVIDIA gives it up, all of these chips are going down. But yeah, clearly this sector being bought up today. And this seems like an easier trade. Let's pull up the NVIDIA chart. Seems like an easier trade than NVIDIA. NVIDIA was pretty easy today, too. You just get long and it never really looks back.
You have to have guts of steel to hold that bad boy, man. You trade it. I couldn't trade it like you, but, it's a tough.
Well, you wouldn't want to today, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the dubs. Why are you always looking at the L's?
Seems like L's is all we're looking at these days, but...
I want to talk quickly, hear some soccer. There's only 15 minutes left. So this Moises Casiado, who I hadn't heard of, but apparently he's a fantastic holding midfielder for Brighton. Now this guy, he's an interesting guy. 115 million pounds, setting a British record, transfer to Chelsea. Now Chelsea suck, but they've got money in spades. And apparently this guy, Brighton already had a deal inked with Liverpool. 110 million, and it was all done. They accepted the fee. Then the player steps in. This shows you how much power the player has. Now, the power dynamics have really shifted in soccer. Player said, I don't go. I'm not going to go there. Sell me, I ain't going to play. So the deal fell apart, and it shows you the importance of actually making a deal with the player in soccer. I'm not talking about other sports. Before you make a deal with the team, because he only wanted Chelsea. I guess he wanted to go to London, and then that was the only London team that was going to pay that kind of price for him, because Arsenal wasn't going to. Right? Arsenal was interested in him before they got Declan Rice. They paid whatever, 110, 105 million for Declan Rice. Anyway, make a long story short, this guy better win every tackle and every challenge he makes, because that is a record, my friend. That is a record. This is the gentleman right here, absolutely killing it. He's going to get paid. He got a new deal. He inked a new deal with Chelsea. I don't know if they've disclosed the amount, but this gentleman is young and he has a lot of prospects on his hands. But obviously, I'm going to boo him because he is from the West London rival of Chelsea. So we'll have a look and see how the Prem does. This Dan Sharif, the Bury put option positions are making FinTwit headlines in the last hour, but it's important to note that these are stale headlines. Positions are as of end of June. Yeah.
We're going to be talking about that after 4 o'clock.
The Katina Man will be talking about that very issue on the closing show. Make sure to check out the closing show with the Katina Man, who is now doing it at 4 o'clock. Do we have any guests today, Sean? No guests today, but we had Danielle Shea. Oh, surprise guest, he says. Surprise guest. We had Danielle Shea and Michael Noss on a couple of times last week. Thank you for that. Dan, yeah, we know that these positions have to be disclosed. They have to be reported, at a certain time, and they get disclosed later, so that there's always that lag effect there. With respect to the futures now, let's talk a little bit about the future because we're still in that position. We're short 44.97 and a quarter. We're down at 44.95. We bounced off that 44.95 last time. There seemed to be buyers in that area. We'll see if we can continue to head down, but it was a triple top off 4,500. Looking for a bit of a retracement here to print. What's
up,
Max?
Is it me, or does this market just not have the ability to kind of push through and continue moves in the last couple of weeks?
Exactly.
Like we keep, 3 times we bounce off the high on NASDAQ and ES. That's not, I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me, but I don't think that's very likely. Usually we're either pushing or we're flushing. And this market these days, I think it was on Friday, we're just bouncing off that 15.050 price
terrible.
all day. Now we're just bouncing off 4,500 to the upside all day. So summer trading full display, baby. We're not doing anything. You make the move up, 10 a.m., everybody goes to the golf course.
Exactly. That's not such a bad life.
That's not a
what,
bad
like,
life.
You get into day trading, that's the dream. You know,
That
you
is
punch
the
in a couple of thousand shares in the morning, you're done by 10:30, it's golfing, it's good times after that. You know, the dream.
Yeah.
Keep it as the dream.
For us, though, you know, we punch a couple thousand shares, and then we get to come on and hang out with everybody in the chat.
There you
so,
go,
you know,
there
just
you
as
go.
good, just as good.
I love it. All right, guys, we are back above that $30 level in spades on X. The buyers. All right, so there was bamboozlement. Let's call a spade, because you were looking for that $30 hold. Don't tell me you weren't. Everybody was looking for that $30 hold. You didn't get it. You got a 15 penny drop into that 29.85. If you weren't looking for 29, if you weren't looking for 30, were you looking for 20.90? I was, but I put my out at 75s because, you know, we were in earlier, so I could let it go against me. But there you go, 85s, and now we're above 30 again. We're knocking on the door of 30.10.
Let's go. What a hold.
Yeah, let's see if this one goes, man. I don't know if we get the day's high. Technically, on the day, 30.29 is the high. Whether we make it back up there or not, probably, you know, your guess as good as mine. But so far, we have a lower high, right? And if you have a lower high and a lower low, could this be the start of the new downtrend here? So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Not going to make any rash decisions as we dance with 40.95, which was where I'm sitting here on the future for that out, but not quite yet. Nick Garcia, 1 year. Shout out to you, member for 12 months. He says, shout out Sean, Neil, Sharif, Max, Arun, and Obi. Enriching every day everyone's lives and giving us something to look out for while looking at lines. I love it. I couldn't say it more accurately. Thank you very much for the kind words, Nick. And we hope you tune in every day. And I do see you in the chat every day. So thank you for being a viewer and definitely hang out. Rory Alderson, $5 super chat. Sharif, without looking it up, who was the Premier League all-time top goal scorer? Alan Shearer, my friend, right? I'm pretty sure it was Alan Shearer. He is number one. Maybe Wayne Rooney took him out. I know that Rooney. Yeah, I think it's Rooney or Alan Shearer. Let's find out. It's one of the two. Let's go. That's you, Neil's beautiful face.
While you're finding out, Renato wanted to talk about a Tesla VWAP long. I'm not sure. I think I feel like the futures don't want to take out the top today. So I think going long Tesla, which has been quite, yes. You were right?
Yes. 260. Yes. And then Harry Kane, number 2 with 213.
Harry Kane. Yeah, I just think that like the futures don't want to take out the top today. So going long Tesla, which is down 2%, I'm not sure. I liked it before. The fact that we couldn't even push into 240 off of this 237 level, which was the level that I liked. I feel like maybe there's some downside left in Tesla today, especially if the futures aren't going to go. You know, if we're taking out the highs, but you know, we're not going to be taking out the highs when Tesla's at VWAP. So I feel like that move is kind of done probably, and you know, that potential kind of squeeze move might be over. There are still 2 hours left on the trading day, so maybe that'll work. I don't particularly love it here personally. I think, you know, I think if this kind of area, this 237.5 down to 237 area was going to be good, it would be kind of gone already.
Oh, baby, we're printing.
Maybe. You can find a tight risk way to do this too. And yeah, futures printing down.
Yes,
let's go, Sharif.
Man. Yes,
Everything is
man.
coming up Sharif eventually.
Yes, sir. We have rejected 4,500 for now, Mr. Katina. But we gotta wait on this one a little bit, my friend, because we're looking for a bigger pull. There was obvious area of support earlier on at that 44.90, no doubt about it. We danced with that level from around 12.15 till about 12.45 or so, defending that 44.90. So we definitely need a newer low for a trend change, but we have the crown pattern currently in effect, the triple top. We'll have to wait to see if this level here breaks, Max. 44.90-ish area, we want to close below that level. Last time I got bottom wicked here, which is still very frustrating to me to look at, but how much time do we have? 8 minutes. Okay, so the Katina Man and the Neil getting ready at the moment.
The Neil.
X curling back up again, Matt.
The Neil.
Yeah. It's a joke,
The
guys.
Neil.
It's a joke.
It's like in Spanish, El Neil.
The pro. Kill me, bro. Kill me. Neil doesn't like it, but he's a good sport about it. He's always a good sport. 32.75% on X right now. Moving up through 30.17, guys. Let's see if we get continuation on this one because we're curling back. All right, what else we got here? Keon Johnny, take more profit, Sharif. You are a handsome and dapper man. Thank you, Keon. I appreciate you saying nice things to me. I appreciate you. Alan Sebastian, the Neil, the one Neo. Oh, you see that?
That's
you like
good.
that, Neil?
I like that.
So
that.
Alan says the Neil equals the one Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he likes that. He says that's different. So he approves on that one.
Don't act like that's what you meant.
No, he's like, hey, let me bamboozle some credit in here. What else we got? Not much going on here, Max.
Not much. Market bouncing.
Yep.
NVIDIA looked like it was going to give the flush there, and then stops at the exact same price right here. This 433.65 kind of area that we supported at before. So bouncing back up. NVIDIA not wanting to give it. When we were in this area, I was thinking maybe you get that push through 436, and then that's the kind of dump down. Maybe I'm thinking too like small cappy about this name that just wants to trend up today. But I feel like eventually today there's a $5 to $6 flush. Not right away, but like within a couple minutes on NVIDIA. With a move up like this, if it really fails a key level, there's got to be some profit taking on this one. The shorts have to. Well, they don't have to. Nothing has to happen. But you figure that people are going to pile in to the downside on this one. Right now, nothing. Just holding up crazy strong. Only $2, I guess, off the high.
It's unbelievable.
What a move. What a move.
Been today. What else is, let's have a look at the big tech chart here on the side. Not seeing anything that's really grabbing my attention too much. We know that NVIDIA, Max just mentioned it, near the highs. AMD, very much near the highs. The other big six, for the exception of Meta, are quite anemic. Okay, Meta is near the highs. It's sub 1%, 304.94 on the day. Wasn't able to break that 305. It's at 304.12, so it's not far removed from the highs. Everything else really has been kind of a little bit weak. The only higher high chart that I see is Meta. Look at this. This is the only one printing higher highs. Amazon, lower high. Apple, lower high. Microsoft, certainly lower. Even Google, and no doubt about it, Tesla. NVIDIA, AMD, they're in a different camp. They're with microchips. We know that they're running a bit separately. I would say Meta is really the only big 6-1 printing higher highs here. But is the move done on this one? I mean, we had that 300 hold, and then we had several 303 dips that you could have bought earlier on. Obviously, we didn't participate in those, but I don't see a trade, to be honest, on any of these bad boys, so I'll stay put and see what's going on. Renata says she's long Tesla. Well, you're not in a bad trade, Renata, because Tesla just dipped off VWAP. It respected VWAP earlier on. I want to say between 12 and around 12.30, there were several dips bought off VWAP. We're right back at that level now, 237 and 2/3. It's not a bad look. It's not a bad look. It's a calculated gamble, and that's what trading is all about. So I hope it goes your way.
Carvana is through Friday's close.
It's going, baby.
So starting to go. I said I wanted 42.20 from Friday afternoon to break for that kind of trend reversal scenario where then maybe you're talking about 44, 45. Do I love that today? I don't think so. I think volume's kind of light right now, so I don't want to take that today. Tomorrow, Carvana will be on the radar. I want to see that first green day, that first day where you take out the high. This is some dark pool wick, so we're still kind of consolidating inside right now, but good that we didn't make a new low. So higher low now on this move. Now we make a new high above 42.20, and then potential blast off to 44, 45. We'll see if this name still has the juice in it. Maybe that was the short squeeze. Maybe we should look at Upstart. What's Upstart up to? That one got absolutely smoked. Is it doing any volume? 7 million of volume. All right. People are still trading this one. I don't know, though. I don't know how you trade this. What are the levels? I think 30 must be the level.
I wonder what the short is. Let me look it up quick here.
The short flow should be like 35%.
32 and 0.9. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, it's still up there, bro.
But, I mean, that's a pretty good kind of look here.
Oh, flatting. It's bottoming out. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe this one you take today's high, 34.50, let's call it. Looking for maybe 36, 37, and then maybe... Maybe you're seeing 40 before long.
I wish we could say that kind of stuff on the air. We really can't, but it's funny anyway. So we can giggle on the side, Max. Here, all right, we're still pumping up here on X. We just touched that 30.18 again. That was the level we couldn't break through before we huadunked back to 30. 30 was bought up again, and here we go. I'm seeing 19s come up on the ask. Clearly, there's an iceberg here at 18. This is the third time we're rejecting off that 18, fourth time, pardon me, if we don't break through it. So 18, looking like it's a weird local level here. If we can get through it, great. Here we go. The size is getting taken out. Definitely an iceberg at 18. Let's see if this one goes. There's just no size to justify the amount of green coming in. There it goes, Max. We get 19. Looks like we're getting 20s on this bad boy, so it's headed up. 30.29 high a day, so only 10 pennies now removed off that high. It's been an interesting look. There we go, 30.20 on the ask. Let's let this one run, man. I mean, what was the point of getting out? We didn't wait all the way to 29.84 to get out at this random level of 39.20, right? So let's see what we get. The concerning, though, is the future here, man. It's not making a lower low, bro. Yeah, that's the thing.
It does not want to be below that 44.90.
No.
It doesn't want to break out either. Although NASDAQ's starting to look kind of bullish, actually.
It's kind of bullish? You're saying the NQ? Yeah,
I think so.
It's about to make a newer 5-minute candle to make a new high. I think this is going to be the end of the trade with me. There's only 1 minute left on the show, and I don't want to be worried about this position. I'm at the desk. So
that X trade, though, the way that that's consolidating up, or not consolidating, the way that it's just grinding up and trending, and you have that short float, it's a larger company where, like, I think at the end of the day, you might get a bit of a like pop squeeze, kind of goes 30, 40 cents, and then that's the end of the move, and then, you know, maybe.
Then that's it, yeah, and then you start retrading. Do you think this is a multi-day runner?
It could be.
It's a hard, it's
what
hard
was the prior buyout price, 25?
Buyout price. No, it was 17 and change from Cleveland Cliffs plus stocks. So it was a cash stock deal.
So they were buying.
Rejected. Yeah, they want to buy USD. Okay, so we'll talk about that, obviously, and much more when Max and I are on tomorrow. We'll be on the same bat time and the same bat channel, but for now, Brendo's at the big desk.
Oh, we're back.
I was gonna say I still can't.
What's up now, Brendan?
So I'm the only one that hasn't screwed up my mic, so it's still to come.
All right,
Mike.
Well,
Mike is
okay,
still
so
fun.
now, but the after show, in order to keep it rolling,
Yeah,
in the
I have to
after
screw
show,
up the
when you
mic.
start out, you have to be muted when you
All
start
right.
out. Because I did it this morning, and then Brendo just now. So it's apparently your turn. Although I don't know what Randy's doing over at the desk, because I just looked up and I saw
Randy's
him.
at the desk.
It's just a cacophony of.
That's twice today. You
of
can't
nonsense.
use the word
No,
of the
I
day.
didn't. No.
He used it.
He didn't use
Oh,
cacophony.
you said that's what he
He
was
said
struggling
something
for.
else, and I was like, "What you were looking for is cacophony."
Okay.
But then nobody heard
It's such
me
a
because
good
I
word.
wasn't on the show.
That's why. It's like,
So yes, at some point Brendan's gonna put a mic on and we'll get it back, and he'll do his whole rundown thing. So
yeah,
how
no
about
question.